Good
Beatrice.
morning. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm excited to welcome everybody to day 2 of our 2026 virtual symposium on behalf of Anna Hennessy, founder and director of the Society for the Study of Pregnancy and Birth. So our symposium this year is on beauty and the sublime in gestation and coming into being. And I'm excited for our third session, which will be on non-Western frameworks for rethinking the aesthetics of pregnancy and birth. Sarah and myself, we are the facilitators today. Our first moderator is Adewale Onagbesan. Here we are. Okay, Adewale Onagbesan, welcome, will be our moderator today. Adewale is a historian of health and medicine in Nigeria and a fellow of the IFE Institute of Advanced Studies and a member of Teaching Registration Council of Nigeria with interests in maternal and fetal health, colonial biomedicine, and the politics and funding of healthcare in colonial and post-colonial Nigeria and Africa. Adewale will be the moderator for this first session, and so I'm going to hand it over to you, Adewale. Thank you for being with us.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Beatrice, for that generous, introduction. And I think we're 3 minutes past our time for this session, and so it makes sense for me to just dive into the business of the day. And I want to first and foremost welcome everyone to this section of the day 2 of the SSPRB Symposium for 2026. And once again, thank you, Beatrice, for that introduction. So I think I should just introduce the presenters for this session, and we can take it out from there. First, I should let me introduce myself since I'll be the one moderating this session. My name is Adewale Onagbesan. Just like British I'd already done my introduction. So let me take these two other presenters. All right. The other presenter is Dalia Mostafa Abdulrahman, who is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Early Childhood Education, Cairo University, specializing in children's literature and early childhood development. She holds a PhD in education from Cairo University and also earned master's and bachelor's degree, all related to children's literature and education. In addition, Dr. Mostafa Abdulrahman is certified in the Montessori method of teaching and diploma in public policy and children's rights and diploma in museum study.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dalia Mostafa Abdulrahman from Cairo University, Faculty of Education for Early Childhood. Today, I'd like to talk about a very different way of thinking about birth and motherhood. When we think about birth, we often imagine something gentle, beautiful, and comforting, but ancient Egyptian mythology tells a different story. It presents birth as powerful, dangerous, and deeply transformative. In this presentation, I'll explore how the Hathor-Sekhmet myth helps us rethink the aesthetics of birth. I'll also suggest that many contemporary children's literature, children's books, have moved away from this understanding. By returning to this ancient myth, we may discover a different way of thinking about birth, motherhood, and human becoming. I'd like to begin with 2 questions. The first question is simple. What can ancient Egyptian mythology teach us about birth? When we look at Egyptian myth, birth is not presented as a quiet or purely comforting experience. It's connected to power, to change, and sometimes to danger. My second question is, why do many children's books avoid these aspects of birth? Why do they often replace them with soft images, simple metaphors, or complete silence? These questions guide my presentation today. My goal is not only to discuss an ancient myth, it's also to think about what may have been lost when birth became culturally softened and simplified. To answer these questions, we need to start with two important Egyptian goddesses. The first is the Hathor. Hathor is associated with fertility, motherhood, beauty, music, and care. She represents life and nourishment. But Hathor also has another form. She can become Sekhmet. Sekhmet is fierce, powerful. She's associated with destruction, war, and divine anger. At first, these two figures may seem completely different, but in Egyptian mythology, they are connected. They are two expressions of the same divine force. And this connection is important because it suggests that maternal power is not only gentle, it can also be overwhelming, frightening. Creation and destruction are not opposites here. They are part of the same cycle. And I think this idea helps us understand birth in a new way. To explain this idea further, I want to introduce the concept of the sublime. Most of us are familiar with beauty. Beauty makes us feel calm. Beauty feels balanced and reassuring. The sublime is different. The sublime is what we experience when we encounter something larger than ourselves. A powerful storm, a vast ocean, a flood, a mountain. These experiences can make us feel both fear and wonder at the same time. They remind us of our vulnerability, but they also transform us. And this is how I think ancient Egyptian mythology approaches birth. Birth is not simply beautiful, birth is sublime. It changes the body, the identity, and it confronts us with forces that cannot be fully controlled. So how does the Hathor-Sekhmet myth connect to pregnancy and birth? One answer is through the idea of excess. The myth is full of overwhelming forces, and one of the best Egyptian symbols for this is the Nile flood. The flood brings life, but it can also be destructive. People cannot stop it. They can only prepare for it and respond to it. Pregnancy works in a similar way. The body changes dramatically. It grows, becomes unfamiliar. Labor brings pain, blood, uncertainty, and vulnerability. For a time, the body seems to follow its own logic. This doesn't mean suffering should be celebrated. That is not my argument. My argument is that birth involves powerful realities that cannot simply be ignored. What I find striking is that the myth doesn't hide these realities. Instead, it gives them meaning. It presents them as part of a sacred process of creation. But the myth doesn't end with violence, and this is an important point. The ancient Egyptians understood that powerful forces must be managed. In some versions of the story, the gods must calm Sekhmet and bring her destructive power under control. They don't destroy her, they don't deny her. Instead, they acknowledge her power and find ways to contain it. I think this tells us something important about birth. Birth is not treated as a private event that should be hidden away. It's treated as a powerful experience that requires preparation, support, and community. Across many cultures, birth surrounded by rituals. There are midwives, there are prayers, there are other women who guide and support the process. The myth reminds us that powerful experience needs care and collective support. Now I want to move from ancient mythology to contemporary children's literature, and the contrast is striking. Many picture books talk about pregnancy and birth through soft images and gentle metaphors. Birth may be represented through clouds, stars, animals, or magical imagery. The physical reality often disappears. The pain is absent, the uncertainty is absent, the bodily transformation is absent. Sometimes birth itself is absent. The baby simply appears. Of course, these books are often created with good intentions. They want to comfort children, but I think something important happens in the process. Birth becomes disconnected from the reality of maternal experience. And this is very different from what we see in the Hathor-Sekhmet myth. The myth doesn't hide power, it doesn't hide danger, it doesn't hide transformation. So what we have lost through this process of sanitization. First, I think we have lost a sense of maternal power. When birth is reduced to soft and comforting images, we can forget how extraordinary it really is. Second, we lose bodily honesty. Children receive increasingly abstract explanation of where life comes from. As a result, they become more distant from the realities of human embodiment. But there is a third loss that interests me the most. We lose a sense of connection. Ancient Egyptian culture connected birth to larger patterns in nature. The Nile flood, the rising sun, cycles of renewal and transformation. Birth was never understood as an isolated event. It was part of a larger cosmic order. When that connection disappears, some important disappears with it. So, what we can learn from this ancient myth today? I don't think the answer is that we should return to the ancient world. But I do think ancient Egyptian mythology reminds us of things we sometimes forget. It reminds us that birth is powerful. It reminds us that transformation is not always comfortable. And it reminds us that maternal strength deserves recognition. What I find most striking is that the myth doesn't separate care from power. Hathor and Sekhmet are not opposites, they are connected. The same force that nurtures life can also be overwhelming. The same force that creates can also transform. Perhaps this is one of the lessons that contemporary children's literature can still learn from ancient Egypt. Children don't need frightening stories, but they do deserve meaningful stories. Stories that acknowledge complexity rather than erase it. Let me finish with this. The Hathor-Sekhmet myth reminds us that birth is not only beautiful, it's also powerful, frightening, and it's deeply transformative. The ancient Egyptians didn't hide these realities. They gave them meaning. They understood that creation and vulnerability are connected. That power and care can exist together. And that birth belongs not only to the private world of families, but also to larger cultural and cosmic stories. My argument is that children's literature may have something to gain from this older understanding, not because we should turn or return to the past, but because the past reminds us that birth is one of the most powerful experiences of becoming human. Perhaps the question is not whether birth is too powerful for children's stories, but perhaps the question is why we became afraid of that power in the first place. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much for that really, really engaging delivery. Dr. Dalia Abdulrahman. So once again, Dr. Abdulrahman has just taken us through our work, Dangerous Mothers, bringing in touch point from the Egyptian world. Of course, she started by, bringing into conversation two legendary gods, as the case may be, Hathor and Sekhmet, and how these, brings connection that suggests, maternal power and other dynamics within the same cycle. She touched on the concept of sublime and beauty. But what I find interesting in her work is that, birth is sublime and how and the fact that it changes the woman body. I also must give kudos to Dr. Abdulrahman for also exploring, the section on the things that we have lost: maternal power, bodily honesty, cosmic connections, and the natural cycles that she talks about. And when she concluded, one thing I held on to in our concluding part of our presentation is the fact that birth is powerful and that birth is very transformative. And so I think these discussions and analysis, would always shape, future conversations and even, advanced scholarly works. So thank you so much, Dr. Abdulrahman, for that presentation. I would go finally. Welcome again, everyone who has joined our session. So we've had two presenters, and I am the final presenter. And my work is more, historical, and maybe by the time, because I'm a historian of medicine in Nigeria, and maybe we can find a neat balance between some things that Dr. Abdulrahman has touched on, and some things that equally Dr. Ohaja has also touched on. So my work focuses on maternal care and fetal loss in colonial Lagos from 1867, when formal colonial medical surveillance began in Nigeria, up to 1960, which signifies the termination of colonial rule in Nigeria. And basically, what I want to briefly explore under this is the concept of beauty, the concept of danger, and the sublime in the aesthetics of gestation and coming to being. So I need to begin with the two ways, by which we see the same loss. Typically in Nigeria, or maybe many African societies, when a child, was lost, taken, you know, taken into cognizance, colonial Lagos as a case study. Two regimes of visions, always meet, and they always also disagree, on what loss means. Let me go with the colonial statistics. Of course, the colonial medical officers began to record birth as early as 1867. And to the colonial medical officers, fetal loss, is seen as, is recorded as just a number. For the African people, stillborn children, were discarded or thrown into the Lagos Lagoon. And also the dead infant, is raised from the field of representation. So I'll be focusing on the Yoruba word, which Dr. Ohaja also, talked about. There's a concept in the Yoruba word called the abiku. So abiku is a local concept that explains a child which is, known as born to die. So in the Yoruba world, when a child is given birth to, and for some, variables and factors, the child is, is regarded to be born to die, we call that child, abiku, or we call the child a returning soul. And so the abiku child is named, is marked, is mourned, and the ways by which it's made meaningful is quite different. To the Yoruba people, fetal loss is a cosmological, event. They don't see it as a medical failure. All right. And for me, the difference between these two realities is what I call aesthetics. Let me focus on biomedical aesthetics. And how I, analyze this session is by, reading the colonial archives. Of course, I'm sure that a few of us are quite familiar with, the languages, the silences within the colonial archives. And so using the colonial archives, I discovered that, there was a regime during the colonial period that made the maternal body, legible as just, statistics. And unfortunately, while they regard the maternal body as, just mere statistics, the colonial government, equally failed to resolve the loss that they counted over time. So in the archive, we'll see records of stillbirth, records of miscarriages, records of different forms of fetal loss. And while the maternal body, just like the two earlier presenters have, looked at, to the colonial government are seen as just, statistics. They failed in resolving the issues that, brought about this fetal loss. So like I said earlier, 1867 was the period where compulsory registration of birth and infant mortality started in Lagos Colony in Nigeria. By the 1911, the second decade of the 20th century, death connected with pregnancy, became too frequent. They became, a recurring phenomenon. By 1918, when the influenza pandemic, happened, we saw that the outbreak of the influenza pandemic, sharply raised the number of recorded stillbirths in colonial Lagos and Nigeria. So which means that, issues around, pregnancy and birth are equally connected with some other, medical and health, issues. By 1926, women and children sections, were opened across many government hospitals in Nigeria, most prominently the Massey Street Dispensary in Lagos. By 1936, I discovered from my archival reading what I call colonial misreading. And what I mean by colonial misreading is that, Nigerian women were categorized as less fertile in colonial archival report by the 1930s. And in a way to address these realities, the colonial government established more hospitals and more healthcare facilities, most prominently the Lagos Island Maternity Hospital. Now, let me talk about the spirit child, which I see as an indigenous sublime. For me, where the colonial report saw a statistic, the Yoruba ontology saw a returning soul. So when a child dies within the Yoruba cosmological, community, they believe that the child will return again. But to the colonial government, it was just a statistics that needs to be recorded. First to begin with is the returning soul. So there are three concepts that are, interconnected on, while discussing the returning soul. The first one is the abiku, which is the born to die. The second one is akudaya. So akudaya is a malformed child, and there is a padawaye. A padawaye is, a child that would come again. So the spirit child, which exists in these three cosmological concepts of abiku, akudaya, ipadawaye, is a child who dies and is reborn to the same mother again and again. So it doesn't matter how many times that mother, brings that child. It's still the same child. That is the belief of. So for the Yoruba people, recurrence is not read as a failure. Rather, the recurrence of that child is read as cosmology. That the child is still hanging somewhere, would come back, from heaven, and it doesn't matter how many times that child comes. The second thing I would like to talk about, which Dr. Abdulrahman and Dr. Ohaja has mentioned, is the women's body, which I also want to probably touch on. Or rather, let me start with the child's body now. The dead child's body, when a child dies, an abiku dies, what the Yoruba people do is that they mark that body. Maybe the hand or the leg or the thigh or the feet or somewhere, they mark the body with something, or they disfigure the body some way, somehow, as a way to, to recognize that child when the child returns. And based on the cosmological beliefs, when the child returns, they tend to see that mark or that sign, on the dead body, which they probably had buried. And so for this, what this means, to the focus of this symposium is that, loss to the Yoruba people, becomes a legible aesthetic surface, that even if a child dies now and we bury the child, or we dispose the child in the Lagos Lagoon, that child would come back. Now, how is the Abiku child rendered in art and letters or in the literatures? Very prominent, two prominent works that comes to mind is the works of Soyinka and J.P. Clark. J.P. Clark wrote a work. Soyinka wrote a work called titled Abiku. Chona Achebe also wrote a work of Banje, on Ogbanje, and we also have the Oshogbo artistic school that painted what the Abiku looks like and what all of these intersecting dynamics. So to the women's body I mentioned earlier, connecting the work of Dr. Ohaja and Dr. Abdulrahman, in my own work, I would say that beauty plus danger, is encoded in the maternal body, which is what a scholar called Lintot, expressed in our work. And what Lintot was trying to talk about, how the feminist sublime, the embodiment of the woman's body, and a whole lot of that. Lastly, I want to talk about beauty, danger, and the sublime converge. And this is where I think that my work makes, fundamental contributions and, scholarly intervention. Um, uh, First is that my work centers the fetus as both, a cultural and a medical object. And as I have discussed, thus far, uh, this is something that uh, is prominent in my work. And so for me to read, maternal care and fetal loss in colonial Lagos, as an aesthetic history, is for us as scholars to recognize that the colonial encounter, that focused on reproduction, was a contest between regimes of seeing and valuing. For me, I also believe that the biomedical aesthetic made the maternal and fetal body hypervisible as, just statistics and, pathology, while concerning the dead infant to the lagoon and to the silences of the register that it produced. For the Yoruba people, I would say that the indigenous Yoruba aesthetics, by contrast, held the spirit child steadily in view. The child was named Abiku, Akudaya, Ikpadawaye. The child was marked, when the child dies, marked on the body. The child was mourned, just like we would see in the works of Soyinka, J.P. Clark, and Chino Achebe. The child was rendered in poems and paint, just like, artists at the Oshobo School of Arts, has done over time. And what this means is that they have located the sublime of gestation and loss within what I call dangerous interior of maternal experience. And this is where, later feminist accounts would later place it. So for us as, scholars who are interested in this subject, centering the fetus as both, cultural and medical subject reveals that pregnancy and birth in colonial Lagos is a terrain on which beauty, danger, and the sublime converge. And that indigenous knowledge did not simply yield to biomedicine. As we can see, the Yoruba people would always, um, during the course of this research, I interviewed a number of indigenous healthcare traditional doctors, and they will tell you the things that they do to ensure that the child does not go back. Just to share one experience, there is what we call. It seems I've made this class a Yoruba class, by the way. um, there's something we call, and I hope that after this session you would remember these terms. There's something we call agbeko. So in Yoruba means agbe means to carry or to hang. Agbeko means to hang something. So when a mother experiences, miscarriages or stillbirth many times, Yoruba traditional health, expert would devise ontological and cosmological, tactics or strategies, which they call agbeko. Agbeko means that by the time the mother conceives again, we would do something to ensure that that child never dies, either through miscarriage or through stillbirth, which either of that, and that works. And maybe just to share, some of the knowledge that I learned because of my fieldwork. One of the ways they do that is to make the mother sit on, and all of these things have, indigenous meanings and, deep spiritual connections and power. So they make the mother sit on, the local mortar, the wooden mortar. They make the woman sit on it, render some, some words, some declarations, some incantations. They speak to the child not to go back again. And just like Shoyinka, wrote in his poem, they tell the child that now that you have come again, don't torment your mother, because you have been a child, you have been the same child who has been tormenting your mother over and over again. But now that you have come, we are telling you not to go back again. We are telling you not to return, but to stay and to stop tormenting your mother, and they do all of that, and it works. And this serves as, a platform for, contestations between the colonial biomedicine and indigenous, health interventions. Because the Africans will tell you that we've always had a way to do these things. You can't just come and tell us that these things, do not work, or you want to relegate it to the back end. So for me, indigenous knowledge is not simply used to biomedicine, but rather it resisted in the persistence of traditional birth attendants and native medicine. It negotiated through domiciliary midwifery, which I think Dr. Ohaja would have deep, rich experience and knowledge about. Through domiciliary midwifery and faith-based homes. And it transformed the colonial project from within. And so finally, the endurance of these tensions into the present time that we find ourselves, um, you know, reviews the relationship between indigenous birthing knowledge and global safe motherhood paradigm that suggests that the aesthetic stakes of coming into being and of failing to remains unresolved. And for me personally, the lagoon where, Abiku children have always been disposed during the colonial period, and the Abiku are two ways of meeting the same loss. And so far, so good. My work has argued that the difference between them is a net aesthetic one. And this is where I'm going to stop my presentation. Thank you. Yeah, so I don't know if we have questions for us. This is 11 a.m. Here in so I think we're 1 hour into our session. Yes, if we have questions for any of the presenters, now the floor is open for that. Please, you can or contributions as the case may be as well. So if you have contributions to all of our presentations, or you have questions, please, you can signify and we can bring you up to ask your questions. But I mean, while our participants are ruminating on what they would like to ask us, I think I should begin with myself, Dr. Abdulrahman, and Dr. Ohaja. I mean, to begin with both of you, I mean, we've all listened to our papers, and I'm sure we've seen probably areas of convergence, maybe divergence, as the case may be. Do we want to probably just reflect on this some way somehow? I mean, what is probably that one thing that you presented in your work that you find also interesting in or connecting with other presentations? Dr. Ohaja, if you want to go first.
Thank you, Adewale. So I see a point of convergence, and that is the disconnect between indigenous, African indigenous or non-Western and Western views in terms of how the woman's body is viewed in general, and specifically in pregnancy and birthing. There is that obvious disconnection that I see in the three presentations. So that is a similarity as well, like if I want to put it positively, in the three presentations.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Abdulrahman, you want to share your thought?
Yes, actually, I agree with Dr. Ohaja about the disconnection between the vision in Western context and ancient or African context. Yani it's very, very different. to see things like birth, and I think many other concepts, but this is very obvious how to see the different context here.
And the other, I can't remember the author now. I think Chamako, she was a medical doctor and who is into indigenous ways of being and doing pregnancy and birth in one of the South American countries. And she always argue in context like this, like this discourse is not promoting a romantic return to the old ways, but rather advocating for recognition of positive aspects and promoting pragmatic use of being or doing pregnancy and birth in pragmatic ways of, being, doing pregnancy and birth in non-Western countries. What do I mean by this in my own interpretation is drawing what is good from both ends and making the most beautiful use of it, because at the end of the day, as a midwife, what we want is safety for the mother and safety for the baby, not dehumanizing certain practices or rendering them inferior in favor of the other. There are, ways to make use of both, aspects of practices. That's just another thing I wanted to add. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Ohaja and Dr. Abdulrahman. For me, I think two things that probably come to mind is how both of you, and probably including my work, have not left out the place of the woman or the women, as the case may be. Yes, one would say, or one would think that, should the woman be out of the discourse? Of course not. But you could have had, works or discussion that let's prioritize, focus on the woman. And the way both of you have, spotlighted the critical place of the woman, and not just the woman, but what happens, with the body of the woman, uh, uh, as a result of pregnancy and birth. And it's something that, as scholars, I think that we must always, bring to the fore, because there's this conversation on the social media during the course of my research that I try to follow up. And I discovered that, like we say, locally here in Nigeria, if you person will no go, no. What that means is that if you are not, if you don't experience it, you can never tell it. And so, people began to talk about pregnancy, the woman, even men began to talk. I'm like, come on, you cannot best analyze this reality. And I discovered also that during the course of my research, colonial study, the archival research rather, that it got to a point, I think in the 1930s, or no, by the 1920s, women at the Massey Street dispensary in Lagos were complaining to the colonial health officials of the, lackadaisical attitude of their men or their husbands. Many times women are the only one who go for antenatal, go for all of the entire, the experience, the birthing process, and all of those things. And by the 1920s, I discovered in the course of my, archival material, analysis, that women began to complain to the colonial health officials that they should, carry out sensitization programs, that brings men into this, experience that, they go through. And by the 1930s, an association in Lagos was formed called the Fathers Club. So when women come for antenatal care, their husbands also have their own, association during that meeting. And so they call it the Fathers Club. So the fathers from the 1930s began to follow their wife for antenatal care, stood, the process of pregnancy, the process of birthing. And so that way they began to really understand what the woman go through during the course of this process. The second one for me, which both of you also,
Okay, great. So I had a question. I think what Dr. Abdulrahman said that really struck me was that this cannot be a private task. So recalling that, like what has been lost and trying to remember, I did think it was so striking how the imagery changed in your talk from in the two paradigms. It was very, very interesting and striking how the visual was so different and that it was such a loss of complexity. And also, I want to say that with the standardization of medicine, of course, it's a loss of diversity in culture that is very striking. And that reduces everything to this private task. So the private person is like coming to the institution with no resource, just privately trying to make sense of the process. And maybe you can speak to that, how we can, in a like Dr. Ohaja said, in a pragmatic way, not a romantic return, but how we can reclaim some of this visibility and making it not just a private task. That was my question to you.
Yeah, actually, at the site of SSPRB, you put a figure of birth process in ancient Egypt. A picture taken from, actually, it's this figure is in the Egyptian Museum here in Cairo. I saw it myself in some visit, and it wasn't individual or separate or isolated. It's a social ceremony. Actually, here in the chat, I have something very interesting from Joan Garvan. She said, a phrase I often use in this regard is that birth is an event of social and cultural significance that has been highly medicalized. And I totally agree with her. It's social and cultural significance. It's not about someone having a baby, but it's about the society is having a new member.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any other question for the presenters, please? Okay. Sarah, you are raising your hand.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for these three very fascinating presentations. I really enjoyed listening to all of you and gained so many valuable perspectives. My question was to Dr. Ohaja. I was wondering, because when you were talking about the sort of central role of community, you mentioned something about the moral cohesion between families and how the ritual was something that brought about this sense of moral cohesion. And I wondered if you could say a bit more about that, if that's what exactly you would be referring to there, and also if that's something you think is being lost in a way from this modernization that you pointed out.
Yeah, because growing up as a child, I also made reference to the adage that says that it takes the village to raise a child. So like that, and it's something Dr. Dalia just referred to there as well when she talked about pregnancy and birth being a social event. It's not only a private, immediate family event. It is the entire extended family and the village all together. They journey together on this. That's why you see women, they come together to support each other during the journey to motherhood. And there is a moral element of that, which means that another mother can correct another child. So growing up with that mindset, that's what I meant by that moral cohesion, not just physical coming together or spiritual coming together. It's all in internal. It's holistic, if I may use that that phrase. And how have we lost that in the current modern society? Yes and no. No, because even when families move from the rural areas to the cities, or even migrate from one country to the other, the Omugwa practice, which I referred to in my presentation, which is the care of the new mother. You see aunties, mothers-in-law traveling to the house of the new mother to render support. Yes, the duration has reduced drastically. Before modernization, a mother can stay with her daughter for up to 6 months, helping her, guiding her on her role. And it gives the new mother also the chance to recover from pregnancy and childbirth experience. Because 9 months journey may have labored for hours before the child arrives. So this woman will be tired as well. So I'm not sure if I have answered your question, so that it is not completely lost.
Thank you very much. Yes,
You're
that
welcome.
absolutely answered my question. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, just to support Dr. Ohaja, I also discovered that during the course of my research, even though I didn't touch on the community dimension, which Dr. Ohaja explored, I discovered that, from my interviews conducted, that, in short, the richness and the certainty of the community support that, pregnant women, get, it serves as a motivating factor for that mother to want to get pregnant, maybe later. Because how do I mean? Because I know that as a mother that, if I give birth, or if I'm pregnant and I give birth right now, the course of the 9 months, even afterwards, after delivery, I'm not going to be by myself alone. There's a community that would support me. There's a community that would encourage me through the journey. There's a community of sisters and aunties who is going to come. Even now, like we now have a new culture of godmothers. People taking up the role of being a godmother to the child, and supporting the child, funding the child's care, and all of those things. That reality and the certainty of the fact that I am within a community that would support me, it's something that motivates some women, if not all, to not see the pregnancy journey as something that they shouldn't go on again and again and again and again, and that even in some communities, especially I can't remember now, but there were some communities that were mentioned that you see a woman, who has given birth to, say, 9, 10, 8, 7 children in a very short, space of time. And that the reason why they do that in such a community is because they know that, there's a community support that comes with, getting pregnant. You probably would not do so much. People would go all out for you and all of that. So I just want to buttress Dr. Ohaja's, submission on the place of community connectedness and support. Yeah.
The other thing I could add there is there is a Nigerian medical anthropologist, Chima Isubara, who with one other writer wrote an article, and the title is "Who Owns the Body?" Who owns the body? And they argue that even, I know this is maybe something that Western feminists and ideologies would disagree with, but it has cultural significance, and they would argue that even your body doesn't belong to you, you belong to the community. You're part of a community. So I just wanted to add that point, if it will add clarity in what I said earlier. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do we have any other question or contribution from anyone? Not seeing any hands raised. Beatrice, do you have any contribution or question? We call it, a day here for us, Beatrice.
Yeah, I wanted to give the audience a little chance, maybe still to comment in this session. So
Okay.
we can open maybe for a few more minutes, just so we can have the chance to ask more questions for a few more minutes.
Okay, that's fine. So we still have about 10 minutes more in this session then.
Yeah, we have about 10 minutes, so there is still room for some discussion. So I think what really struck me is in all of your talks and the three presentations, what was made, or what really united them, was that they each had talked about these two orders in which birth and maternity can show up, and that there was a tension between these two approaches always. So Adewale said that the tensions between the indigenous practices and this global safe paradigm of birthing, that was an aesthetic difference. I think that's very interesting, and maybe we can explore that a little bit, what that means, what that entails. I think Anneliese, go ahead.
I'm sorry, this was to something else. So if someone wants to connect to what you just said.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for your talk. It resonates a lot with me. And I'm also, tomorrow in my talk, I will talk about exactly the village that is needed to raise a child. And for me, it's kind of like great to hear it from such a positive standpoint, because I'm also connecting it a little bit to the difficulties that go along with that it also needs a community that is so strong and so reflective in a way that it doesn't come with like moral instincts and judgments and heteronormativities that then actually turn the village around, and the village goes on a witch hunt in connection to the mother. So yeah, I'm interested in this twisting moment when the community, which is often also in a lot of discourses seen as something positive, and I would totally agree that birth is way too individualized and thought about it as a medical event, but still I think there is also a risk of the village turning around against the mother. So I'm interested in that moment, and I don't. It's not really a question. It's more a comment or a note. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Annalise. Thank you for that comment. We have a comment in the chat box from Joanne Gavin. She says, I am in Australia, which is very multicultural, and I think it must be very difficult for women and their families through birth and beyond in expressing the cultural and social dimensions. Do you have comment on this, Dr. Ohaja and Dr. Abdulrahman? To Joanne Gabon's comment in the chat box. She says, I'm in Australia, which is very multicultural. I think it must be very difficult for women and their families through birth and beyond in expressing the cultural and social dimensions. Yeah, Dr. Ohaja.
Yeah, I agree with that comment, and I think it's not unique to Australia, or I think it's a global issue, really. I suppose that's why the notion of culturally competent and culturally safe care has become recently popular. The only point I could make there, whilst it is good and midwives across the globe are doing their best, often it can be tokenistic as well, you know. And the reason I say that is if you look at the statistics of maternal mortality across the globe, you know, women of color are overrepresented, regardless of whether they are located in their country of origin or they are outside their country of origin. So I think it's something that needs to be looked into. That's what I can say in relation to that. And also to Annie's point about the village turning against the woman. I'm not sure I quite understand. Obviously, that can happen as well, but I would love to know more what she meant and in relation to that. Yeah.
Okay. Anne, are you there? Would you like to expound on that? Annelise, are you there?
Sorry, my battery just died, so I didn't hear what you said. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm interested in knowing more what you meant by the village turning against the woman.
I mean, I think it's it takes a lot of skills actually from the community to do what you say, to be there in such a supportive way, like a lot of emotional capacities, so to say. And in my own experience, I didn't receive that in Berlin, or I'm living in Berlin in Germany, so where parenthood is somewhat very isolated in a way, I think, for many people. And I think that's where I'm coming from with that question. But then, yeah, also linked to pregnancy being so that so many people have a say in how you should be pregnant and how you should become a parent and what it means to be a mother and a good mother. That there's so many opinions and moral sanctioning that I think there is a moment where the village is supporting, but that support or that the care becomes violent in a way.
Yeah, and now I get it. What I can say, you see, that's where the challenge comes in, and that's where the conflict between indigenous and non-indigenous ways of being comes in as well. And I am sure also that in early days, even in Western countries, the community was very much valued. But the point, birth was moved from the community to institution. You know, we see all this conflict coming in. I suppose what I can offer there is us learning across cultures, you know, learning from different cultures to support women or to make our support for women, regardless of where they are located, much stronger and positive rather than undue expectations. Not
Okay.
taken from individual power and agency. At the end of the day, women should also have their own power and agency and be part of the decision making about how they want to journey, you know, during this period, what we call relational autonomy, so that it is shared decision, not, you know, lording it over. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you so
Yeah.
much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Hanlis and Dr. Ohaja, for that conversation. I'm trying to see. Okay. Okay, Joanne is saying again that there is an emphasis here on informed consent. Dr. Ohaja, you want to speak to that?
Yeah. Obviously, yes, informed consent is it's not only in relation to birth, in relation to everything. And that's what I meant by, you know, women also should be part of the decision making. Yeah. So they need to be able to exercise their agency. Again, in the context, because each geographical location, you know, there are differences. It's not going to be uniform all across. Yeah. So.
Okay, that I think is a great finishing comment to this first section of day 2. We have a half an hour break now. I want to thank our presenters again. It was so interesting and stimulating and wonderful to have your presentations and also to have enough time to discuss. We will meet again in about half an hour at 11 o'clock Universal Time frame. For me, that is 1 o'clock, whatever time it is for you. We will meet. I will be the moderator in the session. I will leave the meeting open now and just put this little waiting slide on, so you can do the same and go have a break, and we will see each other in half an hour for the next. Yeah, welcome back to day 2 of our symposium. We are about to start session 4. I'm very excited for the session. It's entitled The Tactile, Non-Visual, Symbolic, and Surreal in the Aesthetics of Pregnancy, Birth, and Motherhood. In this session, we have 4 presenters, and each actually we have 4 talks. We have 5 presenters, and each of the talks will last about 20 minutes. And I will introduce the speaker or speakers right and at the top of the presentation, and then we're moving on to the next presentation. And then, as in the last session, we'll take collected questions at the end. And I just wanted to say, from having read all the abstracts and having waited for so long, I'm excited to finally get to hear the papers. It's truly exciting. So let me spotlight you, Virginia. Okay. So welcome, Virginia Marano. Virginia Marano is an art historian and curator, currently with the Lise Meitner Group Coded Objects at the Max Planck Institute in Florence. She holds a PhD from the University of Zurich, where she worked on Jewish sculptors in exile, connecting aspects of the diaspora and feminist aspects in their work. But today she will talk to us about touch, autonomy, and non-visual aesthetics in pregnancy. Thank you so much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I will share my screen. Perfect. So just as a very short introduction of myself. So first and foremost, I'm very happy to be here and to meet virtually all of you. And right now I'm in Germany. So I've started in January a postdoc at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. And since for the past 5 years, I've been working on a research project that is titled Rethinking Art History Through Disability at the University of Zurich. So this talk today relates to that work, and my presentation brings a disability lens to a question at the intersections of technology, art, and design. Starting from 2 contemporary design objects, I will trace today a genealogy of practices, images, and narratives that reframe how touch and sight have shaped reproductive knowledge across time. And I want to begin with 2 objects. On the left, a tactile pregnancy test, which is a prototype developed in 2020 by the industrial designer Josh Wasserman with the Royal National Institute of Blind People. On the right, there is an accessible pregnancy test developed in 2022 by a team at MIT. So both objects are made for blind and visually impaired users, and neither works through sight. So the RNIB test raises a small silicon bump on the surface of the device, and the result will be felt through the skin. APT translates the result into a coded vibration, and by pressing a button, the device responds directly to the body. So these objects are not assistive devices, but they are aesthetic propositions. And to understand what they propose, I need to ask prior questions. What happens when the only channel that knowledge can travel through is sight? And what does it mean to design for touch, for autonomy, and for a non-visual experience of the bodies? And here I'm thinking with Sarah Ahmed and Jackie Stacey, who write that skin opens our bodies to other bodies, that in touch, the line between self and other gives way. So skin is contact itself, the surface where inside and outside, self and other, are held together. So skin has always been a surface of knowledge, not only where the world is received, but where also knowledge is made. And let me now bring 2 very special cases into this very short genealogy of touch and embodiment. 2 thoughts. The first is Xenopus, that I recently encountered at the Science Museum in London. In the 1930s, this animal was a fairly well-known pregnancy test. So woman's urine was injected into the toad, and if the woman was pregnant, hormones in the toad made the animal laying eggs. Laboratories actually held thousands of them, living instruments, read for an answer that actually they carried in their own bodies. So the test was actually available only to women who needed to know for very specific medical reasons. But the contact here is contact between bodies, actually across species. And so the knowledge does not stay in the woman, but it's carried into another animal and surfaces there instead. And the second image is the Suriname toad, as her label in the museum tells it. The female keeps her fertilized eggs in pouches on her back. until they break through the skin as froglets. So here the contact is the body with itself, inside and outside, meeting in the same skin, a surface that is at one boundary, but also a passage. So two thoughts, two logics of knowing. One carries knowledge out of the body into another, and the other keeps it within and lets it rise through the skin of the body that belongs to. And Iris Marion Young helps us here. In her 1984 essay, Pregnant Embodiment, she describes a body subjectivity that is decentered, myself in the mode of not being myself. So pregnancy here is a transformation felt from within, through proprioception, weight, balance, the movements of another body inside one's own. So against the medical gaze that treats the pregnant body as an object observed from outside, she insists on the pregnant subject as a sensing, knowing body. And that opens a critique. The dominance of vision is not neutral. It produces particular kinds of pregnant subjects, visible, surveyable, legible to medical and state institutions, and at the same time excludes others, those who cannot see the test, the screen, the line, and then it treats that exclusion as a technical accident rather than a design choice. And crypt phenomenology is very helpful in this case because it's extending Young's claim, drawing on Alison Kafer, Georgina Klieg, and Sarah Endren. We can ask, what if touch, vibration, and tactile knowledge were not compensatory, but the starting point for a different aesthetic altogether? And then that methodology changes what the object is and what it does. And that's what Sasha Costanza Choc calls design justice, done with and not for the communities that it's serving. So to see why that matters, we need to move through the history of these objects, the pregnancy test for the blind, and are pushing against a history with a visual logic, and begins here with two of the most influential representations of the pregnant body in the Western tradition. On the left, William Smelly's Anatomical Tables from 1754, and on the right, Jan van Rimsky drawing for William Hunter's Atlas in 1774. So in both, the mother's body is reduced to a cavity, open to make its contents visible. The logic is extraction. The pregnant subject is absent. What remains is a cross-section, a plate in an atlas. This is the visual regime that I'm actually pushing against, one in which the pregnant body becomes legible only when it's opened to an external expert gaze. But this was not always the only logic available. Visuality was not only the only regime at work. Touch mattered too. The anatomical Venus at La Specola in Florence, wax, reclining, demountable, could be opened layer by layer, from skin and rib cage to uterus. The knowledge she produced was haptic as much as visual. The historian Corinna Wagner notes that the wax was earthy and pliable, like skin. The obstetrical models made for the surgeon Giovanni Galli were polychrome clay, built to be touched and turned in students' hands. Touch here was epistemic, but it was the anatomist's touch, the physicians, the students. So the pregnant body was the object of that knowledge and not the subject. The anatomical Venus was never simply a scientific model. The one, for instance, by Clemente Susini, wore real hair, glass eyes, and often a pearl necklace. So she staged a particular fantasy of femininity, beautiful, passive, available for inspection. And that distinction between the body that touches and the body that is touched actually carries consequences. Consequences that this other object makes viscerally clear. A wax model of uterine perforation during the manual removal of the placenta, a life-threatening complication preserved in Galli's stitching collection at the Museo di Palazzo Poggi in Bologna. The clinical hand has gone wrong. What the model records is not skill, but its failure, and the body on which that failure falls. This is what is at stake in haptic knowledge exercised on a body without the body's agency. The touch carries risk, and the risk falls entirely on the one being touched, never on the one touching. So Galli understood this, and which is why he built a machine to manage it. For Galli, touch was the norm, the primary instrument of obstetrical knowledge. The blindfold did not diminish the midwife's training, it defined it. And yet he built his birthing machine with the glass uterus precisely so the student's gaze could see inside, touch and sight working together, but organized around the expert eye. And as the historian Lucia Dacom has shown, by blindfolding the midwives, Galli could downplay their visual skill and subordinate their tactile expertise to his own visual control. The midwives touched at his direction while he was watching. And in the same period, the physician Johann Peter Frank gave this idea a political edge. In his widely read System of Complete Medical Policy, he treated the unborn as already belonging to the state, asking, are not the citizens still enclosed in their mother's wombs nonetheless members of the state? For Frank, the pregnant body was a matter of public concern. He called for registers of all pregnant women and for the state to act as guardian of the future citizens they carried. And as Jennifer Cosmin writes, this went hand in hand with a particular idea of who was entitled to know that body, knowing the pregnancy belonged to the trained practitioner, not to the pregnant woman herself. And this held even when touch was valued above sight. Frank himself demanded that obstetrics be learned by the practitioner's own hand. And he asks, what does the eye have to do with obstetrics? Insisting students train by touch rather than by watching from a distance. But the hand he wanted trained was the practitioner's. So whether the privileged sense was the eye or the hand, the knowing belonged to the doctor, to the expert. But the hand need not even be the experts. Spitzner's Anatomical Venus is a different kind of object altogether. Displayed at the Grand Musée Anatomique and Ethnologique in Paris, she occupied the uneasy boundary between anatomical instruction and public spectacle. Italo Calvino, the writer, famously described her as something close to a sadist, surrealist fantasy, a woman with immaculate hair and lace nightgown, opened by 4 disembodied male hands. So touch remains central here, but appears as performance, as spectacle, as desire. So the body is opened and the gesture of touching has become public. With Spitzner, touch reaches its farthest remove from the body it concerns, and the distance from here to the photograph is shorter than it appears, for the same will is at work, the desire to open the body and to render its interior visible. Lennart Nilsson, 1965 photo essay, A Child is Born, produced the first widely circulated images of the fetus in utero. One was later included on the NASA Voyager Golden Record among the images that were selected to travel beyond Earth. As Rosalind Peczewski argued, however, these photographs did not simply document the fetal life, but they helped transform the fetus into a public subject, detached from the bodily relations that made its existence possible. And against this visual regime of pregnancy established by testing and fetal imaging, a few years later, in 1972, Faith Wilding's crocheted environment, part of the feminist installation Woman House, foregrounds embodiment, immersion, and touch. She filled the room with a hand-crocheted yarn, dense and womb-like. And to encounter it was not to look at it, but to enter it, to feel it close around the body. So people entered the sculpture, the installation, and the room was the body and the body was the room. Young terrorized the pregnant body as known from the inside, felt rather than seen. And Wilding built a space that worked the same way. So the knowing was haptic, enveloping, not extracted outward, not delegated to another eye. And the RNIB, the pregnancy test for blind people, and APT, belongs to this lineage, objects that insist the hand which knows belongs to the person whose body is at stake. The RNIB test changes not by translating vision into touch, but by reconfiguring how pregnancy becomes known. As urine is absorbed, a silicone bump rises on the underside, signaling that the test has begun. If the result is positive, a second set of bumps appears on the upper surface. Rather than being read through another person, the outcome unfolds gradually beneath the fingertips, privately and at one's own pace. So here touch is not a substitute for sight, but the primary mode through which knowledge is produced. The object was designed around this sensory logic from the very outset. An APT goes further. It translates the result into vibration, the device communicating directly through the skin, and store the information digitally, allowing users to revisit later. So whereas visual tests produce a fleeting image that must be seen in a particular moment, APT renders the result durable, something that can be felt again privately and on one's own terms. So the shift is from revelation to relation. Touch, unlike sight, is reciprocal. It's both an act of sensing and of being sensed. Slow, proximate, and embodied, it relocates knowledge from the visible surface to the lived experience of the body. And while this talk began with tactile pregnancy tests, it has ultimately been about the politics of knowing pregnancy. Across the objects and images discussed today, from anatomical atlas and obstetrical models to fetal photographs and contemporary design objects, the central question has remained the same. Who is granted the authority to know the pregnant body? For centuries, that authority has largely belonged to others, the anatomists, the state, the camera. But what these RNIB tests and AP tests propose is not a simple, greater, bigger accessibility, but it's a redistribution of that authority. So they suggest that pregnancy need to be made visible in order to become knowable. And perhaps this is why Barbara Kruger's "Your Body is a Battleground" remains so resonant. The pregnant body is not only a battleground of rights, but also of knowledge. Who gets to look, who gets to touch, and who gets to know. So the objects I have discussed today reminds us that reproductive knowledge is never merely a matter of information or technology, but is also a question of power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Virginia. As I said, we will save our questions for the end of the session. Angelique Joy is a multimedia artist and at the same time PhD candidate at the School of Art at RMIT in Australia. Works in many media on questions of neuroqueer and post-human ways of caring. And today's talk, we already see the title here, Recoding the Mother Image, Neuroqueer Post-Mother Speculations, or the Post-Mother Manifesto. Welcome to our session.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear and see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Fabulous. All right, I'll get started. So yes, my title is Recoding the Mother Image, Neuroqueer Post-Mother Speculations, or the Post-Mother Manifesto. Oh, let me... there we go. This next bit was my introduction, but thank you so much for that fabulous introduction. My research has been completed on the unceded lands of our Indigenous peoples. Specifically, I recognise the Kaurna people of the Kaurna lands as the traditional and sovereign custodians of the lands in which I live, work and create, and the Wurundjeri people of the Eastern Kulin Nations, where RMIT is situated and where much of my study has unfolded. I pay my respect to traditional custodians and elders, past, present and The intention of my practice-based research is to contribute new knowledge to the discourse of neuroqueer modalities and ontologies, working to birth speculative futures for neuroqueer multi-species maternal care. This research examines how a neuroqueer post-human perspective could deconstruct dominant normativities embedded in our current cultural paradigms and imagines futures beyond the constraints of normative and anthropocentric subjectivities, specifically looking at care and mother. Seeded by the question, how might a neuroqueer ontology explore multi-species maternal care, this intertextual project turns towards those made other and object with a focus on the neuroqueer and calls for and imagines divergent modes of care in our future worlds post-mother. This research emerges through three critical frameworks: posthumanism, neuroqueer theory, and xeno and cyberfeminisms. To situate this research, I'm going to briefly provide a definition for these, then move on to discuss the core research artifact and its contribution. The first term I'm going to frame for those who may not have come across it is posthumanism. Often people interchange it with transhumanism. It is absolutely not interchangeable with transhumanism. When we talk about treating beings with dignity, care, and equality, we talk in terms of human rights and humane treatment. We are asked to remember the human as if that is a universal category which automatically means one has a right to care and dignity. However, history shows us many are not bestowed the label of human. The first peoples of the land in which I stand were initially categorized as flora and fauna. Disabled and autistic people were historically considered less human. Those categorized outside of the human experience and continue to face violence. This violence is extended to the non-human, our animal, land, and plant kin. The category of human is often only bestowed to a select, imperialist, able-bodied few. Violence towards the others then becomes acceptable within these categories as they are not labeled as human. The post-human asks us to imagine what new articulations of being could emerge if we think and create past the categories of human and not human. Posthumanists advocate for the disillusion of anthropocentrism, that is, the end of the dominant belief that humans are the central gods of this earth and that all other things, plants, animals, the earth, exist in service of humans. In general terms, posthumanism aims to do away with binaries that dominate othered, non-compliant humans and all non-human kin. It aims to work with and within, quote, the all-encompassing scientific technological saturation of our social and bodily space, end of this quote from Rossi Braidotti. Continental philosopher Rossi Braidotti is a key posthuman theorist. Posthumanism asks us to imagine what kinds of worlds and conscious entanglements could emerge with technology, plants, and animal kin when we disrupt the primacy of the human and his normativities. Neuroqueer theory is the second in my triangulated framework. It is the inherent or intentional queering of dominant and oppressive neuronormativities and is often a gesture of neurodivergence. For example, many autistic people may inherently neuroqueer neuronormative social performance. However, neuroqueering as a verb can be enacted by anyone. Neurodivergence is not a prerequisite for neuroqueer action or creative divergence. This term is also used to describe autistic and/or neurodivergent people who identify as queer, folding in the two lived experiences. So entwined is gendered performance with neuronormativity that to queer the neuronormative is also to queer the cis heteronormative. While many may use it as an identity, neuroqueer theory eschews identity labels. This theory was developed by various autistic academics working separately and then coming together, including Dr. Nick Walker and Dr. Remy Yerger. The third and final framework is xenofeminism. Xenofeminism is a feminist politic that leans into the alien and alienation as a, quote, impetus to generate new worlds. Rather than begging our overculture to be included, this position allows me and this research to lean into the alien, the neuroqueer, and the other as a side of creative and empowering potential. As with the post-human, xenofeminists do not reject technology.
Right, how's it going?
Oh, A xenofeminist position seizes technological
Oh, I basically went there and bought a pastry and I've already eaten half of it. Like one of those cheesy, spinachy things.
Excuse me, someone isn't muted. I'm trying to see who it is. Okay. Great.
The cheesy spinachy thing sounds fabulous.
Okay. Sorry.
I'll go on.
Could you take it back to xenofeminism again? So I wasn't able to fully.
No, that's okay.
grasp. Just go, if you go back a little bit, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll go. As with the post-human, xenofeminists do not reject technology. A xenofeminist position seizes technological developments for new world creation. The Xenofeminist Manifesto, freely available online, was created by a collective of feminists in 2014, calling their collective Laboria Carbonics. As I have outlined, each of these three positions share common ground. It is from this common ground that my research has emerged. Working through and with these three critical frameworks, I explore experimental neuroqueer gestures of textual assemblage as a mode of care. Here, new textual morphologies emerge where creation or authorship is ascribed to the spaces in between. The work becomes not just each textual node, but more importantly, the multi-directional layers and threads expanding out, assembling each node to the next. The textual weaving in the in-between becomes a space for those who exist in the in-between to be held. Here, this is care. Here, this is post-mother. Images of maternal perfection, that is, the mother image, are central to this research project. The image of the perfect, pure mother is an enduring, Western, white object that reifies heteronormative, able, neuronormative, classist, and racist systems of care. In this global Trumpian reality, we will find ourselves in the mother image as cultural artifact and system weapon is having a renaissance. Within this research, I have defined the mother image as a tool used to reinscribe gendered maternal sublimation. She is a ubiquitous cultural textual product. She is the restrictive, oppressive, perfect, white, Western, affluent, able-bodied, neurotypical, heteronormative, cisgendered woman with a capital F, the perfect mother, the trad wife. Contemporary representations of this archetype are abundant and bound within the performance of gender. To be mother is the perfect expression of dominant conceptions of femininity. The essential objective of my research project is to neuroqueer the mother image, to deconstruct her, to crip her, to glitch her, to reimagine her. In neuroqueering the mother image, other and the term post-mother emerged. The parenthetical delineation of other is to hold central the notion of others, the queers, the misfits, the crips, the failures, the glitches, who mother, and of the others and mothers who continue to need mothering and care. Post-mother within the lineage of the post-human is to ask us to imagine what new maternal articulations could emerge if we create past the edges of the perfect mother image. It is after mother. The mother image is a textual object that reproduces hyperreality. She is a hyperreal image of mother. It is a gender essentialist rhetorical device deployed to police, other, and harm those who will not, do not, or cannot replicate its construction. One example of this is the ways many autistic people face increased social work interventions during their maternity and early childhood births because their natural maternal expressions may not replicate the mother image. With the recent rise of the alt-right, the cult of motherhood and the rhetoric of the mother image is increasingly being forcibly projected. I am quoting here US-based social media researcher Harman from 2025, who studies the trad wife trend on social media and who has tracked a rise of this gender essentialist forceful rhetoric between 2023 and 2025. The image of the perfect, pure, virtuous mother does not represent any true or real thing. It is a simulation that references itself. This is perfectly illustrated in the trad wife trend, where content creators mimic or simulate an image of the perfect mother through aesthetic and rhetorical performance, often based on film and TV representations of mothers. It is through this simulation that reality collapses, where the simulation re-performs itself. But, and also at this site where truth is slippery, where the edges of the real and simulation have collapsed, there lies an opportunity for transmogrification, for playful deconstruction, generative speculation, and queer reimaginings. A multitude of maternal articulations and assemblages have always and continue to exist. Live, work, pose, house, mother is just one of a million trillion examples of maternal lived experience and iconic pop cultural texts that exist outside and alongside that queer, disrupt, and deconstruct the mother image. The mother image is a cultural text that is written and rewritten, that is coded and encoded by our overculture. In attempting to neuroqueer her, I intuitively began with text. I am the bio-mother of 2 now adult children. In the first year of my PhD, I came home from an appointment with my young adult child, us having been through some challenging experiences. I shut myself in my study, and 20 years of repressed emotions around my maternal experience streamed onto my page. Having spent time with queer and feminist manifestory texts in my early PhD research, this stream of consciousness text emerged too as manifesto. The first iteration of the Postmother Manifesto was born. This work has become my core research artifact. The text was birthed through neuroqueer gestures of association and assemblage, connecting to past and present philosophical mothers. Inherent neuroqueer modes of creation deconstruct queer and cryptological sequential associations and links. A method of neuroqueer textual assemblage was developed through this research by leaning into the neuroqueer interaction of association with a focus on object-other non-human entanglements. This method has nurtured fertile ground for unfamiliar, new artifact morphology to emerge, where seemingly disparate points of data or text are collaged together, transversely, post-humanly, birthing new hyper-intertextual forms. These textual assemblages, after philosophers Deleuze and Guattari, reject unity and embrace multiplicity, and offer divergent textual forms where the texts and their associations are the work, where the in-between is as vital to the work's form as each textual node. It is here, in this in-between, that my post-maternal assemblages emerged. There are others too, disrupting traditional logical or humanist thinking and writing. These are my philosophical mothers, with footnotes, reference, and the bringing together of intertextual connections through the lens of cyberfeminist, queer, and anti-colonial practices. Mindy Su, American-based academic and writer, and the editor and creator of the Cyberfeminism Index, discusses the concept of multidimensional citation as an act of cyberfeminist interaction. Su frames the action of building associations between disparate texts as a form of authorship, working with the footnote as an anti-colonial, queer, glitch feminist act. Legacy Russell, an American-based curator and writer, authored Glitch Feminism in 2020, which is also an assemblage of footnotes and cultural reference. In the case of both the Cyberfeminist Index and Glitch Feminism, hierarchy and sequence is disrupted or glitched. Both create new textual forms with a multitude of exit and entry points. Each are hyper and intertextual assemblages where authorship is ascribed to the spaces in between and new births occur. The queer feminist hypertext work Patchwork Girl, created in 1995 by Shelley Jackson, originally published on a floppy disk, is another maternal textual assemblage work that sits within this community, albeit tangentially. As a narrative rather than a manifesto, Patchwork Girl is written in story space, which is a node-based digital map connecting and holding points of information. My own Postmother Manifesto stitches threads between the index, reference, story, and image as an offspring text to these queer feminist textual assemblages. In neuroqueering the mother image, I am imagining her not as a single, perfect, discrete person who must bear it all, be it all, but a multiplicity, a textual entity, an assembled chimera, a mother cyborg. My research offering is the Postmother Manifesto. This manifesto is a rhizomic hypertext work. Oh, I've just lost my place. A breathing, unfolding textual assemblage. It is both text and textiles. Here we recode and are held. This assemblage is a manifestory call to birth neuroqueer speculative extensions of maternal labour and mothering for future worlds, cyborg mothers. This is a playful call for the cripping, hacking, glitching, neuroqueering, co-opting and reimagining of hardware and software, and in turn the worlds they build. This is a call for soft maternal power, for a recoding, social and technological, and a returning. The first iteration of this work imagined a series of interconnected virtual wombs with text suspended within them. Textile and botanical sculptures were planted in these worlds in a WebXR platform as an attempt to speculate with technology in ways that are soft and nurturing and consider our non-human kin. These digital wombs were spaces to be held within, to grow, to gestate, to mother the mothers with a textual offering. The current iteration, still a work in progress, is a sprawling hypertext work, an assemblage of text, textiles, digital and textual artworks, and playful cultural references. It pays homage to cyberfeminists and hypertext mothers using a web-based textual link similar to 90s hypertext platforms. It's not yet finished. I have 2 to 3 months left of my PhD, so I am in full stress panic mode getting it all completed. So check back in about 3 months and hopefully it should be done if all my hair hasn't fallen out. The approach of this textual assemblage is to stitch together, to juxtapose various historical, theoretical, and declarative creative textual nodes, authoring an entangled post-maternal entity, a textual chimera. Here this text references, connects and pays homage to xeno and cyberfeminist siblings and mothers as a series of unfolding declarations, footnotes and references and creative artifacts, planting seeds in the spaces in between each node. This text births a call for 1 million micro gestures of care and reimagining of mother. With the intention to move beyond imaginings and to create material change, the manifesto contains a series of actions guided by the declarations outlined earlier in the text. Each action opens space for individuated interpretation and methods, inviting you to act, to intervene, to recode, world build, and to co-opt, compost, or to hack the text itself. The final declaration of the text calls for hope and speculation. Its corresponding action asks each of us to birth new hopeful maternal articulations. My final speculation is to imagine mother not as a single gendered perfect woman who bears it all, but to imagine mother as a multiplicity, to imagine labour as truly distributed. Mother is an entangled entity, an assemblage. Maybe future wombs are red-coded spaces for us to be held for and by the mothers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angelique. That was wonderful. I'm excited for a discussion. We will postpone it to the end of our session and therefore move on to our third presentation. I just want to very briefly say by way of an introduction that Serena is doing PhD work at Christ College, Cambridge in the history of art. She holds MA from St. Andrews and MPhil in art and architecture from Cambridge. And today she will talk to us about oranges as perinatal talismans in the Florentine Descoda Parto. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. And you can see my screen. Okay, fantastic. So thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I'm delighted to be talking to you today about oranges as perinatal talismans. This talk will bring you into something quite different from what we've heard in this session so far, the Florentine birthing sphere of the Renaissance, and the commissioning of art specifically for childbirth and infancy. So the maternal imagination is a term that's central to this talk. It denotes the belief that the visual experiences of an expectant mother could help shape the health and moral attributes of her child. This belief was not limited to Florence, but prominent in many European countries in this era. For example, Martin Luther preached that if a woman was scared by a mouse during her pregnancy, she'd give birth to one. This paper explores this concept in relation to oranges painted onto deschi di parto, which were trays commissioned for the birth of the child. Oranges do not just appear remarkably frequently, but represent one of the foundational categories of pharmaceutical knowledge, as originated from antiquity, plants. Deschi are an ideal object type to explore this sympathetic magic in relation to women and the female gaze. I will first discuss the history of oranges in relation to pregnancy, and then look at some visual examples. So before proceeding further, it's necessary to define the chronology, function, and viewership of deschi, which are critical to its medicinal capabilities. You can see some examples of deschi on the screen. The left represents the Garden of Love, the middle the Triumph of Chastity, and the right the Triumph of Venus. All scenes here include oranges. Produced exclusively between 1370 and 1526, these two-sided, often polygonal birthing trays were commissioned before childbirth and hung in clear sight of the expectant mother on a wall. Following the birth, they were used to present gifts, refreshments, and medicines to the new mother. In this image, you can see an attendant bringing the mother food on a desko, covered with a red cloth. These were mutable utilitarian objects, whose frames doubled as handles. Thus, many are badly damaged, meaning their patrons cannot be identified, and an estimated 20% survive today. Their placement within her direct eye line and subsequent tactility encouraged frequent interaction and iterative viewership from the mother, which probed the maternal imagination with curated iconography towards a specific purpose, to ensure the health of both mother and child. After the period of the new mother's confinement, they were displayed on the birthing chamber's walls as tokens of maternal achievement. A picture hook is attached to the top of this example, showing how it would have been hung on a wall. So while commissioned and executed by men, deschi functioned within a female-dominated sphere. Their iconography refers to obstetric discourses understood by both the male artists who depicted them and the women who viewed them. Wealthier families commissioned specific scenes with equally curated iconography, yet deschi were normally generic, centering around a handful of biblical and classical allegorical scenes on their fronts, and infants or games on their backs. The restriction of subject matter demonstrates their intentional design, offering what is depicted great significance. In the Renaissance, citrus fruits had medical functions. When depicted on paintings designed to promote health, they therefore assume medicinal meaning. While painted representations of plants are established as suggestive of fertility within the history of art, the ubiquitous inclusion of citrus and deschi, more common than in any other categories of Florentine painting, indicates their particular significance to childbirth and its rituals. Orange-bearing deschi likely aimed to restore the new mother's fertility, allowing her to produce further children. As you may imagine, oranges were costly in the Renaissance, and deschi were widely produced and ranged greatly in price. They were also traded second-hand, allowing all classes access to them. Research has shown that they were employed by all classes. So via the maternal imagination, therefore, it is possible that all classes therefore had the medicinal capabilities of oranges for their births through the deschi rather than the oranges themselves. So the example on the screen now is representative of an allegorical genre where oranges appear frequently, the Triumph of Love. Over half of the surviving examples of the scene in deschi are framed with a grove of citrus trees. Centered around the theme of love, the Triumph of Venus, attributed to the master of Charles of Durazzo, depicts a winged, levitating Venus enclosed by a golden mandorla. Rays of light emerging from her genitals fall directly onto the faces of 6 worshippers, heroic male lovers from biblical, classical, and vernacular literature. These worshippers are identified by inscriptions on their clothing as Achilles, Tristan, Lancelot, Samson, Paris, and Troilus. They genuflect to Venus, referencing the Ovidian notion of servitium amoris, enslavement to love, opening their palms and directing their gazes to receive her light in humility and reverence. This unifies Christian and Jew, Trojan and Greek under the banner of love. To cement the theme, 2 Erotes, winged gods, surround Venus, casting arrows into the men. Surrounding the scene is a variety of flowering flora and fauna, symbolizing Venus's fertility, which relates the scene to its talismanic function within childbirth. This picture includes at least 3 orange trees, the only definitively identifiable plants in the work, which mirror the Erotes and Venus individually. This implies that the oranges are a talisman of fertility, which both supports the narrative and incites the viewer's magico-medicinal maternal imagination. Orange's association with love and marriage originates in the ancient world. Hyginus's Astronomica recalls Gaia's wedding present of golden fruit to Hera and Zeus. This golden fruit was so greatly valued that Hera employed nymphs to guard their tree in an eastern garden, the Garden of Hesperides. By protecting the tree, the mother of the fruit, its offspring was protected. This golden eastern fruit is commonly accepted to have been oranges. Botticelli's Primavera, an artwork you may be acquainted with on the screen, has been argued to depict Hesperides. This work was made as a spalliera, which is a wainscoting panel specifically made to be displayed in a marital chamber. Notice the canopy of oranges and the left-hand figures on the scene, Mercury and the Three Graces here, reaching for the oranges. Trees in general are mythologically connected with motherhood. Ovid's Metamorphoses recalls the myth of Mera, who, having tricked her father into impregnating her, is turned 9 months pregnant into a myrrh tree. Within this tale, Ovid additionally links trees with medicine, affording myrrh's sap, made from her tears, unspecified medicinal qualities. The myth later reveals the fate of Mera and her son Adonis, who later becomes Venus's lover. Lucina, the goddess of childbirth, extracts Adonis from Mera's wooden body. You can see Titian's representation of this on the screen. When Adonis was later killed, Venus transformed him into a flower, granting him immortality. Revisited during the Italian Renaissance, Giovanni Pontormo adapted Ovid's original to transform Adonis instead into a citrus tree. The most comprehensive Italian extant botanical study of citrus fruits, Hesperides, is by the 17th century horticulturalist Giovanni Battista Ferrari. This 4-book treatise comprehensively catalogues citriculture and citrus's socio-cultural position, its very name referencing the classical oranges of the golden fruit as oranges. Despite its later date to the desky that we're looking at, its content remains relevant, highlighting the continuation of pre-existing belief systems. Ferrari uses oranges as a metaphor for pregnancy, stating that some citrus fruits are themselves pregnant. Their segments were thought of as unborn oranges. For instance, he describes the appearance of the citrated lemon using the terminology of the female body. Its shape is sometimes even a breast with a nipple at the tip, and stating that it is round because of other unborn fruit, making its uterus pregnant. Ferrari's text provides a direct link between citrus fruits, the female body, and perinatality. Citrus fruits were, themselves, from antiquity to at least the time of Ferrari's treatise, maternal plants. Within this framework, their inclusion in the rituals of the Florentine birthing sphere and the sympathetic magic surrounding parturition is unsurprising. For Ferrari, citrus mirrors both the pregnant and the new mother. He likens the suckling of citrus juice to suckling on breast milk. It helps the child to grow, the mother to be replenished, and acts as a medicine. The image on the screen shows a mother and child tended to in bed with various perinatal and plague medicines, such as a chicken in the foreground and an orange placed within the niche on the back wall. Florence's demographic crisis following the bubonic plague is intimately related to citrus's prominence. Drawing on the existing foundations of knowledge, in the 1470s and 80s, Matthias Silviaticus and Marsilio Ficino stated that the juice of oranges and other citrus fruits, when ingested and smelt, were effective against the plague, the former noting their oils that use as a vermifuge for children. The coincidence that deschi functioned to regenerate the Florentine population, thus flourished during the era surrounding the plague, and that oranges depicted upon them frequently were themselves talismans against the plague, is too great to overlook. The position of oranges in deschi should be appreciated as a talismanic reference to both the prophylactic medicine that sought to repel the plague and regenerate the population within a pronatalist society, and to the maternal body. A 1428 desco by Bartolomeo di Frosino is a notably clear example of orange's talismanic symbolism. This depicts the birth of St. John the Baptist on its front, which you can see on the right there, which is a suitable subject to mediate sacred and profane iconography and provide an excellent role model for the child. The back, on the left here, depicts a young naked boy under a canopy of oranges. Citrus fruits have been shown as intimately connected with the perinatal period, yet this desco draws the link between the confinement scene in its front and orange's talismanic function within it. Framing the back are the written words, "May God give health to every woman who gives birth and to her father. May the child be born without fatigue or danger." These words offer it an additional talismanic layer. Brevi, which are words or phrases written, read, and recited as talismans to protect the mother during the perinatal period, are not commonly inscribed on deschi, yet are known to have played a significant role in the material culture of the birthing sphere. They reflect a tradition where short phrases, often prayers, were written on paper to be held by the mother before and during the birth, and she would recite them. The phrase acts as a charm, manifesting in this case the mother and child's health. It denotes this as the function of the image. The child is a puto pisatore. He urinates silver and gold, an augury of fertility and good fortune, and holds a pinwheel in his left hand, a hobby horse in his right, while wearing a coral charm around his neck, which is also a talisman used during the perinatal period to protect children. The very presence of a healthy child on a desco was designed to inspire the maternal imagination to produce a child such as he. The child sits among an orange grove that encircles him. Linked with the Virgin, this hortus conclusivus, an enclosed garden, evokes purity, paradise, beauty, contemplation, and seclusion, all applicable motifs for the expectant mother in her confinement. The oranges themselves are afforded great prominence in their size and colour. Here, however, they're almost golden, perhaps reflective of the golden fruit and their mythological origins. So, to conclude, citrus fruits acted as medicinal talismans in deschi de parto. Gazing upon their painted representations both reflected the real-life citrus in the natal chamber and inspired the maternal imagination to mimic their protective powers. The consumption of citrus fruits was construed to prevent contraction of the bubonic plague, They're especially potent for women and children and linked materially and conceptually with the maternal body. The specificity of Desky's iconography, and therefore their frequent depiction of citrus, opens a new window into the medicinal talismans and cultural customs of the Florentine Renaissance birthing sphere. Thank you so much for listening, and for the Society for hosting this fascinating conference. I really enjoyed listening to everybody's talks, and I look forward to receiving any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Serena. So this brings us to a close of our presentations, and we have ample time for discussion. I will attempt to highlight all the presenters. Yes, so I open the floor to any questions you might have, commentary, and I'm excited for a conversation. Okay, I will start with how I was so struck by how in all of the talks I felt like the political dimension really came out. So it was a really critical and political panel in my ears, and I think I was very let's say happily surprised by that. And I think that I can see so many connections between the different talks. That it's very fascinating. Just to remark on that I, in some sense, I hadn't expected that, but I was very struck by that. So in Virginia's talk, for example, you talked about the battleground of knowledge and, in some sense, control, and I think that to me that linked it really to Serena's talk also, where it was this talismanic intention of also controlling the outcome in some sense. So maybe you, and then of course I saw the inner lying talks connected in their focus on artworks and aesthetics. So I saw these links between the talks. Maybe you want to comment on that or have questions for each other while the audience is still gathering their questions.
I have a question. Serena, oranges, that was really unexpected for me. I'm kind of wowed by that. In your research, have you found other kind of fruits or objects or flowers that operate in a similar way, or is it oranges that do help the deed, aid the sort of pregnancy process? Is it just oranges?
I think from what I've seen, so I really am the kind of first person to be looking at these in relation to the Florentine birthing sphere, and so yeah, I've noticed that oranges do appear the most frequently on Desky de Parto, which themselves are such interesting objects, obviously, because they are intimately connected to the outcome of the birth and the safe delivery. But in terms of other fruits, not in the context of childbirth so far, you do often see in images of the Madonna and Child other fruits like plums, but a lot of them have different symbolisms. For instance, a pomegranate represents the Passion of Christ. So I think a lot of the symbolism of fruits have been read in a religious way so far, and perhaps if we are able to link it to more contemporary discourse, that we might uncover more kind of medicinal capabilities within them. And there are other talismans like the coral that I mentioned very briefly, which is something that I've also been looking at. And also painted dogs, which I know is a bit of a wild one. But so dogs were believed to be able to heal wounds, specifically wounds related to blood. And so they're often depicted in birthing scenes in the Florentine Renaissance. I hope that answers your question.
It's just wild. I find it fascinating. I find it amazing that certain things take hold, that thank you. That was really intriguing.
No, thank you.
Okay, so more questions, very particular, very broad, whatever comes to your mind. Everybody, Sarah, go ahead.
Thank you all so much. That was really fascinating to listen to. I really, really enjoyed every one of your presentations. Something that I was, and I suppose this isn't perhaps a question so much as a comment, but something that I was thinking about in many of your talks was the role of language and the sort of discursive naming of things. And the way we sort of use language and discursive thought to, you know, distinguish ourselves as this is me, this is a table, self and other, and how that sort of creates these barriers and kind of conceals the in-between. I think that it's really interesting to hear how the visual can sometimes, and I think that was specifically in Virginia Marano's talk, was how the visual can sometimes, and how the senses can sometimes conform to that kind of discursive mind, and how sometimes the visual and the senses can really function to break through that and to reveal these intricacies in between these spaces and in between the naming and the construction of our world through thought and through language. So yeah, I guess that was just something I wanted to comment, and I don't know if anyone wants to say anything to that regarding the role of language and discursive thought, but I think it was implicit in all of your talks. So thank you very much.
I think I'd like to respond to Sarah. Thank you for the comment, because language is something that I'm really interested in a broader sense, also in my own research, as I work at the intersections of disability theories and art histories and histories of technology. And for instance, disability theory is a very emerging field. And all the scholarship is Anglophone scholarship. So it really changes when I talk about other geographical, social, and cultural contexts. And I reflect a lot on the impact that language has when we really talk about senses or accessibility in a broader way. And while I was listening to your comment, I was thinking there is this text by Kelly Fritsch where they talk about access, and they really go into the etymology of access, because access comes from Latin accessus, like approach and opening, but also the Old French accès, that means an attack of an illness. So how actually in one word we can really find the contradiction and the controversy. And so this is really, I think, very important. And that's what I was also trying to really imply in how we approach touch and intimacy as well. That can be something very empathetic, but also can imply a form of violence.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'd like to, if I may, follow up with a question for Angelique. So I really thought it was so important how you described how the mother image has become a weapon, and it's been in this way then taken away from other communities and in some sense from all of us. And you said that then you want to reconstruct it, and that the central notion is the other. And I was though wondering whether or how you can conceptualize this other, and how you can avoid that this is a point of view that is just the other side of the dominant usurpation, right? So how is the positive construction? Maybe you can say something about that also in light of this textual assemblage that you are working on.
Sure. Within the text itself, it's currently, there's lots of kind of theoretical premises in there. And one of the main theoretical frameworks that I am taking up is post-structuralist and queer. So post-structuralist is not an oppositional politic, it is one of refusal. It is one of stepping to the side. Within resistance, there will always be a fight to resist. There has to be something to fight against. So postmother is not a resistance. It's not a fight. All that does is set up that same binary. The kind of core premise or core thesis of Post-Mother is a refusal and a stepping aside and going and just making a hopeful kind of speculative futurist world just outside of, not even considering, just a refusal. So that's kind of was my attempt at not reifying that binary fight between the one and the other. Does that answer the question? I think so.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. Maybe Mimi and Vic would like to speak to this point, because I think you actually de facto discussed methods or ways in which these artists are doing the reconstructing.
I think there are
Vic, do you
two.
want to go?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted also to bounce back on this idea of the senses and this idea of touch. That's something that really struck me when I listened to your talk, Virginia. And also, I really enjoyed this panel. I really enjoyed hearing about your research. It was absolutely intriguing and fascinating. But this whole idea, when you show these, these medical drawings and even the models, this idea of touch. And then I'm thinking about Boiron, for instance, and the sense, the sense of touch, the haptic that she's trying to create, in her images. It's really something that has to do with the pregnant body or the maternal body, where it's this fragility, but at the same time there's a certain strength that is really hard. There's something really hard to compromise between that, and that goes back to Angélique's research with this idea of the mother as the weapon, the post-mother. Can we reimagine the image of the mother as something that is associated with strength and power, rather than, what maybe society is, I don't know, doing in different ways through social media. I mean, this is a slippery slope if we start talking about that, but that's something that really struck me. And then to link back to Serena's talk, this idea of like symbols and of course the oranges, but we're thinking about the placenta, for instance, or just how objects like a sack or a shredded raincoat, will signify things that are beyond what they just appear. And so that's how I saw all the connections between our talks, and I found that really, really fascinating.
And all of that comes back really nicely to the first comment about text, or about this discursive connection between each of these, that underpinning everything that we're all talking about is a textual or a cultural text, and how we are coding or recoding from the oranges, which was so fabulous, and I had never come across that, all the way through to my own little virtual worlds, and all that thread all the way through all of our talks was text, was the social and the same with the disability lens that both myself and Victoria are coming from, is how are we writing this story? How are we rewriting, or how are we textually framing each of these potential maternal experiences?
Making it a little bit more complex from what society is seeing nowadays, and yeah.
This links in an interesting way to our first panel, where it was about the loss of complexity in the presentation of pregnancy and childbirth. Very interesting. But there are two more questions here. One is from Anneliese. Anneliese, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was just wanting to say that it's so nice to think about the haptic and the touch in regard to also as like a strategy to go against ideal of mothering and the motherhood. And I was thinking during your lecture, Virginia, I don't know if you know this text from Lauren Ballant, the Fat, the Fetus, and the Something, where she talks about ultrasound images of the fetus and how they actually were like taken up by pro-life protests to have like images of the baby, of the human that you then kill, and to kind of personify the fetus. I was just thinking about that reference to include.
Thank you, Anneliese.
Okay, the next question goes to Antonina.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful panel. This was super interesting. And I'm mostly interested in photography, so I was really taken by Lucille Boiron's work, and that reference to Boisfart's bush was really something that I hadn't seen before. So I really loved that. And so my question is specifically to Vic and Mimi, if I'm correct. I was wondering if, while working on this topic, because you did reference Roland Barthes, so I'm thinking did you find anything specific in photography as a medium that would really serve or be useful in terms of visualizing pregnancy, or just like gestational aesthetics in general? Do you see that photography as a medium has some sort of a set of special qualities that really work well for that? Or maybe not.
This is an excellent question. Mimi, do you want to? Mimi is also an artist, a photographer, and
cool.
She works with photography. So I'm going to let you.
That's such a fabulous question, and I actually think it's something that we need to look into a little bit more. I mean, there is a broader kind of complexity with photography in that, we all know that it's both a sort of truth and an untruth, and a revealing and a concealing. And, there's also this complexity with photography where it's always of something that has been, the spectre of what has been hangs over photography. And I guess, the transformative quality of pregnancy is, I don't know, it really does so emphasize, the brevity of life, the preciousness of life, so there are these quite poetic elements of pregnancy, which I guess link to photography. But as far as specific photographic theories, no, I think that's a really good observation. Maybe there is out there, but it's something that I think we need to look into a lot more. One thing I do think, though, is we are living in this world where photography increasingly is something that women use as part of defining their own identity, the rise of selfie culture, etc. And on one hand, there's great criticism of that. Yeah, there is problems around it, but at the same time, I think there's something really to be said for the practice that women go through of this intimate reflection of themselves back through the mediated gaze, the constructed gaze of themselves through what others think of them via the selfie. I think photography plays a very important role in how we understand ourselves. And I guess for that transformative period of being pregnant, I think, a lot of women photograph themselves. They document themselves going through that process. That is actually something that they can have control and agent. I think Vic and I should look into a lot more. We've certainly enjoyed starting this process, and it's not necessarily something that we have found to be for there to be a lot of research on, but I think it's really changing. There's been a big exhibition here in Australia about pregnancy. We know that there is a turn to this.
Mimi, you disappeared for a second, but
yeah, the very last one.
That's me done.
But it's true. It's a very good question. Thank you, Antonia. And because it's true that when you think about the medium of photography, to bounce back to what you were saying, Mimi, it's often in terms of like documenting. I'm thinking even of like, this very seminal work called, by Mary Kelly. And that's, it's very about, I mean, I think it's called documents, isn't it? Or
postpartum.
Yeah, exactly. So often photography would be seen in that sort of angle, but and I think this is why we really think that what Boiron and Todd do is very different, because it's really deeply diving into the subjective more than simply documenting, and hence with the surrealist methods, that's this combination, photography and surrealism, that allows this kind of deeper exploration of subjectivity, the maternal subjectivity in a sense.
Yeah, I think photography gives great permission to you can create something which is either very dry and didactic, or you really can go down this path of the absolute fantastical and really pushing that. Yvonne Todd recently has been sharing her diagnosis of ADHD and this particular fastidiousness that comes with it. And I think that again, this idea of mediating through photography, also a kind of almost therapeutic approach to one's body. I know that you know, I guess like Mary Kelly, it is an intimate medium to really, really process one's individual sense of self and one's relationship to one's body. So, and it can be done in a very dry way or in an incredibly creative way that pushes back and makes strange and questions dominant kind of representations, which Angelique was pointing to as well.
Can I ask a question on that to Mimi and Victoria? I was wondering whether, as like a methodology for your research, you also interview the artists, or how do you engage with them because of that subjective, which is so present? And I was just curious to know how you engage, and if you found any challenge in that.
Mimi, do you want me to? Okay. So when we started working on this project, we relied mainly on the works themselves and everything we could find on, interviews that had already existed. And we needed more answers, especially with the placentas. The placentas really sparked a lot of conversation. And so we reached out to them and with very specific questions. And so we are still in conversation with them because there are more questions popping up. And I think this is, Mimi will reinforce this point, but as you say, Virginia, it's really subjective, and it's also their voice that we want to bring forward in our research, and yeah. So that's core of the methodology. These interviews are really key. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think we are at the end of our time already, but I'm sure there's so many synergies and connections already that I think the conversation will continue even after our session. We are now on a 15-minute break, and then we will go meet again. Again, I will just leave the meeting open, and you can leave, and then we just simply return, and then we will meet again in 15 minutes for our 5th session. Thank you again to all the speakers for the wonderful presentations, and yeah, see you. Yeah, welcome back to our 5th session of our symposium on day 2. I'm happy to introduce the next session also as a moderator. The title of this session is Literal and Textual Analysis in the Aesthetics of Pregnancy and Birth. We have 4 presenters in this session: Lucy Nizar of University of Geneva, Andrea-Bianka Snorowski, University of Jena, Torben Hanhart, University of Bern, and Katharina Pan, Paris-Lodron, Universität Salzburg. As before, each of the presentations has about 20 minutes time. And as before, I will briefly introduce the person presenting right before their talk, and then we collect our questions for and save them for the end, where we discuss all the presentations together. So welcome. The first presentation will be by Lucy Nizar of the University of Geneva. The title of the talk today is Their Eyes Met, First Encounter in the Newborn as a Revisiting of the Coup de Foudre. Lucy is agrégierter ENS in Lyon, and she is an assistant professor for 19th century French literature at the University of Genf. She published Les Voiles du Désir Féminin, 1857 to 1914 in 2024. And now she is working on the poetics of pregnancy in realist novels. Welcome to our panel, and thank you very much for presenting. And I will give a brief introduction. Andrea-Bianka is at the University of Lleida. She is the Ramon y Cajal Research Fellow there, and her interests center around the cult of cross-dressing saints and Marian devotion. And in her current project, she's pioneering a study on an overlooked corpus of Marian visual representations, that is, Marian pregnancy depictions in large area, the Iberian Peninsula, the Americas, the Philippines, during the Middle Ages and the early modern period. But today, she will talk to us about the many colors of Marian pregnancy in the Iberian Peninsula during the Middle Ages, space, materials, and devotion. Thank you so much for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. I would like to apologize. My understanding was that it should be a shorter presentation, so I focused around 50 minutes, but perhaps that's fine. Again, as you have highlighted, the research I'm carrying out is quite broad, so I decided to narrow it down even more to focus on a case study on San Salvador Cathedral of Zamora. But before that, I will provide a general perspective on the entire material I'm dealing with, and as you can observe, the colors that we are talking about in that case, blue, and can you hear me? Yeah, okay. And therefore, I decided to focus on white, which is it's the only case that I have so far for the entire geographic area that I'm dealing with. So this presentation is a part of a study I'm carrying out on an overlooked corpus of Marian visual representations, more precisely Marian pregnancy depictions, relevant for the social, religious, and cultural milieus of the Iberian Peninsula, Americas, and the Philippines. I have grouped the material into several categories. Movable statues with transparent glass in the womb area, showing Christ child or Marian relics that are the clothes of the Virgin Mary, or paintings of the Annunciation with Christ child. You have here Christ child just landing. Other holy pregnancies, more precisely the transfer of Marian pregnancy attributes to other female saints, such as Saint Anne, and we can see here a pregnant Saint Anne with a Virgin Mary. And we have other types of movable statues of the Annunciation, or iconographic developments such as Marian pregnancy joined to representations of saints such as Saints Bernard and Ildefonsus of Toledo. We notice that the Virgin wears mainly blue. Blue, particularly deep blue of the lapis lazuli, was associated with the Virgin Mary and heavens, representing her divine status and connection to the celestial realm, symbolizing piety, humility, or purity. The representation of the Virgin in blue robe, as said, was aided by the import of lapis lazuli from Afghanistan. It was an expensive pigment, worth more than gold, and by the 13th century rivaled red as the sought-after color for European royals and aristocrats. As said, I rather focus on a rare case where she wears white and she's connected to a funerary context, namely in the context of the Cathedral of San Salvador, that is a 12th century Romanesque church in Zamora, Castilla and Leon. Relevant for our study is one of his chapels, namely the Chapel of Saint Bernard. This chapel, located in the western section of the South Aisle, was commissioned in the second half of the 14th century by Bishop Alfonso Fernández de Valencia, with the express wish of dedicating it as a private pantheon, a private funerary place. In 1421, the cathedral chapter granted patronage of the chapel to Juan de Valencia, councilman of Zamora. Finally, during the last years of the 16th century or the first years of the 17th century, Francisco de Valencia, bailiff of Lora and commander of the Order of St. John, ordered it to be rebuilt and the sacristy constructed next to it. We have here, this is the chapel, and the portal is framed by balustraded columns on pedestals supporting an entablature containing the following inscription: rebuilt by Francisco de Valencia, bailiff de Lora. Above it, in the central area, is a shell-shaped niche housing a 14th century stone sculpture depicting or showing the Virgin Mary seated, offering a chasuble to Saint Ildefonsus here on the left, and nursing Saint Bernard here on the right. And this is the main subject of our talk. In the Gothic archway of the eastern wall, I'm talking now about the interior of this space. So in the Gothic archway of the eastern wall are preserved the coat of arms and the epitaph of Bishop Alfonso de Valencia. The altarpiece was made shortly before 1606, the date on which it was commissioned by Francisco de Valencia and polychromed and gilded by Pedro de Quiros. The central section houses a pedestal with relief of the presentation of the Virgin, the Assumption, and the Visitation, and figures of child Atlantis in the corners. It is a documented work by the sculptor Juan Ruiz de Zumeta, to whom the entire altarpiece is attributed. On it rests the group of the Lactation of Saint Bernard, carved by the Zamoran sculptor José Cifuentes and gilded by Tirso Citrama around 1755. The side panels contain the reliefs of Saint John the Baptist and Saint Catherine of Alexandria and on the left, and the stigmatization of Saint Francis of Assisi and Saint Lawrence on the right. So what I'm emphasizing here, that we have a very strong Mariological theme, although in an altarpiece that is much later added to the funerary chapel. As said, Mary is shown providing Saint Ildefonsus of Toledo with a chasuble and nursing Saint Bernard. This statue, basically, this representation merges two which shown separately are not new. One is that of Saint Ildefonsus, often represented receiving a chasuble from the Virgin Mary, and that of Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, nourished by the Virgin. But what is new here is the merging of these two saints, male saints, and above all, in the context of a pregnant Virgin Mary wearing white. The legend of Ildefonsus, Archbishop of Toledo, shows a 7th century miracle. When he entered the basilica to honor the Virgin Mary, he found the altar glowing with celestial light and the Virgin Mary sitting on his episcopal throne. She presented him with a chasuble as a reward for his passionate defense of her perpetual virginity. According to the legend, Ildefonsus entered the basilica on the 18th of December to honor Saint Leocadia. Instead of an empty space, he beheld a choir of angels and the Virgin Mary sitting upon the bishop's seat. As a side note, the 18th of December was also the date when the Annunciation was celebrated in the Iberian Peninsula. While the miracle on Saint Bernard, and we have it here on the right, shows and tells how on one occasion when Saint Bernard was speaking the words, "Show that you are a mother, mostrate esse matrem," from the prayer Ave Maria Stella, the Virgin appeared before him and milk flowed from her breast, either into his eyes or his mouth, and either healing an ear disease. The Virgin proved her motherhood by taking hold of her bare breast and expressing milk onto Bernard, which streams either onto his eyes or his mouth. The lactatio legend of Saint Bernard of Clairvaux is shown often in two-dimensional representations. Sometimes the Virgin and child are pictured as a sculpture, as in our case, but with a major difference. If the representations generally show the Virgin with Christ child in her arms, and we have it here in this miniature, in our case, Mary is depicted pregnant. The literature on this subject notes that in certain late versions of the legend, the description of the miracle proceeds from the assumption that the milk issued from the sculpture was positioned, the milk issued from a sculpture, that the sculpture was positioned on an altar. Our sculpture's dimensions, let me come back here, match those of Saint Bernard, rendering the legend and the sculptural representations realistic hierophanies, that is, manifestations of the sacred. In the very church, there is another sculptural representation that shows the Virgin, a pregnant Virgin, Gabriel, and Gabriel in white robes. It is a representation of the Annunciation. These are 14th century Gothic figures of the Annunciation, and we also have a Pantocrator, or Christ in Majesty, and are documented as belonging to this chapel before being moved to the museum. Some scholars suggest that these monumental figures might have been originally intended for an exterior facade, as they are associated, but they are also, in others' opinion, associated with the interior of the San Bernardo Chapel. So to wrap it up, basically we have a double representation of pregnancy in the niche and in the Annunciation. And in both cases, these are connected to funerary context. The white is the result of worn polychromy over sandstone. The sandstone itself is a yellow, grayish, and white color stone, and in our case, it is polychromed and with lead white paint. It has been restored originally from the 14th century. The symbolism of white merges theology, social status, and material science, and it generally symbolizes purity, virginity, and wisdom. Yet in our case, we are in a funerary context, hence associations to death or mourning. White garments were worn during baptisms and other religious ceremonies to symbolize spiritual cleansing and new beginnings. It is also the color of the milk with which the Virgin is breastfeeding Saint Bernard, and also symbolizing wisdom and miraculous healing in his case. One could further tackle the symbolism of clothes, as we know that white was worn by Cistercians. But to wrap it up, Mary's pregnancy in this case emphasizes salvation and hope through a visible incarnation of Christ in a protuberant belly. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you so much, Andrea-Bianka, for this very fascinating and case study of your larger work that you presented to us. I'm sure we'll have enough time in the end to maybe hear some more of the of some of the other aspects. As we proceed now directly to the next speaker, and our next speaker is Torben Hanhardt.
That's
Hello,
me.
Torben. Welcome. Welcome to our panel. Torben is an academic assistant at the University of Bern and there a PhD candidate. He has studied art history and theater studies in Munich and Oxford and held various visiting research stipends and fellowships in other places. Right now, he's working in his doctoral thesis on 16th and 17th centuries artworks which envision God in maternal imagery. And he will present, I believe, from this work, a paper entitled Born of God, Pregnancy and Parturition in Early Modern Images of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Go ahead, Torben. Thank you for joining us.
That's exactly right. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I can only see my slides. I can't see myself. I can't see you, but do you see everything? Do you see a full screen of the slides?
Yeah, for us, everything appears
Perfect.
good.
So that's lovely. So I shall begin. And yeah, thank you so much for the kind introduction. I feel I should also begin with a little disclaimer, as it were, just to make clear, like this paper is not about another birth from Mary, so Mary giving a birth to Jesus. This is about birth being attributed to the persons of the Trinity, so Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. And just as you mentioned, this is part of my doctoral project, which I'm doing right now here in Bern, in which I also investigate images like breastfeeding Christ, or in fact, and this is why I was quite excited, Lucy, to hear of the brooding father earlier, evocations of God as a mother hen and more such things. But yeah, so I'm really looking forward to the debate later because I think there's a lot of synergies between our works. I will begin by saying that from written sources, we know that Christian thought assigns different births and pregnancies to God. There is, in fact, biblical precedence for such maternal inflections. For instance, in the book of the prophet Isaiah, God's care for humanity is compared to a mother having carried a child in her womb. Or in the Gospel of John, Jesus says that one will have to be reborn, and the Latin word in the Vulgata here is renatus, to enter the kingdom of God. Beyond these biblical texts, theologians have engaged with this tradition throughout the centuries, and so God's birth also appear in writing of the time that I study, which is the 16th and the 17th centuries. I show you here a rather brief example of what these invocations of the birthing God might look like. This is a little poem in a collection of German rhymes by the 17th century theologian Angelus Silesius. The poem is entitled The Deity is my mother, die Gottheit ist meine Mutter, and it reads as follows. I am born of God, there's no arguing about it, so don't you ask me who my mother is. Now, Silesius can attribute his birth to God with moderate ease, given that he does not have to specify how exactly this birth took place. For visual artists, however, to depict such a birth or its previous pregnancy comes with the task of ascribing these to the bodies of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, who, as you probably know, are commonly shown as two men and a dove. Despite this complexity, we can trace visualizations of a birthing God for all three persons of the Trinity. I would now like to give you a brief overview of this visual vocabulary before presenting some selected artworks in more detail. For the Father, this vocabulary is comprised of the shape of the mandala, which I will explain later, and depictions of babies in his lap. For the Son, we have typological pairings with the creation of Eve and an iconography called the Chimesis, and also this I will explain later. Finally, there are portrayals of baptism as birth of the Spirit, and there are even depictions of brooding of eggs. So this is, Lucy, why I was very excited to hear the brooding father earlier. These, of course, don't really qualify as birth because, you know, it's laying and brooding of eggs, but I wanted to show this anyway because I find them absolutely fascinating. Today, I will introduce this visual culture to you in 3 short chapters, and they shall focus on one person of the Trinity each. The first one about creations with and without gestation, and we will hear a little from by Sachs Fiat Lux here, because this will go into Genesis depictions. Then second, nativity in reverse, and third, the birth of water. What I hope this presentation can show you is that some of this visual vocabulary bears resemblance to the actual physical processes of giving birth, while in other instances, the relationship between imagery and physical act is established through the inclusion of text, as the depictions themselves bear no or very little resemblance to the literal renderings of parturition one might also imagine. So let's begin right there. Chapter 1 on the Father with creations with and without gestation. The first association that may come to mind when thinking of God the Father bringing forth new life may be the creation, as told in the biblical book of Genesis. And indeed, the first work of art I would like to show you is an illustration of this very text. What you see here is an Italian Bible from the late 15th century, and you see the very beginning of the book of the Genesis. So on the right-hand side, you have this column where the text is running, and on the left-hand side, in this section here, you have an initial of the letter I, in which you have 7 medallions, these round images, and these medallions are showing you 1 day of the creation each, which in the text is told as a succession of 7 days. Just to give you a little more clarity as to how this works. So the text itself is written to the right of the roundel. So I allowed myself to highlight this here because it's almost invisible. I go back and forth a little so you see this. So the images are the I, and then follows the text in principio creavit Deus Coelum et terram, sorry, which is, of course, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. And then the subsequent text is following in the column on the right-hand side. So I will continue. The medallions show God as a seated deity dressed in a robe under a heavy blue mantle. In the first creation medallion, which you see here, the cosmos takes shape as a disk in front of the belly of God. Patches of blue and red color demonstrate its initial chaos. God supports his creation with one hand while raising the other one in blessing. By the second day, light and darkness have been separated. Thus we can see on the disk the division of the firmament and the waters. On the third day, finally, we witness the division of land and sea. The creation now has the shape of the earth and shows a map with Europe, Asia, and Africa. Viewing the 3 images together, I think there are 2 observations to be made that link this imagery to pregnancy and birth. First, the growth of the creation. You can see how the creation grows over the first 2 days before on the third one, there is not enough space for it anymore in front of the creator's belly, and instead the earth rests between his legs. The second link is the choreography of the mantle, which you can see between these images. And here I would like to direct your attention to the third day of the creation on the very right. As you see, the blue mantle of God is here drawn to the side, such that we get a sense of witnessing his inside. I don't want to push this too far, but this depiction of the Father bringing forth the earth between his legs might even have reminded early modern viewers of the V-shaped birth stools in Renaissance Italy. And I show you here an example from early modern pediatrics. It's a birth manual from the mid-16th century. A sense that God brings forth the earth from his own symbolical body before detaching from it, is heightened if we take into consideration also the 7th day of the creation on which God rests. Here, the absence of the earth is almost palpable in the way God supports his hand on his thighs and in the way his arms frame the now empty space in front of his body. Indeed, if we view together all the 4 medallions I've showed you, the empty space between God's arms on his day of rest, so here is the image on the very right, could even be suggestive of his potential to create even more and to fill again the space in front of his belly. This impression is again supported by the positioning of God's mantle that frames the empty space and might remind some of you of the maternal womb. There exists, in fact, another painting that expressly suggests a likeness between God's creative power to the maternal womb, this time resembling the shape of a vulva. We see here the conception of the Virgin, Christ incarnating inside of her. And I would just try to flesh this out a little as to how it works. When I say inside of her, this is achieved by a very small detail of this depiction, which is the hands of the Virgin. So on her white robe, actually this reminds me also just of Andrea-Bianca's presentation right now. You see a mandorla, which is the Italian word for almond. And in art history, we use this to describe this kind of shape with the pointy edges that usually surrounds holy people in Christian art. And you see this mandorla here as signifying the Christ child incarnating in the Virgin, and that this is happening on the inside is achieved through the praying hands being on top as you can see, this mandala. And then the Virgin herself in this painting is enshrined in yet another mandala, which really expands the entire height of the painting, at the top of which you can see the head of God the Father with his hair flowing over the over the mandala's edges, and thereby giving the impression that we were actually kind of witnessing his body here. When you look at this painting, you see that there is through these two mandalas, the one on the inside of the other, there is a parallel being drawn between the Virgin being conceiving inside of the Father. And for this reason, the French art historian Clémence Legoux has recently, in a paper on this painting, argued that this mandala here functioned as a sort of matrix of God the Father. The mandala shape has actually been employed not only to demonstrate the conception of the Virgin in early modern art, but also depict her assumption into heaven after her death, as you can see on this wall painting from the Sacro Monte at Varallo in northern Italy, which shows the Virgin being crowned as Queen of Heaven by her son. With the Virgin's death and reception into heaven, we will now continue to the second chapter of my presentation, which is about the Son and a reversed nativity. So I've just showed you this image of Varallo of the Virgin being risen into heaven after her death. There is also other histories and traditions in depicting the death of the Virgin, and the one I show you here is the kimesis, which is the Greek word which we use because this originates in Byzantine art, and it means that the Virgin is falling asleep. So what you see is the Virgin on her deathbed. She is surrounded by the apostles who miraculously gather together for this moment. And usually, and in this painting here, you can see this on the left, there's also some angels accompanying this scene. And in the moment that the Virgin is falling asleep or dying, Christ is appearing at the very center of the image, and he's holding her soul. He receives her soul, as it were, that takes shape as a little child. This type of imagery has been analyzed in a very beautiful way by Yoli Calavresu, and this is why I will read a quote from her at length, and you can see this here on the slide. And I quote: "Although it is a scene of death with expressions of sorrow and lament very much present through the crowd of mourners, the reference to birth is made quite explicit through the representation of Mary's soul, which on leaving her body has taken the form of a newborn child. In the kimesis, birth, or rather rebirth, and death are brought together into one moment through the presence of the infant soul. Christ now holds her in his arms, reversing the relationship of mother to son. In visual terms, he is parenting her soul in ways parallel to images of her holding him. A visual language has thus been created, through which the love and human emotions between mother and son make the divine plan intelligible to mankind." End of quote. By the mankind that is now understanding what is happening, we can also see us as the viewers of this kind of images. And sorry. As you see in this quote, the association between the kimesis and birthing is based first on the presence of the child, as I have mentioned, at the beginning of the Virgin's life in heaven, and second is based on the similarity of Christ's appearance here to images of the Virgin and her son. And I've decided to show you this with this particular image here, because to my mind, this is the early modern work of art that expresses most strongly, really, the sense of the child having just been born, and second, the similarity to depictions of the Virgin. And I also want to give you the reason why I can only show you a black and white photograph of this painting. It belonged to the collection of a Swiss doctor, actually, who worked in Amsterdam, Otto Lanz. And its current location is unknown because during the Second World War, it was acquired by Nazi Germany for the Sonderauftrag Linz, which was to build a big museum in Linz. And it has been returned after the war to the Netherlands, but then it has been auctioned. And ever since then, that was 1951, if I remember it correctly right now. And ever since then, we have lost any track of where the painting might be today. So all we have is this reproduction from the 20th century, which I found in an image archive in Italy. And my hope is that in my work, I will still be able to find out where the painting is today, so we can appreciate and understand more fully just how this chemesis is being depicted. And this is also very interesting because these assumptions that I've showed you earlier in the 16th century become the main way of showing Mary's death and her afterlife. And these ones kind of fade out. So this, as being a rather late example in this way of thinking when it comes to Italy, in the Orthodox tradition, these images continue. It really is a very interesting and I'd even say important bit in this history of art. So I'm really hoping that it will be possible to find it again. With this, we're going on to the third and last chapter of the works that I want to show you today, which is the Holy Spirit and the birth of water. And for this one, we have to look for a moment into scripture itself. I give you here a conversation that Jesus has with a man called Nicodemus, which is recalled in the 3rd chapter of the Gospel of John, in which Jesus says to him, "Very truly, I tell you, no one can see the kingdom of God unless they are born again." I mentioned this at the beginning of my presentation. To this rather unusual statement, Nicodemus said to Jesus, "How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter a second time into the womb, into his mother's womb and be born?" To which Jesus answered, "Most assuredly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God." And what I want to highlight here for you is this born of water and spirit. So the question was for readers of this passage, what exactly is meant by this birth of water and spirit, and it has soon become identified as baptism. So baptism as being the birth of water and spirit that Christ is talking about here. Sorry. The question is, however, how exactly one were to visualize these kind of things, because in teaching and in sermons about this bit of the Bible, commentators are really insisting that this has nothing to do with the birth of a woman, but this is a spiritual birth. So one of the ways that this has been handled, you can see in this so-called Druckermarke, which functions much like the logo of a publishing house today. So this would be the imprint that you would have on books of books that come out of this very printing factory by Valentin Neuber. And in this case, the entire page is the Druckermarke, as it were, the printer's logo. And at the top of the page, you have a quote from the chapter of John, which I just read to you. "If one is not born again of water and spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God." And under it, you have a depiction of these births. So on the right-hand side, you see Jesus' baptism, which is here identified as the birth of water and of spirit by two ways. First, Christ is standing himself in the river and he's being baptized by John the Baptist, and above him hovers the bird, the dove of the Holy Spirit. This is actually the scene in the New Testament. It's in the Gospel of Matthew, where it is said that the Holy Ghost came down from the heaven in the shape of a bird, and this is why we depict it in this way. And so this is the birth of water and spirit, and interestingly, this is here countered by another image of birth, which is a nativity scene where you can see Mary on the left and the Christ child in front of her. So, thinking back on the question of this image's relationship to actual physical processes of birth, Water is, of course, also present in the amniotic fluid. However, early modern commentators, as I told you, are insisting that this has nothing to do with the birth from a woman. So it's very interesting that you need here this inscription on the page to make the point that this is actually referring to a birth. And to close then, I would like to conclude that in early modern art, the births assigned to God sublimate the process they evoke as a referent. The medical risk, for instance, very much involved in bringing forth a new life from a human body, does not appear in these images. They might highlight then, I think, that visualizing birth, especially in the realm of the divine, can result in neglecting their complicated physical reality. And since we are dealing here with the birth from a trinity that doesn't know woman, as it were, I think one can also call these images into question and their relationship to female contributions to creation, as it were. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm really looking forward to the conversation later. Merci.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Torben, for your very, very interesting, great insight into your project. We will save our commentary and all the discussion for afterwards and move on to our last speaker, whom I will highlight now. Katharina Pan. Hello, she is my colleague at the Paris-Lodron Universität Salzburg, and she has worked on popular theater in early modern England, Germany, and Italy, and written a book on that. She also, in addition to working on early modern literature, she works on women's writing from Romanticism onwards to the present, with attention to motherhood and gender in particular. And today she's going to talk to us about the monstrous and aesthetic, the vertigo of pregnancy in Kate Zambreno's Drifts.
Sorry. Yeah. So hi, everyone, and thank you for having me. Thank you for the introduction. And I think it's so funny, Beatrice, to be meeting you here, although we're colleagues in Salzburg. We never met in person. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here today. And it's a real honor and also a burden, beautiful and terrifying at the same time, to be part of such an excellent panel. And many papers actually have roused my interest as to what the feminist or maternal sublime might entail. However, as a literary scholar, I will mostly refer to the philosophical dichotomy between the sublime and the beautiful, as theorized by Edmund Burke. In particular, I want to bring his philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and the beautiful into conversation with a more recent novel, Kate Zambreno's Drifts of 2020. This hybrid of diary, criticism, and artistic collage explores how maternity transforms our perception of time, self, and space in both uncanny but also pleasurable ways. So here she is. The Brooklyn-based author Kate Zambreno is best known for her self-reflective novels and essays openly concerned with motherhood. For example, the Book of Mutter, or the more recent autofiction, The Light Room. Still, I have decided to focus on Drifts today because of its engagement with aesthetics and with the fear of motherhood, which changes and evolves throughout the novel. In this paper, I explore the relationship between Zambreno's sense of vertigo towards the horror of vacui, the fear of emptiness, which is initially caused by a writer's block and later by the unsettling experience of birth, to Burke's idea of the sublime. The passage from terror to a more aesthetic reconsideration of gestation bridges Burke's reflection on beauty with the poet William Wordsworth's more elusive concept of the sublime, which I will explain later, and also sheds new light on the creative potential of maternal writing. So in the first half of the book, called Sketches of Animals and Landscapes, the narrator attempts to make creative sense of her own restlessness and crisis by identifying strongly with mostly male artists from the past. One of her favorites is Rainer Maria Rilke, but she also is really obsessed with Robert Walser, Franz Kafka, Ludwig Wittgenstein. And she also compulsively photographs trees, and I will show you one of these tree photographs later. While watching the movie Vertigo, she notes, and I quote, "Anyone could become obsessed with the past." According to Hitchcock expert Charles Barr, the central theme of the film is actually psychological obsession. Scotty, the protagonist, is obsessed with the women of his life, just as Zimbrino's narrator is obsessed with male writers of the past. But the question she cannot quite answer is what she's actually searching, longing, and grasping for while walking through the city. Most of all, her quest seems to involve writing itself. She cannot find anything to write about, and at some point she wonders, and I quote again, "Was being a writer a way of escaping from having a job? Or was it, as others have framed it, extreme discipline and unceasing solitary labor? I didn't know anymore." End of quote. Eventually, her coach suggests that her writer's block might be overcome by finding a door, something to make her solitary labor productive. And of course, the word labor has a lot to do with motherhood. This door she finds has something to do with the German word Tür. And as the narrator says, I felt it was no coincidence that Dürer derives from the word door. So you are certainly familiar with Albrecht Dürer, and I didn't know his name has something to do with the word door. And this engraving in particular becomes the door through which the narrator finds an artistic expression. She really is obsessed with this engraving, and she reads the title Melancholia 1 in a joking way as Melancholia I, as in the first person pronoun, showing a total personification with the feeling. Although she cannot quite make sense of all the other figures in this painting, in this engraving, starting from the angel, the little putto, and all the other objects scattered around the open space. Like Bartleby, she does not feel up to the task of writing. And she says, I feel myself shrinking. I feel instead of publishing as if I am slowly decreating. So she's not creating anything, she's decreating. And I found it interesting that she equates her vanishing mental activity with her body, as if her body of works was her own body. At the same time, shrinking is linked to a very personal etymology of the word depression. And she explains that depression might have something to do with digression, with sinking deeper and deeper in thought. So we sense also some fear. It might be the fear of this deep, deep thought, a fear of heights, as in the definition of vertigo, which is the false sensation that either oneself or the surroundings are moving or rotating. Or it might be a fear of emptiness, as in horror vacui. Or perhaps it is something else. And the narrator says, is this our real phobia with our books? The horror and perversely the desire to be empty. So emptiness does have a lot to do with fear, but also with desire. And fear and desire, of course, tie in with Edmund Burke's idea of the beautiful and the sublime, which has been referred to a lot in this conference, so we'll keep my part short. For Burke, beauty is caused by the passion of love associated with smallness, smoothness, delicacy, because these qualities calm our nerves. By contrast, the sublime arises from the passion of fear associated with death, vastness, infinity, and this produces a tension of the nerves. In other words, the passions connected to self-preservation turn on pain and danger, yet they are also perceived as delightful as long as we are not actually in that circumstance, but are just contemplating the idea. Interestingly, Burke's sublime feeling of infinity resembles dizziness and recalls the medical definition of vertigo. Burke writes, after whirling about, when we sit down, the objects around us still seem to whirl and seem multiplied without end. End of quote. Burke further writes that the sublime leads to astonishment, a suspension of all soul's emotions, and this is perceived as terror. Zambrino's narrator experiences a similar terror in her struggles with her writer's block. But she also appears to delight in it, since she continues writing, and she is not actually in the circumstance she fears. So she writes that she cannot write, but she is writing. So this is just a sublime situation in which you are afraid of something, but it's not really happening. You're just thinking about it. But this fear will become very real pretty soon. At this stage, the narrator's preoccupation is more with her mind than with her body. And she's appeased by her friend Anna's remark that, and you can read it here, at least we aren't having children, not only for the time, but because we will get our existential satisfaction from working, not from raising human beings. And her friend continues, a miserable writer can create great literature. What does a miserable mother create? Except alcoholic children, ha. So this is probably meant as a joke. But the narrator is not really convinced. She still has to decide what to do with her time. And she fears that her mind might not produce enough to fill the emptiness. So she is starting to reflect on maternity, perhaps with the same sublime terror of danger and pain. So she imagines it as possible, but it's not real and it's not immediately threatening. Soon after that, however, she discovers in shock that she is pregnant. And the second part of the book, called Vertigo, describes how the fear she had watching the movie now is real. She asks, do you believe that someone out of the past, someone dead, can enter into possession of a living being? So suddenly, she's not only contemplating the fear of pregnancy, she is living it. And this is one of the trees she photographs, which kind of reflects her terror. She feels vertigo by being kind of possessed by a stranger to herself. She is monstrously inhabited by a foreign, though living being. It feels horrific, but also ambivalent. Perhaps she herself is the monster, as her friend Sophia suggests. And there is a quote of Sophia who says, "It is good to think of yourself as a monster while pregnant." In addition, the narrator feels nauseous and debilitated, betrayed by her own body, and she does not know who I is anymore. She's equally terrified of the procedure of an abortion and of childbirth. So she really does not know what to do. And there is a lot of terror connected to pregnancy and to childbirth. And here I would like to take you on a little excursus. The Greek playwright Sophocles has Clytemnestra say in Electra, "Deinon to tiktein estin," which means giving birth is terrible and uncanny. Giving birth generates a feeling of awe and of wonder that surpasses fear, as the Italian philosopher Adriana Cavarero explains. Like Zambrino's narrator, Cavarero links generation to procreation. Although copulation does not necessarily have to lead to birth. This freedom to incline towards vulnerability or to remain in an upright, autonomous rectitude is at the core of Cavarero's inclinations. Despite its relational and ethical dimension, however, birth remains an uncanny experience for the mother, whose body swells, opens up, and gives birth to part of herself in the body of the newborn. In doing so, the mother almost superhumanly joins the regenerative force of Mother Earth. And this is indeed uncanny. It is a force beyond oneself. We are inhabited. The sublime is within us. And this also resembles Hélène Cixous's metaphor in The Laugh of the Medusa, where she describes écriture féminine as writing of the female self in white ink, recalling the mother's milk, and standing for any woman's act of giving birth to herself through writing. So let's see if Zambrino's narrator will be able to give birth to herself through writing. For the moment, she feels pretty inert and nauseous. She only finds solace in sex and sleep, and continues to experience her vertigo towards her vanishing former self, while her body is growing. For Burke, inaction produces melancholy, which can best be cured through labor. Of course, Burke understands labor as an exertion of the senses. But of course, labor also recalls childbirth and pain, bodily pain. This bodily pain can sometimes weaken or destroy our mental faculties for Burke. In female and maternal reading, however, bodily labor may actually weaken the self-destructive mental states, such as depression, and it might exert a new creative force on the gestating mind. As the American philosopher Sheila Lintott describes it, the feminist sublime in gestation and birth is a dangerous internal experience that prompt both introspective and extrospective exploration and recognition. Drifts seems to suggest as much when the narrator arrives to a new revelation, gravid, meaning pregnant and full of significance. So literally pregnant means full of significance. So gradually, the narrator's focus shifts or drifts towards the beauty of the cycle of seasons, the beauty of her own body. She starts to connect with other female figures and with her own body more. And there are just a few quotes I would like to read because they show this drift. She says, "There is a rightness to it, what you're haunted by, and that is not in fact separate from the body." So she starts to connect with her body more. First, her alienation becomes rooted in time and space, with her belly tracing the passage of time. Second, her perception of beauty changes or shifts and becomes grounded in the transformation of her body, as we see in the second quote. "I watch myself, finding beauty now in my reddened skin, my crooked bottom teeth, the gray hair in my curl mop, my blue veins in these huge milky breasts, these red-brown nipples that like abstract paintings." And third, motherhood alters her relation to writing. And here we have the third quote. "My thinking and writing felt more sensitive and intense than ever before the pregnancy, and pregnancy has only magnified this. Despite the slowness and heaviness, I feel a real potency and lucidity. I think I'm glad this happened, this decreation, this complete overwriting of the self." So her self has kind of been destroyed, has been overwritten, and there is a new self now emerging. And this marks the passage from emptiness to fulfillment. But the experience remains shadowed by panic, horror, and dread. Throughout pregnancy, and especially after the birth of her child, the vertigo is partly soothed. As a new mother, she accepts, amid pain and objection, that she will not be able to write about Rilke anymore, nor about the self she was before. Yet, and I found that really interesting, Rainer Maria Rilke remains in her life because her daughter is named after Rilke. She's named Rainer. Taking up Burke again, love resembles a deep attachment of the mind to something. And if the mind loses this, one feels grief. This grief can be sensed in drifts. The object of the narrator's obsession feel just not relevant to her anymore. And she is really sad about that. But she can now engage with beauty on a different level. Linking beauty and the maternal, the philosopher Martin Schmidt argues that our early experience of the feminine and maternal play a central role in developing an aesthetic capacity. Mediated by the body, the sublime thus becomes a means by which aesthetic development may be reignited, and narcissistic isolation can be shattered, for instance, through the beauty of gestation and maternity. And I come to an end. Ultimately, the narrator's vertigo moves from Burke's terrifying perception to a sublime notion that is more similar to Wordsworth's description. And Wordsworth writes that the sublime is a blessed mood in which the burden of the mystery is lighted. So it is something we cannot really grasp, but we feel that the burden is lighter. Ambivalence remains, and even in the novel, pregnancy does not solve all the problems, but it offers a new aesthetic and embodied perception of vertigo towards the power of creation. And in the end, Zambrino's narrator embraces melancholy, and she recognizes that perhaps the angel was, after all, a mother, and that the little angel was perhaps the baby. And she sees in this image an image of maternity, and she reframes art and literature as maternal occupations. In this sense, the aesthetic of gestation leads to an embodied coming into being of authorial subjectivity. And she closes her inquiry enigmatically. Still, what the beautiful is, I know not, although it adheres to many things. And I have to admit, I still don't really know what the maternal sublime is, but I think it adheres to many things. And I would like to thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you very much, Katharina. I'm going to invite all the speakers to the floor now. I think you're all there. That is very good. I'm glad that we can see you now. Very good. So yes, that was all the presentations in our panel on literal and textual analysis in the aesthetics of pregnancy and birth. And as always, it's so striking to me how they represent these different standpoints, but they also cohere and really add onto each other in these many, many complex ways. It's very, very interesting and very nice. So what I would like to invite is both questions of the audience, questions and commentary. We have ample time, and also questions that you might have for each other. So yes, just everybody is invited to comment to the presentations, the wonderful presentations we've heard.
Can I start?
Yeah, please.
I thought all the presentations were so interesting, and I learned so much, especially about art. But perhaps I have, have more a question about literature, and I have a question for Lucy. Actually, it's two questions. I was really surprised to see that in these novels that you presented, there was so much of the ideology of motherhood that we still have today. As opposed to mothering, what mothers really do. There is this image of the perfect mother, or this love that starts immediately after birth. So I wanted to ask, do you think that these romantic depictions reflect the reality of the time, or are they just, romanticized, as in many realist novels? And the second question was, so it feels like that these images are still hard to eradicate today. Perhaps they stem from that period and they're still so alive today. So are you focusing on the heritage of these descriptions in your research as well? Because in my motherhood seminar, we're trying to fight the ideology, and it seems like it's very old. So I was just wondering if you also criticize this kind of imagery that you have in the novels.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for your questions. Yes, I think that this ideology of the motherhood that we still have today, the very idealized vision of motherhood with love at first sight, we inherited from at least the 19th century, where the vision of the idealized mother who works at home for her children emerges from the bourgeois society. Yeah. And in those novels, there are also very striking images of the pain, the difficulty of childbirth that I spoke about in my introduction, about the blood, about the very painful experience it can be. And we can also find scenes where love does not come at first sight. So yes, it is romanticized in the novels that I presented, and I think it's important for us today to come back to 19th century representations because they can be a sort of mirror of our own representations with maybe even bigger contrasts. They can help us see things that we have inherited today, but see them better because they're expressed in such extreme ways. So, yeah.
Super.
Thank you very much. And at least, you have active fathers in your novels too, which is great and is something that we're still struggling sometimes with today. So thank you very much.
Okay, so there is a question by Joan. Please go ahead.
Oh, hello. Yeah. I just had a couple of comments. One about the love presentation. It made me think of the oxytocins that people talk about when you have the baby, and in those earlier times when people were writing those things that they probably didn't know about hormones and and that physical reaction that brings that feeling of love. But really, I had a comment and a question for Torben. I love all your work, and it's great that you're doing everyone's work that you're doing, but just one little comment first up is that I don't know if you've ever come across, there's one of the protests that was on in Canada a few years ago. Someone had a poster that said, "I didn't come from your rib, but you came from my vagina," which I think is very pertinent.
Sorry, can you say that again? What did it say?
I didn't come from your rib, you came from my vagina.
Yes.
So it's funny, but very pertinent. But one thing I'd like your thoughts on is this notion, I think a philosophical and theological notion, which I think might have been the Middle Ages, but maybe earlier, is the idea of the mind and the body being separate, and purity being associated with the mind, and all the work that you're doing about the Father and the Son. You somehow or other it's not related to the body, that it's birth is not a bodily thing, and connected to that sort of notion of that division. I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will have to look at this poster, I think. Yeah, the body and the mind. So the problem really is that the body that I showed you of God the Father, for instance, is of course a symbolical body, right? I mean, if you would go into theological orthodoxy, then you would always say it's like the Father doesn't have a mind. The Father can, for instance, not be sad because God is not affected by these kind of emotional situations. But with Christ, it's a different thing, of course, because he has a body, and this body then in turn is sometimes read symbolically. And the most visceral image that I can think of right now would be from the Middle Ages, which is Christ giving birth to the church when he's on the cross and his side is pierced. You have in the Gospels, they're telling that blood and water are streaming out. And in the early church, people see this as the initiation of the church, because this is where the sacraments come from. So this is depicted in a way sometimes where in Bible moralisée, where you have this kind of typological pairings between the Old and the New Testament. And there is like a little woman with a crown on her head coming out of the side wound, and she has a chalice in her hand because she's collecting the blood. So I guess this is as visceral as it gets. And with the Holy Ghost, I mean, it's a Holy Ghost, it's a spirit. But yeah, I have to think about again this brooding imagery, which I couldn't show you today, where the Holy Ghost is actually sitting on eggs and warming them. I think there these, and this goes also for God the Father, like the imagery is drawn from real life, but then what they make out of it is a whole another game. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think that really relates in an interesting way to Katharina's talk, because it's this transfer of metaphoric layering now, where in the novel that you described, Katharina, the pregnancy then becomes itself a metaphor for other processes, for example, writing and bringing forth. So there you can see this crossing of the metaphoric plane in a very interesting way. Maybe you want to say something to that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's hard to read Kate Zambrino's novel, because it's there seems to be a lack of structure. Very often it's just reflections or snippets of dialogue. So it took me a long time to find this fil rouge, but then it was so clear that the first half was really about her mental activity, coming to a still stand, and then the second half was about pregnancy. And birth is just the end of the book. There are other novels more concerned with her being a mother, but this is really about pregnancy and how pregnancy changes her mental activity also. So there is this labor of the mind and the labor of the body. And at first they were really disconnected. So that's why it also felt, it didn't feel wrong to use Burke in combination, because Burke has often been criticized for being this very male or masculine vision of the sublime, but it felt appropriate because Zambrino herself is so focused or obsessed with male artists and writers at the beginning, and then through pregnancy her vision really changes, her writing changes, she starts to see beauty. The ambivalence remains, but the sublime is then turned towards herself. So she feels really empowered, but also terrified by this experience. And I think I also thought, Torben, that the images you showed was so great, especially the one with the with God giving birth to the earth growing, and then in between his legs. That was so visual, really, and I don't think that's a coincidence that they depicted it like that.
If there's no question from the audience, I would ask Lucy, is like this brooding father, do you have more of that in the 19th century, or is that just like a one-time instance?
Many sort of queer fathers in realist novels. It surprised me a lot in the beginning, because they both convey very traditional images about what maternity and what motherhood should be, what fatherhood should be, and then they represent brooding fathers. And in the same book that I quoted, Abcher by Camille Lemonnier, the father dreams about having the baby in his belly. And there's a long metaphor of the baby in the father's belly, in the waters in the father's belly, and usually it's only in metaphors, he's not actually carrying the baby. I wish he was, because it would be even queerer, but there are a lot of metaphors of pregnant fathers in 19th century realist novels. Yes.
Sarah has the next question.
Yes, thank you so much. My question's for Torben. I was wondering whether in your if you think that in lifting this kind of symbolic imagery around birthing God or birthing Jesus, if this also opens up towards a kind of symbolic reinterpretation of these biblical narratives that offers a more embodied view of spirituality, perhaps, or that could offer a deeper sense of there being a sort of immanence of God's presence in the world rather than strictly a sort of transcendence. Whether you think that lifting and revisiting these symbolic images kind of lends itself to a reinterpretation that could come through that.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I was, for instance, with this father in the Genesis depiction, I was, this is super unusual. Like, this is a super high-end Bible, so it's made for the Duke of Urbino, who has like one of the fanciest libraries at the time in the second half of the 15th century in Italy. And the imagery is later reproduced another time for another regal library than even for Hungary. And so it's like it's a little hard to say who was actually looking at them. So because if you want to know what people were thinking at the time, then of course the question of access and who's seeing what is super relevant. But because this imagery is so rare, I was trying to find some traces as to where it might be coming from. And there is actually some personifications of nature, so natura, as a woman, as a naked woman who's, for instance, bringing forth the Virgin Mary. And this is kind of what I've seen, apart from the birthing stool that I showed you, that comes closest to what this is coming, where this imagery is coming from. And then I guess, I mean, in that case, if it really comes from how we perceive nature and really being in the world, something very physical, like the naked woman transformed into the father. I mean, it's like he almost looks like, I feel it's like he looks like one of the goddesses of other religious systems, no? It's more like first, the female deities are pushed out and then the father is taking over and then he's kind of starting to do things that mothers used to do. So, I'm starting to turn in circles. I will have to think about how this translates back into nature and actual physicality, but like the origin in depicting nature of these kind of images would be the closest I can come to your question right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, more questions from all the audience. If there isn't immediately a question, I would like to also come back to Andrea because her presentation was the shortest, and I would like to kind of open the floor a little bit for maybe for you to maybe give us, you picked out this one example from your research, and maybe it was a very interesting, unusual example. Maybe you could contextualize it for us a little bit more in some of the other things that you found. Oh, I think we have no sound so far. Hold on. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the material that I'm dealing with, I mean, it's quite rich. I've been collecting it in Castilla and Leon, and also here in Catalonia now. So that's why I started by suggesting certain groups. Would you be interested in knowing more in the sense of what kind of types of representations, or would you like me to show you some? Because, for instance, Torben's representation, image of God and Mary and child, Christ child, reminded me of a fresco. So we are dealing with a huge corpus, both frescoes, statues, and individual representations of Mary, very heavily pregnant. I came across it last month. I'm not sure what kind of contextualization are you referring to. Where are you? I cannot see Beatrice.
Yeah, Hi, I'm here.
You're here, so let me, if you allow me to share the screen, you have here, where is it? I've got here. Can you see this?
So far we see your desktop, yeah?
Yeah, and it's a desktop. Can you see? I mean, this one here, for instance, the image. Can you see the image or only the desktop?
Yeah, we can see the image.
Okay, good. So while Torben was presenting, I remember that I have something similar, and this is an apocalyptic. It's a representation that combines the apocalypse, the woman of the apocalypse, that later becomes Mary, with the Immaculate Conception that is around here on the text. And yeah, I was wondering if he has dealt with or is planning also to expand his corpus, because he might find something similar. I'm not sure if there is anything out there with God or without God, so that you have all the 2 layers of the mandorla or only one. So we are talking about a lot of juxtapositions in these Marian pregnancy representations. We've got the Annunciation here and here. And if you allow me to show another one that is very similar to one of the gods that was giving birth and creating creating the world. Where is it? I don't have it. I thought that I have it, but I haven't got it. So there are Marian representations that are similar to that. To those of God, where he's creating the world, only that it's her womb, that protuberant. It's almost like in the third image, the third phase that you were showing. So that's God reminded me exactly of a Mary, because she's almost about to explode by giving birth, something like, yeah. You have any specific question? Because I need to go into the direction when yeah.
May I ask you something? I was actually wondering these Marys that had these kind of like crystalline openings where we could see their bodies with the child. It reminded me of Jackie Young's work on the pregnant heart on Katharinenthal, where she traces this in medieval sculpture. So I was wondering, these kind of sculptures in the Hispanic world, like what's the temporality of them? Do you know when this starts, like when they are popular?
But well, there's no study on them as a group. When they emerge, when the information is spread across articles and short presentations. This one that I've showed, basically there, I think there were 2 there. One is in the museum, and it belonged to a monastery, a male monastery. And the other one, which had a relic of Mary's clothes, and some that's in the museum, Cathedral Museum from Avila. So basically, there's no research tracing the exact chronology when they emerge, what's happening to them. It's only information that you find in museum books, in catalogs, and dissipated throughout general literature, that also we have this and there's this. One has to dig it out and see if there's any primary textual source on them, and then go into a direction.
And is it part of your project to make such a digital catalog, or is that part of the?
Yes, I would like to do it, only that, there exists a digital catalog that it's about 15 years or more. The thing is that in theory, I should ask for permission for each image. Otherwise, I'm not allowed to upload them. So I wanted the image database. I have the images. I have more than is out there, more than one knows in the previous database. But and it takes time to contact each institution and ask for permission in order to upload the image. I will try to do it and see how things work, whether institutions are positive about this or not.
Yesterday we had a very interesting presentation by Barbara Renzi on Marian, the figure of Mary and her pregnancy is very, very interesting. So it reminded me of this red thread that's going through here, connecting some of the talks. Torben, I have a raised hand. That was just you raised your hand, but that was just a.
No, that was deliberate. I was wondering, Katharina, Katharina, sorry, yes. This naming of the child as Rainer, is that just like a little gimmick, or what's the situation in the text there?
Well, in the novel, she doesn't say the child's name nor the child's sex because it really ends with birth. So there's this baby, and it really ends with the lines, "What beauty is, I know not." So there's still this research trying. But then in the book she wrote after that, called The Light Room, which is more about motherhood, she dedicated the book to her children. By now, she has two children, and they are called Rainer. And there's also this kind of.
Katrina, I think you're breaking up a little bit. We'll see what we still have a little bit of time. We see what.
If it was a joke or if it was a tribute she paid to an author she really admired. And the funny thing is that Rainer Maria Rilke was actually named René Maria Rilke, and then later he changed his name to Rainer to make it sound more manly. So yeah, there's a whole kind of so many layers.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know that, and I also didn't know about the Dürer and Tür thing that you were.
That was surprising to me too, but I guess it's she does play a lot with words, or like she says that depression has something to do with digression or going too deep, and so you end up depressed. So yeah, but probably Dürer has something to do with Tür, and it becomes the door through which she then finds creative expression.
Yeah, very very good. Is there any one short last-minute question? We have 1 minute left in our panel. If not, let me take the time to thank you all for presenting your work and concluding our session with this. I see that Anna Hennessy has joined us, and I would like to hand over the moderation and sharing now to her. Yeah, and thank you. I think
we are now going into session 6, which is marginalized representations of birth and the medical sublime. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to the first presenter, Dr. Shana Klein. Oh, hold on, somebody wants to come in. Okay, and Dr. Shana Klein is a professor at Kent State University and holds a PhD in art history from the University of New Mexico. She is author of the award-winning book, The Fruits of Empire: Art, Food, and the Politics of Race in the Age of American Expansion. Klein's newest research continues to explore the racial politics of the 19th century in a book entitled Spoiled Milk: The Politics of Motherhood in U.S. Art and Visual Culture. She has won several awards for both research projects and incorporates this material into classes that bring together American art and social justice. So Dr. Klein's paper title is A Pregnant Pause: The Quieting of Pregnancy in Victorian American Art and Culture. So go ahead, Shana, and if you have slides to share, that's fine too.
Okay, great. Let's try this out. Awesome.
Yeah.
First, let me just express my gratitude to Anna and the other moderators and organizers of this conference. It's really an honor to present today, and I'm so excited by the other panelists too. And Looking forward to the feedback that we could.
Keep going.
So the title, A Pregnant Pause, The Quieting of Pregnancy in U.S. Art and Visual Culture. U.S. artists in the 19th century produced astonishingly few images of pregnant women. While representations of breastfeeding and caregiving abound in U.S. art, the antepartum stage of pregnancy was rarely visualized. This gap in artistic production is curious given that pregnant women were championed for growing one's family and the larger nation in the 19th century. I think it's also strange that pregnancy was not more often depicted, since the uniquely visual condition of women's bodies visibly expanding over time seems like a natural subject for artists to depict. Pregnancy, furthermore, was unavoidable for artists depicting women of childbearing age who bore an average between 5 and 8 children in the early and mid-19th century, and therefore were pregnant, trying to get pregnant, or experienced failed pregnancies for much of their adult lives. In this case, the dearth of pregnancy in art might not be because artists failed to capture pregnant women, but because they and those who they represented did not want to explicitly articulate their condition in pictures. This presentation analyzes the evasion of pregnant bodies in U.S. art and the rules of decorum that required its visual containment throughout the 19th century. Photographic portraits might seem like a natural place to look for visual records of women with bulging bellies in advanced pregnancy, but pregnant sitters did not make this condition obvious in their representations. A woman who is pregnant and posing in this octagonal framed daguerreotype is one example of how expecting sitters might have blended in with fashions of the time. This woman wears her hair curled in a ringlet style typical of the 1840s, along with a bonnet and shawl over a plaid dress, which was a trendy pattern inspired by Queen Victoria's interest in the fabrics of Scotland. The posed woman also conforms to domestic advice that instructed sitters in photographs to dress in colors that do not reflect too much light. This suggestion in Godey's, one of the premier women's journals, was needed as photography was still a relatively new medium in the 1840s and 50s and sensitive to fluctuations in light and motion. The same article advised men to wear a dark vest and cravat to avoid photographic reflections, a rule that this man in the daguerreotype precisely follows. Nothing stands out in this photo of a couple who closely follows contemporary guidelines for both style and photography. The only visual clue in this photograph indicating the sitter's pregnancy is her hand gesture and the wrapping of her right arm around the top section of her stomach. There is visual precedent for this arm gesture dating back to a much earlier period between the late 14th and early 15th centuries, when pregnancy portraits of the noble elite in Tudor England showed women resting a hand over the top arch of their stomach. This tradition is visible in paintings like Unknown Lady in Red by artist Marcus Gerarts II. Instead of depicting a silhouette of the sitter's orbed body, he displayed the coated hand above the stomach that emblematized an advanced state of pregnancy. Painting pregnant sitters wearing pearls or holding cherries and sprigs of myrtle, also symbols of purity and fidelity, were another convention in portraiture that alluded to pregnancy. Sitters in the US borrowed these practices centuries later in photographs where women continue to place their hand on the top of their stomach, a location where one might feel a quickening, a period term describing the sensation of a baby moving and fluttering. A hand placed over the stomach was a particularly efficient way to communicate pregnancy in the 19th century, when dresses protruded at the rib cage and obscured a woman's shape, even the most profound bumps. Illustrated figures like this one in medical manuals from the time too show this cross-body positioning, an arm posture in the mid-19th century that belonged to a longer visual tradition of denoting pregnancy. Posing for the camera while pregnant could not have been easy for sitters like Martha Little, who was either pregnant or had just given birth to her third child in this photo. In a daguerreotype from 1850, Martha's husband Arthur holds one child in his lap, while she cradles the other, who sits on a tabletop, avoiding the application of pressure on her stomach. Such strategies were especially necessary for sitters advanced in their pregnancy or recently postpartum, who wanted to avoid impact on this fragile area. This might explain why many pregnant women, often rest their weight on the people seated next to them in photographs, like this one of a Civil War soldier and his pregnant wife, who is leaning so far forward onto her husband that her belly claims nearly all of the space on his left side. Leaning on a person or prop might have been helpful for pregnant sitters experiencing nausea while posing and staying frozen for the camera, which still had long exposure times in the mid-19th century. Women sitters may have also eased the difficult process of sitting for a photo while pregnant by wearing a dress like this one with a style in the Swiss waist that could easily be loosened in the back. This was another maneuver in the canon of arm gestures and props that facilitated and coded pregnancy in 19th century photographs. Like photos, 19th century painters also obscured a sitter's pregnant state, including famed Italian-born artist John Singer Sargent, who painted Harriet Hemingway, the wife of a prominent Boston merchant. Lay viewers would never have known that Hemingway was 8 months pregnant with her third child, Hetty, at the time of this portrait, which stops at the sitter's stomach and obscures a full view of her figure. Being pregnant while modeling for Sargent would have been laborious, since he required models to sit for 6 or 7 two-hour sessions. Miss Hemingway, on the other hand, only had to sit for 4 shorter morning sessions, perhaps because of her physical state. For another model, Elizabeth Swinton, the artist delayed a portrait commission in part because she was pregnant. Though this may have been a compassionate gesture to relieve Swinton from his long and frequent modeling sessions, postponing a commission to the period after childbirth also confirms how the appearance of pregnancy seemed to be undesirable in 19th century portraiture. Although Sargent was not deterred by Hemingway's condition, it's noteworthy that he makes her pregnancy in this painting imperceptible to viewers. Sargent painted the sitter at half length, a departure from the full-length portraits of Boston socialites that brought Sargent fame. Hemingway may have preferred the painting's lack of emphasis on her midsection in this cropped length, which was also a less expensive option for the patron. She may have further appreciated how Sargent distracted attention away from her stomach by drawing the viewer's eye to the flower she holds at her chest. This blossoming white flower and yellow pistil, which is the reproductive part of the flower, may have been a pictorial surrogate for the sitter's pregnant body, which was otherwise elusive in this painting. These strategies that delicately allude to and also obfuscate the sitter's pregnancy reveal how painters share the same impulse as photographers to make pregnant bodies subtle, even undetectable in pictures. When Sargent painted Hemingway, pregnancy had been little visualized in U.S. art, except for an earlier portrait of Angelica Peale, whose father and artist, Charles Wilson Peale, painted his daughter right before giving birth. Peale painted Angelica holding hands with her husband when the expecting couple were awaiting the arrival of their first son. The artist hurried to paint the portrait, writing in his diary, "No time should be lost, as it was daily expected that she would be in the straw," a euphemism for childbirth. Similar to Sargent's later portrait, Peale cropped the painting at his daughter's upper torso and did not show her potentially ballooning stomach. Pregnancy might have seemed too mundane to paint, or on the contrary, too sacred or divine, making it an aniconic subject. Just as likely, pregnancy might have been considered too presumptuous to portray before the baby was born, when the outcomes of childbirth were unpredictable due to lack of advancements in narcotics, sterilization, and birthing tools that would eventually make deliveries safer. In 1800, the infant mortality rate was high. For every 1,000 babies born in 1800, over 46% did not make it to their 5th birthday. At a time when pregnancy and delivery were perilous for both mother and child, pregnant sitters like Angelica might not have wanted to remember this chapter of their lives or test their fate by having it painted too confidently in a portrait. Another reason why pregnant sitters likely felt the need to hide their baby bumps in pictures was because they were considered impolite to display in public and symbolized a lack of restraint. While bearing children was considered the most noble milestone of a woman's life, pregnant bodies were perceived as somewhat repugnant and best kept from view, according to scholars Joanne Eichner and Lee Summers. Some pregnant women's bodies were even a site of ridicule, and so they withdrew from social activities and wore maternity dresses that disguised their baby bumps. In a period when the male figure was considered the standard universal body, women's bodies, particularly pregnant ones, were ultimately viewed as deformed deviations in comparison. Furthermore, discretion was a requirement for pregnant women in the 19th century, when pregnancy was considered a visual reminder of virginity compromised. The challenge for women in portraiture then was to celebrate their pregnancies without pointing to the act that made them pregnant in the first place. One of the few platforms where pregnancy was socially acceptable for depiction was in medical manuals. This is evident in flap anatomies, cutout illustrations to be flipped by the reader to reveal a sequential image. In these hand-colored cutouts of a woman's body that could be flipped open, readers watch an internal view of the gestation process over 3 trimesters. In the first picture underneath the flap, the model's stomach looks slightly enlarged with an oval line drawn around the fetus and vaginal canal in the first trimester. A subsequent image representing the second trimester shows a larger stomach under the flap and a wider outline delineating the uterus. The final illustration captures a model with the fetus in the full period of gestation, and this was revolutionary for medical students who could practice maneuvers on these paper models and rehearse the pulling, pushing, and grasping tactics of obstetrics, explains scholar Juliet Sperling. Becoming visually familiar with women's reproductive bodies was especially necessary in a time period when male doctors were expected to examine women in the dark and deliver babies without making eye contact with patients to respect their modesty. Illustrations like this one instructed physicians how and where to gaze during examinations. And so cutouts and illustrations in manuals showing an intimate view of the pregnant body, therefore, was justifiable here for the purpose of learning about reproductive biology. These drawings by Spratt may have avoided scandal by borrowing artistic references that elevated the figure's nakedness to the nudity of a treasured Greco-Roman sculpture. Spratt's pregnant figure is rendered in a gray palette that resembles 19th century understandings of classical sculpture as well as grisaille, a Renaissance technique praised for making paintings look sculptural. Her slight contrapposto, characteristic of ancient sculpture, which shows a person leaning more weight on one leg, forged another resemblance between medical illustrations and Greco-Roman sculptures like Venus, Roman goddess of love and beauty. The figure in Spratt's manual also wears a cape with many folds and shadows that evoke ancient interest in wet drapery, an artist's ability to capture garments clinging to the body as if wet. By specifically drawing upon ancient artistic traditions, the illustrator for Spratt's medical manual sanitized the pregnant figure's nudity and safely located her pregnancy in a distant past. In addition to Venus, Spratt's illustrated model shares a likeness with canonical images of Christianity's Mary, with the slightest blush in her cheeks and a downward gaze cast toward her future offspring. Spratt's figure resembles a coy Madonna, containing her hair within a white bonnet, tied with a blue bow like historical images of Mary with a head covering, further presented Spratt's model as a virtuous woman to readers. Her bonnet also resembled fashions of the 1840s, worn by pregnant sitters in contemporaneous photographs that showed a model marital union. Inserting Spratt's anatomical model into the visual language of not only classical, but a biblical past may have insulated his illustration of a naked pregnant woman from controversy. Now, this is not to say that readers found no parts of Spratt's images erotic. Flap anatomies may have certainly inspired sexual fantasies for the reader. In anticipation that these might be misused by readers, some illustrations were locked away within a separate compartment of the book. Though this content no doubt titillated some readers, it also modeled pregnancy after Christian and classical ideals to raise its respectability.
That's 15 minutes, just letting you know.
Yeah, perfect. Physicians justified publishing these views by citing their importance to the burgeoning field of obstetrics. Obstetrics, a new field in the 19th century, was exalted by its doctors as one of the highest branches of medicine. In a lecture from 1848, physician Dr. John Wilbake urged medical students to more seriously study women's reproductive systems, writing, "We are to regard woman more particularly as a reproductive agent, as the one designed by her creator to increase and multiply her species and to replenish the earth. In this view, obstetrics assumes a higher character, higher even than medicine and surgery." Emphasizing the gravity of this new field of obstetrics may have helped improve the popularity of this field for male doctors and also remove the impoliteness around men studying women's reproductive parts, a medical arena that had historically been managed by female midwives. Medical manualists and the pictures they published worked hard to dignify the work of obstetrics for male doctors by framing the study of female anatomy as a service to God with serious consequences on humanity, best managed by men. In conclusion, analyzing pregnancy across photographs, paintings, and medical materials reveals how reticent many 19th century Americans were to visually display pregnancy. Perhaps this is why artists and sitters so delicately danced around this fraught subject, alluding to pregnancy with a carefully conceived visual language that involved subtle gestures, props, and garments. Pregnancy was ultimately a problem that image makers needed to resolve, and sometimes that resolution was to conceal or merely hint at their condition. Medical manualists enjoyed more freedom to overtly display pregnancy, but still executed a number of strategies to tame the erotic in anatomical pictures. As a pressurized subject, pregnancy was a visual minefield in the 19th century, with narrow and shifting parameters on how to properly display it. From artistic portraits to medical illustrations, photographers, illustrators, and painters of the time ultimately experimented with ways to make looking at pregnant bodies acceptable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was very interesting, Shana. Thanks so much. Okay, so we will have questions after we do our other presentations. So next up, I have Emma Osle. Emma, I see you. Oh, where did you? And right now we are going to move into our presentation from Claudia Pimentel. Let me spotlight you. Okay, so Claudia Pimentel is a PhD candidate at the University of Porto in Portugal, currently researching in photography and catastrophe. With double bachelor's degree in medicine and in history of art, she decided to proceed her studies aiming to contribute to the bridge between arts and medicine. She is a family physician with postgraduate work in Chinese medicine and integrative medicine. Pimentel is now living and working in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So I see you've already shared your slides and they look great. So go ahead.
Hello to all of you. Good afternoon. Now I'm in Portugal, so I say good afternoon from Portugal, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to listen to these amazing perspectives over pregnancy and birth. Today, I want to invite you to occupy a profoundly tense epistemological intersection, the precise disciplinary fault line where contemporary art history, feminist philosophy, and clinical medicine collide. As both an art historian studying aesthetics and a practicing family physician, my professional life is divided between two distinct lenses. One that looks at the body as an archive of meaning, texture, and visual expression, and another that views the body through the hyper-rationalized parameters of pathology, metrics, and risk management. In this paper, I want to bring these two worlds into a critical diagnostic conversation. We are here to talk about childbirth, not as it is idealized in popular culture, and not merely as it is managed on an obstetrical ward, but as a site of profound ontological friction. I will argue that birth in contemporary clinical settings can be systematically understood through the term medicalized sublime, an aesthetic and existential condition that raw somatic threshold crossing meets biopolitical control. Let us begin by diagnosing the dominant visual and linguistic currency of childbirth in Western society. Historically and culturally, parturition has been softened, sanitized, and subsumed into what we can call the pastoral myth. We describe it using a vocabulary of natural serenity, organic renewal, and harmonious maternal fulfillment. These romanticized framing positions the birthing person as an unmediated vessel of pure biological nature. However, as scholars like Imogen Tyler have brilliantly noted in her foundational work on natal aesthetics, this sentimentalized iconography is not benign. It acts as an epistemic screen. It actively conceals the highly institutionalized industrial and panoptic conditions under which the vast majority of contemporary birth actually take place. Today, childbirth is rarely an unmediated natural event. It is an event that unfolds within highly complex corporate and state medical institutions. These spaces are governed by defensive medicine, legal anxiety, rigid bureaucratic timelines, and strict risk mitigation protocols. This creates a profound phenomenological discontent. While society tells the laboring woman that she is expecting and experiencing a deeply private, spiritual, and natural miracle, the institution creates a profound phenomenological disconnect. While society tells the laboring woman that she is experiencing a deep, private, spiritual, and natural miracle, the institution treats her as a high-risk thermodynamic system that must be continuously monitored, regulated, and managed. To understand what happens to human consciousness and the human body in this fractured zone, the language of simple beauty is utterly useless. We require a vocabulary of rupture. To construct this vocabulary, we must reach back into the history of aesthetics and retrieve the concept of the sublime, specifically through its radical feminist revisions. In classic philosophy, from Edmund Burke to Immanuel Kant, the sublime was invoked to describe the encounter with vast, untamable forces like a raging ocean or a violent mountain storm. It was an experience that triggered terror and a cognitive overwhelm, which could only be enjoyed because the male observer was viewing it from a position of safe, rational distance. However, when feminist theorists like Imogen Tyler, Lisa Barrett-Heiser, and psychoanalyst Bracha Ettinger turned their attention to maternal aesthetics, they executed a radical philosophical coup. They argued that the maternal body is the site of the sublime, but with a crucial difference: there is no safe distance. In childbirth, the terrifying magnitude, the radical instability, and the overwhelming forces are not externalized in a storm, they are happening inside the flesh. The maternal sublime addresses the collapse of the Cartesian ego. It is the moment where boundaries between self and others, inside and outside, life and mortality, become completely porous. It acknowledges that labor is an experience of awe, but it is also one of the profound somatic precarity and existential terror. Yet, as helpful as the feminist sublime is, it has historically presumed an encounter with raw nature. What happens when this primordial somatic storm happens inside an hyper-monitored hospital room? This is the theoretical core of this proposal, the concept of the medicalized sublime. We can define this as the specific aesthetic and existential condition generated when the liminal awe-inducing thresholds of human genesis are structurally refracted through the technocratic apparatus of modern clinical medicine. It names a profound late capitalist paradox. In the modern labor room, birth does not lose its existential magnitude. It remains a scene of overwhelming reverence, gravity, and cosmic wonder. However, these profound effects are now permanently coupled with and conditioned by a total loss of bodily autonomy, radical institutional dependency, and technological mediation. Under the medicalized sublime, the laboring subject does not surrender her body to the internal wild rhythms of nature. Rather, she surrenders her somatic sovereignty to what we can call technological and surgical command. Her body is integrated into a wider cybernetic feedback loop of electronic monitors, chemical augmentations, and specialized hierarchies, and the sublime experience of self-shattering is no longer private. It is institutionalized. The birthing person is hyper-aware that absolute monumental event of her life is simultaneously a routine, standardized, and risk-managed line item on a hospital unit stay log. To fully appreciate how the medicalized sublime alters our relationship to the body, we must first establish a visual baseline of an idealized, raw maternal embodiment. For this, we turn to art history as a diagnostic archive. Let us look closely to the actual composition of Alice Neal's Confrontation 1971 masterpiece, Pregnant Woman. Neal executes a brilliant, almost shocking subversion of traditional Western maternal iconography. Rather than presenting the mother standing or sitting in a posture of proud or compliant display, Neal reclines her subject horizontally. Viewed in a stark side profile, the pregnant abdomen ceases to be a mere domestic attribute. It rises up like a literal mountain, dominating the entire spatial topography of the canvas. This horizontal landscape-like rendering of the body is incredibly profound. The scale of the belly completely dwarfs the subject's limbs, and even her face, which recedes in profile, shifting the focus entirely to the sheer mass, vascular expansion, and gravitational pull of the gestation. As we must look at what anchors the background, sitting directly behind her is her male partner, emotionally detached. Neal gives us zero romantic sentimentality here. There is no shared eye contact. Instead, the male presence introduces the stark binary. He may represent the unyielding rational architecture of the external world, the clinical, watching eye, contrasted against the raw, exposed, and vulnerable flesh in the foreground. He becomes a baseline of normal human scale, which only amplifies how alien, monumental, and sublimely overwhelming the gestation body has become. She is undergoing a massive somatic threshold, and he remains an isolated witness to it. This provides the perfect visual precursor to the medicalized sublime, showing a body already experiencing an overwhelming internal magnitude, waiting to be met by the cold architectures of observation and clinical control. If Alice Neal provides us with the raw painterly interiority of gestation under the external watch of the partner, Louise Bourgeois' 1950 sculpture Pregnant Woman serves as the perfect spatial and material transition into the clinical space. To understand the profound depth of this piece, we must look at the three specific material interventions that Bourgeois executes, which directly anticipate our concept of the medicalized sublime. First, this sculpture belongs to her celebrated personnage series, slender, totemic wood carvings from the post-war era. The base does not stand on a secure, natural footing. It tapers into a radical, fragile point that must be bolted directly into the floor to remain upright. Bourgeois is materializing an absolute rooted precarity. The body, under the pressure of transformation, cannot support itself. It requires an external structural intervention just to stay upright. This is the exact definition of the radical dependency we observe in clinical obstetrics. Second, in the upper half of the body, Bourgeois returns to her brilliant femme maison or woman house motif. The head and shoulders lose their human organic curves and are replaced by a rigid, geometric reed pattern mimicking skyscraper windows and institutional facades. The body is literally being swallowed by and converted into an architectural monolith. It is no longer an autonomous biological entity. It is a built, managed environment. Finally, the central gestational swelling. It is not a smooth, triumphant curve, Bourgeois has carved an explicit, raw, hollow alcove into the center of the wood, revealing an embedded abstract fetal form within the cavity. It reads not as a natural containing womb, but as a surgical incision, a body that has been cut in two, made transparent, and anatomically exposed to the outside eye. Bourgeois is telling us that the pregnant body is an arena where organic flesh is intersected by rigid institutional structures. She moves us away from pastoral nature and hands us a body that is already structurally managed, hyper-vulnerable, and surgically exposed, prime for its transformation under the technological command of the modern delivery room. Now, let us perform a phenomenological translation. What happens when the visceral, heavy, and emotionally complex somatic realities visualized by Neil and Bourgeois are brought into the contemporary tertiary medical center? They are immediately integrated into a high-specific spatial architecture. We must realize that clinical architecture is never neutral. The modern labor and delivery room is an environment meticulously engineered around the twin imperatives of industrial efficiency and panoptic surveillance. Consider the sensory materiality of these rooms. The visual field is dominated by high-intensity, overhead fluorescent illumination designed to optimize clinical visibility, which simultaneously strips the space of any somatic intimacy and warmth. The acoustic landscape is structured by the persistent rhythmic mechanical sounds of Doppler ultrasound pulses, the whirring of infusion pumps, and the sudden startling alarms of telemetry systems. Most critically, think about the position the body occupies. The space is anchored by the obstetric bed, an apparatus that anatomically configures the birthing person to maximize professional access, frequently reinforcing passive positions over active, self-directed birthing postures. Within this environment, a profound epistemic inversion occurs. The lived internal sensations of laboring person are externalized onto a digital monitor screen. The clinician's attention is frequently pulled away from the face and body of the patient and towards the electronic tracing. The machine becomes the primary teller of truth. It tells the clinician when a contraction is occurring, how strong it is, and how the fetus is responding. The birthing subject is subtly displaced. Her internal somatic reality is overwritten by a digital translation. Why must we name and analyze this aesthetic environment? Because the medicalized sublime has direct, measurable clinical repercussions. For decades, the dominant biomedical model of obstetrics operated under a simple binary metric of success. A live mother plus a live infant equals a perfect clinical outcome. However, contemporary psychiatric and epidemiological data radically disrupt the simplistic equation. Studies by Susan Hayers and colleagues in 2024 demonstrate the staggering global prevalence of childbirth-related post-traumatic stress disorder. Crucially, as Julia Leinweber points out, this trauma is routinely decoupled from actual objective physical complications. Women with completely safe and uncomplicated deliveries frequently exit the hospital with profound psychological trauma. Why? Because, as Sarah Cohen-Chabot and Michelle Sadler argue in their groundbreaking work, trauma is produced by the systemic erosion of autonomy, the experience of ontological loneliness, and the sensation of being completely erased as a conscious subject within a technocratic hierarchy. When a necessary medical intervention, such as an urgent cesarean delivery, is executed within an atmosphere of cold clinical detachment without relational explanation or respect, the sublime magnitude of birth collapses into an experience of institutional violence. The medicalized sublime allows us to diagnose this exact failure. It recognizes that a birth can be technically flawless and safe, yet remain an experience of profound dissociation, grief, and somatosensory violation. It proves that medical competence without aesthetic and relational awareness is incomplete medicine. How do we translate this interdisciplinary critique into actionable systemic clinical reform? If we accept that birth is simultaneously a complex biological process, an aesthetic experience, and an existential threshold, then maybe architecture of our maternity units needs to be radically redesigned. We must move away from industrial efficiency and embrace humanized spatial design. Research by Marilyn Fourreur on the birth unit design spatial evaluation tool, the BUD set, demonstrates that the physical environment directly influences labor physiology. We must structurally alter these rooms, concealing invasive surgical equipment behind aesthetic paneling until it is actively required, implementing dimmable, warm spectrum lighting to protect the maternal hormonal pathways that produce endogenous oxytocin, and reconfiguring the spatial layout to encouraging mobility, movement, and postural freedom. But spatial redesign is only half of the battle. We must also implement an attitude of epistemic humility within clinical practice. This means that a clinician must treat the subjective vocalized testimony of the laboring person with the same diagnostic validity as an electronic data stream. Every intervention, even in the high-stakes pressure of an emergency, must be wrapped in transparent, continuous, and respectful communication. We must ensure that technology supports the birthing person rather than turning her into an object of its design. To conclude, the framework of the medicalized Sublime offers us a rigorous interdisciplinary vocabulary to navigate the complex realities of modern birth. By reading the uncompromising somatic truths of artists like Alice Neal and Louise Bourgeois, alongside the structural practices of contemporary obstetrics, we can diagnose the systemic blind spots of a purely technocratic medicine. Childbirth is a monumental, awe-inspiring, and existentially heavy threshold of human existence. It deserves a medical model that is sophisticated enough to protect physical safety without demanding the sacrifice of psychological and existential dignity. By naming the medicalized Sublime, we take a necessary step toward building a maternity care paradigm that honors both the clinical safety and the body of the sacred reality of coming into being. This is some of the references, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Wonderful. Okay, so before we do questions, we're going to move on to our fourth presentation. So we have Filipa Laundas Vicente. She is a historian and a researcher at the Institute of Social Sciences of the University of Lisbon. She completed her PhD at the University of London, Goldsmiths College. Since then, she has published many articles. Her latest book, edited with Leonora de Oliveira, is titled Collections, Exhibitions, and Museums in Portugal and Its Empire from the 18th to the 20th Century. Today, she has a paper titled Prepartum, Partum, Postpartum, 20th Century Women Artists Working on Birth. So I turn it over to you, Filipa, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
And
Anna.
I see your slide.
Good. Are you seeing my slide and are you listening to me?
Yes, it all looks good and I hear you well.
Good. Wonderful. Thank you very much for organizing this wonderful meeting with such different parts of the world. I have learned a lot and thank you very much. And Claudia, I didn't know Claudia Pimentel. She's in Portugal. I'm also in Portugal. I'm in Lisbon. And here is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So I will divide my presentation in 3 words, as you mentioned. The 3 words in Latin still used in contemporary medical language correspond to 3 successive moments on the process of birth. The period of the 9 months of pregnancy between conception and birth, the moment of birth, and the period after the birth. Through the analysis of some specific works of art by 20th century women artists that fit within these 3 moments, I would like to reflect on the relationship between female artistic practices and motherhood. Pregnancy, childbirth, breastfeeding, and motherhood have historically been invoked to remove women from all spaces of power, from the public sphere to professional careers, and to the many dimensions of creation. Birth was the main female way of creating. This also explains why the encounter between feminism and motherhood has not always been linear and peaceful. So what happens to motherhood in artistic practice when the word feminine came to be challenged by the word feminist? How did the transformations brought about by politicized, theoretical, and lived feminism affected artistic representations of motherhood, a quintessential theme in the history of European Catholic religious painting, some of which we have seen today and yesterday? We might think that birth would be a central subject in this feminine and feminist reappropriation of the female body that took place in the 1970s, when feminist ideas encountered female artistic practice, the pregnant body, the breastfeeding body, the motherly body. However, it is not as central as one would think, I would argue. So why this distancing from the maternal body when female artists were reappropriating their bodies and as an artistic laboratory, as it happened in the 1970s? So this is one of my questions. And I will refer here to the tools I plan to use in this exploration of art and motherhood. That really it's a project still in its infancy. In a way, I started thinking of these many years ago when I became a mother, but I never wrote on it, and it has been really not a part of my research yet, but I hope it will be in the future. So first, it's clearly this idea of autobiography of a birth, which arose from my need to write and reflect on my individual experience, and which is part of a tradition of writing by women, non-writers, about their childbirth. And I think, Anna, you mentioned this yesterday. My experience of two very different births led me to reflect on issues of power, gender, and knowledge. As an historian and an art historian, I could not leave the experience of the birth of my two daughters without reflecting on its history and imaginary. The fact that at the time when I gave birth, first in 2002 and then in 2005, I was living in Florence, Italy, after living in London for many years and spending very long summers in Lisbon, my birthplace. So that meant that while pregnant, I was confronted with three very different cultures of birth. And that was a very big surprise for me. How was it possible that I was in Europe? I was in the same years. And then when I moved between what I could read and listen to in Portugal, in London, in Lisbon, London, or in Florence, the practices and cultures of birth were so different at the time. So the supposed circulation of medical knowledge in the so-called developed societies, suddenly I was confronted with these very enormous ideological and practical differences in the way women in medicine experiences childbirth and motherhood in different national contexts. So this was one aspect. Another aspect was my interest in how art history dealt with women artists, and that led to the book I started writing precisely when I was pregnant with my second daughter. So a book on how art history thought, wrote, dealt with women artists from the 16th century to the 20th century. Then, of course, and I start that book with the ways in which feminist approaches to art history, the ones that have emerged over the past 50 years, of course, some more in some parts of the world than in others, but how these approaches to art history also affected the ways in which women artists approached their bodies, their sexual identities, and their visual autobiographies. So I started to be very interested in the feminist art of the 1970s. And it was here, as we have seen in these 2 days, in the 70s, and in some places than in others, that for the first time in history, I would argue, women artists started working directly with their pregnant bodies. Of course, we had very early examples, and I'm a 19th century historian, but the ways in which the art practices start reflecting the feminist thought happened in the 70s in a way that had not happened before. Then, of course, to think about this link between motherhood and images, it is very important to think of the literature of the representations of women. And finally, all the interdisciplinary bibliography on childbirth and motherhood. And I learned a lot with all that I read more than 20 years ago, when I was pregnant and just after the birth of my daughters, on anthropology, medicine, literary and cultural studies, and of course, feminist studies. So, in fact, my interest in this topic began with my first pregnancy, but the process that I was experiencing already as a mother and pregnant again confronted me with multiple identities whose negotiation is not always peaceful. That of being a feminist, that of being an historian, and that of being a mother, in that chronological order. So my way of living through this simultaneity was to read about it and to write about it. But let us start with words instead of images. Whenever I said the word pregnant in Portuguese, grávida, I always remembered a conversation from my childhood. I had apparently told a friend of my parents, I don't know, maybe I was 8, 9, 10 years old, that someone was pregnant. And the friend of my mother's friend kindly pointed out to me that I shouldn't say the word pregnant, but rather expecting. I don't know why I've never forgotten this brief exchange of the tools to reflect on the cultural and social mechanisms that shaped the language of childbirth, as well as that of menstruation, for example, and on the mechanisms that rendered childbirth invisible in a Western visual culture, so saturated with bodies and intimacy, especially with women's bodies. So in certain Portuguese educated, you would say history. You would use the word history. I am with the history, or I am with the period. So for the first time in my life, already as a mother, I thought, how is it possible that the words of history, this historical vocabulary that I use as an historian, are the words used for menstruation? Then, of course, I always also realized how grávida or parir, partorire, who comes from the Latin, the Italian, were seen as words that were not very proper, and parir was almost rude. So you would say, politely, you would say expecting, or you would say waiting, or you would say I am on hope, I am de esperanças, like I am hoping, instead of I am pregnant. And I should say, I will give light. I'm going to give light instead of I will give birth. In other words, these were euphemisms that alienated language from what it was meant to describe, distancing it from physicality, viscerality, sexuality, and bodily fluids and imagery. In short, distancing it from women's bodies. Language reinforced the taboo and also contributed to it. But if words removed us from the physicality of birth and of female bodies when they are changing, be it once a month or be it when one is pregnant, a woman is pregnant. So did images in the Western past art history I had studied, as well as in the present contemporary visual culture that surrounded me. Childbirth is a sexual act, as anthropologist Sheila Kitzinger so aptly observed, although it is a sexual act in which the male element, which also gave rise to it, is no longer necessary, and perhaps this helps explain the invisibility of childbirth, both in the past historical period, when contemporary morality and religiosity dominated a legitimate. These taboos are rendered even more invisible precisely because they coexist with the visual trivialization of the female body. Could we not consider this taboo regarding childbirth as the other side of the same coin that sexualizes and objectifies women for a wide variety of reasons? One of the persistent ideas in art history is that of the female muse, the female body being observed first by the artist. And of course, for many centuries, it was unnecessary to say male artist because being an artist implied masculinity, and then by the collector, the art critic, or the art historian. So what happened to representations of motherhood when the word feminine came to be challenged by the word feminist? And how did these transformations came about in the mainly since the 70s? So here I have some images, some of them we have already seen in these days, of what we can call the prepartum, the postpartum. Of course, Alice Neal is a great example of someone that painted pregnant women in a completely different way, as well as painting motherhood or the old female body in a self-portrait. Of course, we all have also seen wonderful work of Louise Bourgeois that used it as a subject in many different times. And yesterday we also saw how Judy Chicago. So we are always talking about, well, the 60s, the 70s, where some women artists worldwide started approaching directly the imagery of birth and pregnancy. So feminism as a political ideology seeking to defend women's rights in multiple ways had already been very present in the art world in the 19th century. And this is important for me to say as an historian mainly of the 19th century. So there were already many female artists in the 19th century trying to occupy the spaces, the art spaces for training and for exhibition that were not allowed to them, be it in London or be it in Paris. But clearly it was only later, mainly from the 1970s, that feminist ideas intersected with artistic practice. As we know in Los Angeles, for example, in art programs where female students were encouraged to explore through their art their condition as women and the forms of social and cultural repression still association with their gender. And the artistic results of these were often called feminist art, as has been studied so widely in the last decades. But through performance, photography, film, group works, and installations, that is much of what we associate today with contemporary art practice. Many women artists worked with their bodies, but one might think that in this feminine and feminist reappropriation of the body, the fertilized body, the pregnant body, the breastfeeding body would be more present. It was present, but I would argue that it was not as present as other ways, as the sexual body, for example. But bringing the childbirth process into the open was certainly transgressive acts. And here I would like to mention and show the work of a great woman artist that has died recently, a few years ago. She lived in Portugal first, then in London. So she lived between London and Portugal all her life, and she approached the subject of birth in different ways. First, through the birth of Virgin Mary, when the President of the Republic asked her to paint the chapel, to do the paintings for the chapel of the palace of the President of in a position that assumes with the free position that the female body naturally assumes when having contractions without constraints, which very often cannot happen in a hospital bed or hospital room, as was mentioned before. Then she also painted a pregnant woman in her work on the birth of Brazil. So the birth and this relationship, this also difficult and violent relation between Portugal and Brazil, in this idea of the discovery of Brazil, so present in Portuguese history. Then, of course, another subject of Renaissance art and of the visitation, when the Virgin Mary is informed that she will have the child Jesus, is here reinterpreted by her in a very different way. But even she did a work that I would say, I really would like to think more about this, but she did the abortion series in a very political moment in Portugal, when there was a referendum to decide what to change the law relating to abortion. And the way of her intervening in this public discussion was to paint these works that some of them, if they did not have the label abortion, could be, and we could discuss that, would have similarities with some images of women giving birth. So motherhood, and this was also this is both a conclusion of my experience as a mother, reflecting on these issues, and reflecting on feminism as the critical thought, also reflecting on images, because motherhood combined with feminism can lead to opposing ideas. For some feminists, for example, childbirth in its non-medicalized and non-anesthetized form was a primitive way for women to suffer. It was a means of perpetuating the biological bondage that had always dominated women's bodies. It was the glorification of the pain of motherhood. On the other hand, the medicalization of childbirth, when not needed, in which the woman is treated as a passive vessel from which the baby is extracted through various medical interventions, can also be seen as yet another way of containing the potential and controllability of a woman's body in labor, of distancing it from everything that is primal, visceral and controlled, full of screams and noises, dirty, made of various fluids, and sexual. I had the two kinds of birth. First, the violent and over-medicalized one, with a very difficult postpartum, and then the freely lived and empowering birth. So just as language can distance the words we use to describe pregnancy, childbirth, or menstruation from the act itself, hospital architecture, the design of delivery beds, and the medical routines can also be a way of containing the potential uncontrollability of women's bodies or the screams of labor. What I mentioned earlier can also be referred here, just to finish this, Paula Rego saying how she depicted fear. I
I think you got about another minute, if that's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. So breastfeeding, what I said regarding childbirth could also be said of breastfeeding. So part of the postpartum, while breastfeeding, as for me, could be a feminist gesture, which I saw as a form of liberation that allowed me to go everywhere with my daughters. For many feminists, it was yet another imprisonment of female identity within motherhood, yet another subjugation to biology, which transformed women's sexual bodies into maternal bodies that give without receiving anything in return. So there were multiple possible relationships, and sometimes they also contradicted each other. And of course, I'm very interested also in placing these breastfeeding contemporary practices within an a very old tradition of Virgin Mary breastfeeding Jesus. And here contrasted with, for example, Catherine Opie, that you can now see in London at the National Portrait Gallery, or, for example, the discussion in many different countries over if women should or not breastfeed in public. So, and just to finish, which, of course, here showing Mary Kelly in the postpartum document, I will just refer how being a woman and an artist were opposing categories for many centuries, even though there were many women who transgressed, questioned, and challenged throughout history this opposition. So what these categories have in common is this idea of creation, the metaphor of creation. But of course, what we have also been discussing during these 2 days is the tensions between a creation of as birth and creation as an arts practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippa. That was wonderful. And I see so many intersecting topics that are just in this one session. A lot of connections here. And, really interesting to see Shana Klein, she showed those images from the 19th century of the pregnant daguerreotypes, and then comparing that to what we see like 100 years later with Alice Neal's portraits. It's kind of interesting to see that shift. But I have many questions that I can ask, but I'd like to open it up to others, or perhaps the presenters, if you have questions for each other, we could start there. Does anyone have something they'd like to ask?
Yeah,
Yes,
if I
Dana.
could interject. I mean, and part of me is so jealous with the presenters that came after me, right? Because so many of you deal with modern and contemporary artists who are showing both the pastoral and sublimity of pregnancy. When do you think this shift happens? Philippa also talked about how they are a scholar of 19th century art because that is not happening in the 1800s. So is there something that changes at the 20th century? Like, is there a specific moment that makes pregnancy more visually acceptable? It's something I grapple with, and I don't have a good answer for it.
Do you want me to answer? Can I
Go
answer?
ahead, Philippa. Yeah.
Well, I really think that what happened in the 70s, because as I mentioned before, in the second half of the 19th century, you have many women artists, in London and Paris, that is obvious, that are writing, that are fighting for their right of affirming their professional careers and of sex, getting into prestigious spaces of display and exhibition. But they still have restraints. They were not crossing their feminist ideas with their own artistic practice, only with their artistic careers. And what you really see And you have to relate that with all that was happening in the world in the 70s, with all when feminists that were, of course, had a long genealogy, but when feminism starts entering all realms of society, also academy, art institutions, and all kinds of spheres, that meant that women artists, and I would argue also start thinking about the specificity of their experiences and of their bodies in a way that had not happened before. And that meant that you see from that period onwards, from the 70s onwards, you see in many different countries. And I saw yesterday that I didn't know all these Polish wonderful artists. Women start working on their bodies, and that also meant working on their pregnant bodies or their post-pregnant bodies.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, you also showed earlier examples, though, the Paula Modersohn-Becker portrait. I mean, that's at the turn of the 20th century. That's so early,
Yes.
and maybe that's more extraordinary and an exception, but
Yes.
yeah, I wonder if like something else is happening even before the 70s.
France, for example, at the same time. So it's sort of like, I think the religious part is perhaps influential in how that's going on. But I do think the 70s, as Philippa has talked about, there was this period, this window of time in the United States where not only the images of birth, but that's when what we call the natural birth movement. And Emma kind of talked about Ina May Gaskin and like this whole thing that was happening. That's when, especially because the white culture was the dominant one, that we start to see like, okay, the natural birth movement. But during the 80s, that movement was sort of shut down. It's kind of an interesting thing. It's like we had this period of time where the natural birth movement happened. And then I think it was the introduction of epidurals in the 80s that really kind of stopped that movement. And then, so by the time that we get into the 90s, the medicalization of birth starts taking off, and the C-section rates and all of that go up. But it's just interesting because there was this period of time in the 70s that I think the art was flourishing, and then the actual, like, people were having home births and things like that.
Yeah, thank you for those comments and for that recommendation too. I'll definitely look up that book. I think you said around 1992. I'm just going to quickly add something to your comment because you're right. In the US, pregnancy was really thought of as sickly, and not just pregnancy, but like womanhood. There's so many images of women that look neurasthenic. So there's a whole disorder that is created in the 19th century around women's bodies being inferior to men and sickly and frail. And this absolutely has to do with conditions of womanhood and motherhood. And so I devote a lot of time to that in my research. But it's interesting for me to think about it in a global context, like our European depictions showing women as frail and sickly as women or specifically as mothers. I have to think about that. But thank you.
Yeah, and it would also depend which parts of Europe,
Yeah, of
probably,
course. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, and there is very interesting period in the interwar period where there was a huge amount of change in the feminist movements all over Europe, mostly in Italy and of course in France and also in Portugal. We have a huge growth of change, if you can say growth of change in the way women look at themselves. And I think that it's a very, very interesting focus, the interwar period.
Yes.
Any other questions?
No, just to comment on what you were saying, and I was thinking of these differences between the US and Europe. But it's true that you have Manet's Olympia, you have Courbet's The Origin of the World, depicting a vagina. But really, it was an erotic portrayal of the women body by a man. of course, erotic and pornographic images also in photography, though those circulated a lot between men, but it was not the same thing of what happened later. These were women working with and depicting their bodies, and it's true that I cannot find of any other woman when Paula Madison Becker, when she's painting the early 20th century. I think that's quite exceptional. I'm sure that maybe there are other examples, but that was not very common. A self-portrait of a woman, of a pregnant woman.
Yeah, and that was she was painting in, what was that, like the 1910s or something?
07, yes, I think.
Yeah, 1906, I think.
Yes, 06 or 07, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Beatrice.
I cut out for a little bit, so it was lucky the whole time my connection was so stable. Now for one moment I didn't hear some of the questions, so forgive me if this is a repeat. And this is taking it also a little bit away from this art historical focus. But I had a comment for Claudia, and that is because I had used a similar quote from Sublime than Claudia, and or is it correct the connection?
It's okay. It kind of clicked for a second, but we hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, good. So I was thinking that Kant says what the sublime is something that is fear-inducing, but as long as you're in safety, you're fine. And so it just occurred to me that probably these medicalized environments are all about safety. Yet, if you think that the maternal sublime is inside of you, the notion of safety totally changes. So maybe that's one way to add to your last slide of how we can adjust these spaces to be more appropriate, is to think of the different notion of safety.
Yes, of course, because in medicine, in the last, I could say 20 years, there's a patient-focused, person-focused medicine. And I think that this shift on the approach on the birth, the labor themselves, the moment itself, should be or could be directly thought under the perspective of the inside of the woman, and not only about safety and technology and asepsia, and focused on not failing, because most of the time it's not non-failing issue. It's more than philosophical or technological or whatever. It's the fear of failing, and the fear of failing makes us try to use the technology to shift this perspective that should be a perspective of sublime moment, and allowing the woman to live the moment as she wants to live it and she needs to live it, and it's just in a rush, and everything is light and movement and cut and shouting and screaming and the baby, and most of the time people forget the woman, and that's the point. And the sublime is in the moment, in the way we live the moment.
I had a question, but sort of a comment for Emma. First of all, I wanted to say that your co-presenter was wonderful. And I can't imagine any of mine being co-presenters at that age, but that worked out really well. So Julia Chiniero Para, you had mentioned some of her work. So in her 2016 book, Birthing Justice, she does have, I think she talks more about poetry as a means of sort of acknowledging and repairing birthing justice. So I'm wondering, I haven't really followed her work since about maybe 2020. So I'm wondering if she has done anything related to any of the artists that you're working on, or if you know of anyone else who's writing about like some of these artists.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I don't know of anyone writing about any of these artists right now. And part of it is because all of these artists could belong to like this general Latino or Latinx art world that has a very specific like 25, 30 artists that get all of the visibility. So I've been trying to work to sort of pull lesser visible artists into the fold. But yeah, I have yet to find any sort of writing or discussion about these artists or their works. And I actually don't think that she specifically has written about any artists that I could even sort of pull under that umbrella. But I haven't looked at her like super recent work, so that's something that I would be definitely interested in seeing. I'm looking forward to any amount of writing that's happening on these artists for sure. So yeah, great question, just because it brings up the difficulty of doing the type of research that I'm doing because there's so little to sort of go off of. And these works are very worthy of all of the exploration and all of the writing and all of the sort of bringing of these works into conversation with larger schools of thoughts and larger ideas. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, if you publish anything on this, let us know because we have a publication page on the Society website, so we'll list it there.
Awesome, will do. Thank you.
So we have about 4 minutes left. Any other questions? Yeah, Philippa.
I'd like to ask actually Claudia is also Portuguese, but we didn't know each other. I'm happy to know her through this meeting. And I wonder, from what I understood, she's also a doctor. So she has these two worlds, and I would say that is not very common. How does she feel? Can she talk? Can she have a dialogue with other within the medical world? Having this doing this work and combining it with her art history and with her PhD. How does she feel? What has changed between the moment when she started studying medicine? I don't know if she was, well, I don't think she was an obstetric but doctor, but has she noted many changes in this? Is the medical world and on medicine being more reflective on these issues, at least in Portugal? I don't know if you studied in Portugal.
Yes, thank you for the question. In fact, I've been discovering that medicine and art have much more to do with each other than I thought on the first time I decided to study history of art. It has connections in many ways. First, for myself, the way I see the world, the way I see medicine itself, the way I face my patients, the way I can combine what I've learned in medical school and what I've learned in humanities school. So the look, first of all, the look. And then it's very comfortable for me, let's say comfortable, to see that medical schools are changing a lot in medical schools at this point, at least here in Porto, students learn literature, poetry, music. They learn other paintings. They mix everything, and there's maybe you read in the news this last week. There's cultural prescription now in Porto. The University of Porto is. I'm actually doing that course, but it's cultural prescription. The doctor will be able to prescribe culture more than social prescription. So I've also studied narrative medicine, and the narrative medicine makes all of these two worlds, and like it's jumping to a new approach, because narrative medicine mixes philosophy, cinema, photography, ethics, literature, everything. It can mix, deals with the suffering. And I'm so happy that what I feel inside, because you asked me, okay, what I feel inside, that this connection is actually something that can help us as doctors to be better doctors, mixing the art, not being better art historians, but being for sure better doctors, when you realize that everything can be joined and can be can create something that allow us to help I'm not sure if we help, but to listen. I think it's more a question of listening. Each time I do something, I learn something. I'm more able to listen, and listening is something that is missing in this world in nowadays. And that's why I was telling that before, that when you look at the pregnant woman, you should look at the pregnant woman from the inside, not from the outside, because as doctors, we want the child to be born in safe conditions. We want the pregnant woman not to die. We don't want to go back in Portugal to the 1960s and 50s. We had a mortality rate, a very, very high infant mortality rate. So I'm not sure if I already answered your question, but there are two worlds that are walking together more and more, and even in Portugal, that is our country. And I'm very glad with that, because I believe I can help a little bit more than I thought before.
Thank you.
I thank you for the question.
Well, thank you all. I think that we'll close because we have our next session coming up. But Philippa and Claudia, I also saw other connections between your works, like the birth aesthetics of the birth environment and things like that. So perhaps the two of you would connect with each other at some point. But this was a wonderful panel. Thank you so much. We will be making videos from our recordings, and everyone will have you can opt out if you don't want yours made public on our YouTube channel. So I'll send an email about that. But thank you so much. And our next session will begin in about 12 minutes. So. Okay, so I think we're going to start. So we have 4 presentations today, one with 2 presenters. My name is Anna Hennessy. I'm the founder and director of the Society for the Study of Pregnancy and Birth, and we are entering session 7 on day 2. The title of our session is Art, Aesthetics, and Pre- and Perinatal Psychology. So our first presenter is Birgit Heimbach. She is a German midwife who has published books on all aspects of midwifery and childbirth, illustrating them with her own artwork. She also organizes workshops and events on midwifery. Her paper title today is Illustration as an Epidemic Practice of Midwives, Artistically Visualizing Knowledge About Childbirth. And I am actually going to show her slides. So let me put those up.
Invitation, dear Anna. And first, I think Philippa is already gone, but I agree very much with her. And what a coincidence. Philippa has shown a work of Konstantin Brancusi in these pictures from our persons. And I just wrote an article about this newborn sculptures. So the title of my work, my talk is Illustration as an Epistemic Practice of Midwives, Artistically Visualization Knowledge about Childbirth. And first, there's a small amusing mistake in the title and the program, not epidemic, the widespread occurrence of an infectious disease, but epistemic, meaning related to knowledge. That's funny. In my work, I combine three perspectives that may seem different, but connect each other for me, each other wonderfully. I'm a midwife. I hold a master's degree in sociology and a master's degree in illustration, as you already said. As an editor and illustrator of a professional journal for midwives, I bring all these skills together. I also create books, animated films, and exhibitions, for example, this autumn at the Bremen Hospital Museum. My images and texts are primarily situated within the field of obstetrics and related disciplines. They aim to communicate findings from new studies, convey knowledge in anatomy and physiology, from the mechanics to birth to the composition of breast milk, and inform new approaches in obstetrics. They also address social and cultural topics related to childbirth and midwifery, as well as philosophical reflections. I also write about other female artists engaging with these topics. Midwives can so find out more about the expression of emotions, for example, and it makes them joy to look at these often fascinating images, and they learn to look. As an illustrator, I like translating complex ideas and experiences into images. Images can help visualize knowledge, make complicated ideas easier to understand, render the unspeakable visible, convey emotions, and create a certain atmosphere. Often a good image is more effective than even the most detailed text. In my lecture, I would like to demonstrate how visual illustration can become part of the epistemic practice of midwifery science. Using my work, I will show how images can generate knowledge. I present several thematic areas, each with its own visual style and varying degrees of artistic freedom. I constantly move in my work between picturing science and producing art. Next slide. Anatomy and physiology. Here you see two covers from my 4 books on anatomy and physiology. The titles include the term fine art, which is in English sagittal suture. Literally translated, fine art would mean arrow suture. The suture lies between the 2 parietal bones of the skull. It is important for diagnosing the position of the baby's head during birth. For example, transverse, oblique, or straight, which are also reflected in the subtitles. I chose the term arrow suture as well because I consistently used arrows in these books to explain directions, pressure, or movement. Next slide. An example. Continuous movement during contractions helps the baby's head pass through the pelvis. The midwife's hand can effectively support this movement. I painted in a delivery room. One of my role models was the illustrator and physician Dr. Frank Netter. Like him, I drew always also in operating rooms, pathology departments, and forensic medicine, places where excellent references can be found. I was looking for a more modern style that addresses topics precisely and clearly, but not too clinical. Empathy plays a major role in midwifery, and this should be reflected in my images. They should be aesthetically appealing and emotionally engaging, not just dry graphics, but also artistically compelling. Next slide. Amniotic bands, which originate from the inner membrane of the amniotic sac, can wrap around a fetus limbs and lead to severe constrictions or even amputations. It must be carefully considered which aspect to highlight. Should I show a severe injury? Which colors are appropriate? The exact local color or a more imaginative one? In pathology, one draws dead matter which lacks the appearance of living, blood-filled, reddish tissue. In such cases, something must be added with imagination. In nature, there are no lines, yet we use lines in illustration to represent things. Through idealization and schematization, clarity is achieved. Complete objectivity does not exist. Imagination is always involved. Scientific images can only testify to a way of seeing the world, not the world itself. My considerations also apply to depicting women giving birth, for example, respecting their dignity. Should pain be shown? What kind of representation encourages viewers to engage deeply with the image? In the 19th and 18th centuries, medical textbooks often featured engravings and etchings by artists that remain fascinating today, such as those by the Dutch engraver Jan van Riemsdyk. Especially in the context of the academization of midwifery, I consider it important to create respectful, high quality and beautiful illustrations. Next slide. Here's a newborn directly after birth. Newborns display typical behavior in 9 physiological stages. For example, in stage 4, about 30 minutes after birth, they show intense eye contact with the mother. About an hour after birth, they begin to suckle at the breast. Next slide. The next theme is breastfeeding. I make many images about breastfeeding and also make a book. It was inspired by the style and motivations of the artist Käthe Kollwitz, a German painter you know surely. In 1922, she wrote in her diary, "I agree that my art has a purpose. I want to have an effect in this time when people are so helpless and in need." She created numerous charcoal drawings, etchings, and lithographs of mother with her children, many of them breastfeeding. One can feel a deep empathy behind her work. She aimed to draw attention to suffering caused by unemployment and poverty after World War I and want to influence politics. Her husband was a physician in a poor district and she encountered the suffering daily. She also addresses the issue of unwanted pregnancies and created a poster for the first breast milk collection center titled, the painting has a title, "Mothers, Give from Your Abundance." Next slide. My images also serve a purpose. Ultimately, they are also intended to benefit mothers, children, and their families. Inspired by Kollwitz, I worked with etching techniques in this book and also adopted a little bit the aesthetic of old obstetric books. Next. The book also includes illustration of the anatomy of the lactating breast. In recent years, there has been confusion regarding a structure called the lactiferous sinus, which I address and discuss in the text. Next slide. Here we see a woman using a cabbage compress on the breast to treat milk stasis. Next slide. The book also covers historical aspects. Here's a historical breast pump in which the woman creates negative pressure by sucking, thereby helping a weak infant to feed. Next slide. Now we come to the theme of philosophy. Birth and breastfeeding are not only biological processes and deeply personal experiences. Ideas about motherhood, the body, care, and autonomy are historically shaped and socially constructed. They show that birth and breastfeeding are not only private but also politically and culturally significant. Through my sociological perspective, I try to place all aspects within a broader context. In the last years, I encountered more and more inspiring texts by philosophers such as Hannah Arendt, Christina Schues, and Stella Villamere about the experience of birth and aspects of obstetrics, opening new ways of thinking. I wondered how I could bring their names and their ideas into the world of midwives, who often do not have the time to engage with extensive abstract publications. Through illustrations, I wanted to make the philosophical language more accessible to midwives. I began illustrating a book series that allows readers to approach these for them unfamiliar topics in a sensory and reflective way. Next slide. A green background is typical in my philosophical images, symbolizing nature. As cultural beings, we are part of it. Here's an image inspired by the Norwegian writer Jon Fosse. In his book Morning and Evening, he describes a birth from the father's perspective and in parts from the newborn perspective. Since the newborn cannot speak, Fosse uses sequences of vowels to express feelings. The book spans from birth, morning to death, evening, and explores extensive questions influenced in part by the philosopher Martin Heidegger. Next slide. I have now produced 4 books with philosophical and metaphysical texts. They were distributed, for example, at conferences at the German Society for Psychosomatic Gynecology and Obstetrics. Some texts are by deceased authors, while others were written now specifically for these books. They present diverse perspectives on pregnancy and birth, and in the first book, for example, there are texts from Hannah Arendt, Simone de Beauvoir, and Peter Sloterdijk. Next slide. I also went back to the beginnings of philosophy to Socrates, whose ideas we know through Plato. Socrates, the son of a midwife, developed the concept of meiotics, the art of midwifery, as a metaphor. Philosophical dialogue is the birth of ideas. He described inner doubt as labor pains. His art differed from his mother's, he said, only in that he assisted men rather than women and cared for souls rather than bodies. Next slide. Even miscarriages, as Socrates called wind eggs, were possible in these intellectual births. Next slide. Such a head birth was attributed to the Greek god Zeus, with a Zeus, who gave birth to Athena from his head, a woman only as an allegory of wisdom, for wisdom. Such intellectual births were primarily attributed to men. Next slide. The feminist Italian philosopher Francesca Rigotti criticized 15 years ago this metaphorical appropriation of birth by Socrates, the birth of knowledge only for men. She sought to restore the competencies for his mother, the midwife Venerete, and to re-anchor the demanding process of creativity in the maternal body, which is also today in her mind often overlooked. For many, she observed, would gaze and wonder only at the child. Next slide. The Swiss ethicist Ina Pretorius emphasizes that midwives should be more involved in philosophical discussions about birth, especially in light of new reproductive technologies. One task of ethics is to preserve this awareness that we human beings basically know little about the magic of reproduction. The appropriate response to things we cannot decipher is respect, so she tells. Next slide. Christina Schues warns of a growing attack on natality through reproductive technologies aiming to mechanize or even eliminate human birth. In the United States, the sociologist Barbara Katz-Rothman has developed since the 80s what she calls the midwifery model of human existence. She teaches and researches as a professor for sociology Women's Studies and Health Science in New York. The midwifery model stands metaphorically for accompaniment instead of control. Next slide. The focus, so she writes, is on trust, empathy, and interpersonal connection, not on technology and efficiency. Subjective experience is taken seriously. Abdulrahman advocated for change in reproductive practices such as surrogacy. In 1993, she served as a president of the Society for the Study of Social Problems. Next slide. Since the 1980s, more and more ethic committees have been established in hospitals. Many issues are discussed there. How to advise women in view of reproductive options, some of which are prohibited in Germany. How to advise when a fetus has severe malformations, or how many times in vitro fertilization is still meaningful if many attempts have already failed. From which month of pregnancy intensive care medicine should be used for a very early premature infant. What will be the best for his future? Here's the image of a woman who in the hospital from the 18th week onward celebrated every single day as progress and celebrated each day of pregnancy on large sheets of paper until the child was delivered by cesarean section in 25th week. As a midwife, I have experienced how bodily knowledge, intuition, and emotional processes interact. I have gained many insights into how births take place in hospitals, birth centers, and at home. Have observed how other midwives and obstetricians accompany birth, and have spoken with many women about their birth experiences. Most often, they report a very trusting, strengthening, and touching atmosphere during birth. However, some women also experience the care as disturbing and intrusive. Next slide. In recent years, there has been a not insignificant number of women who no longer trust the institution of the hospital. Some have had negative experiences there and are afraid of no longer being able to act in a self-determined way. In Germany, there has been much discussion about unassisted birth, a phenomenon that surprisingly is not so rare. Some women no longer trust midwives either and prefer to give birth completely alone. They accept the risk of ignore them. Next slide. Philosopher Stella Villamea invites reflection on autonomy during childbirth. Historically, there exists sometimes the idea among professionals that women can no longer use their reason during labor. She says, reason must go out of the window. Today, there's a growing awareness that they remain capable of decision-making during labor. Next slide. Some months ago, on a congress with obstetricians, there was the accordance that there is actually no such thing as an elective cesarean section, since there is always a medical indication, which also includes psychosocial reasons. It was explained that an elective cesarean section is an expression of female self-determination, at the same time a symptom of unresolved fear. This will be taken into account in the revision of the cesarean section guidelines. Next slide. Philosopher Suki Finn explores whether mother and fetus are one or two entities. Is the mother a container, or is the fetus part of the mother, parenthood model? But the fetus is not an organ of the mother like a kidney. It is not simply the belly of the woman. Finn has shown that in a deeper metaphysical sense, the fetus is nevertheless also part of the maternal organism because it does not regulate itself independently and both share an organ, the placenta. This could lead to new perspectives, for example, regarding surrogacy. In the Netherlands, the results were also incorporated into a public policy project that examine what risk a woman may take when choosing her place of birth. Philosopher Anne-Sophie Meinke argues that pregnancy represents a process, not a fixed state, challenging binary thinking. She needs no container or parthood model, but substances, things follow a binary logic of either or. Either they exist or they do not exist. Accordingly, there is either one or two. In biological processes, however, it is normal that they gradually emerge and gradually disappear. There is no need to postulate that organisms possess sharp boundaries, either at a given moment or over time, synchronically or diachronically, so Meinke. In January of this year, together with Stella Villamea, Beatrice, Sasha, Kobow, and Barbara Gabriela Renzi, I hold a seminar at the Zurich University for midwifery students to give them an insight into the world of philosophy around birth. Afterwards, the fourth philosophy book was created together with the three philosophers. They wrote wonderful texts for it. Next slide. Renzi wrote about,
just to say you got about 1 more minute, if that's okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's finished with the last. You can move on. The breast milk pictures. This is the last book. Go on here. Here I want to show the contents of the breast milk with poesy and lyric and a little bit of humor, and I want to try to explain which contents in the mother milk or breast milk are very important. So you can show the next slides and then I finish. Okay. The next slide is about, yeah, okay, that is, I finish. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those were beautiful, those images. Okay, so we're going to have our questions after all of the presenters have gone. So I will introduce our next presenter is Neria Bella. She's a PhD candidate at the Universitat Jaume I, where she holds an FPU UJI Research Fellowship. Her doctoral project examines the cultural and artistic construction of maternal archetypes in contemporary visual culture. Her research focuses on motherhood and its representation throughout history, including published work on the evolution of childbirth imagery and the philosophy of motherhood. And Neria's paper title is Archetypal Motherhoods in Contemporary Art, Visual Models, Ideological Structures, and the Philosophical Stakes of Maternal Imaginaries. So welcome to you, Neria, and I will spotlight you. And then if you have slides, you can share it or you don't have to, whatever.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we see the slides. They look good.
Okay. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the organizers for accepting my proposal and for inviting me to participate in this conference. To the topic of this event closely aligns with the central concerns of my doctoral research. And I have been listening very careful to the presentation so far because I'm certain that many of the ideas discussed here will be extremely valuable for my own work. Before I begin, I would also like to apologize if my accent is strong or if I occasionally struggle to express myself clearly. English is not my native language, so I appreciate your patience and understanding. Well, today I would like to present the core of ideas of my doctoral thesis, which examines how contemporary art are constructs, reproduce, transforms, and challenge archetypical models of motherhood. Well, my research starts from Carl Gustav Jung's concept of the archetype. According to Jung, archetypes are innate structures located in the collective unconscious. They are transmitted across generations and appear repeatedly throughout human history. Although they can take different forms depending on the cultural context, Jung considered them universal patterns that emerge across different societies and historical periods. However, when we speak about archetypes in visual culture, we are rarely dealing with the archetype itself. What we actually encounter are archetypal images and archetypal figures, the concrete visual representations through which these deeper symbolic structures become visible. Well, the distinction is particularly important for my research. Rather than attempting to study the archetype in his abstract psychological form, I'm focused on the visual and cultural manifestations or maternal archetypes. In other words, I ask, what models of motherhood continue circulate in contemporary art? Which maternal figures remain culturally dominant? And how are these figures being challenged by contemporary artists, particularly now that women artists, as we talked before in the session before, are increasing representing motherhood from their own experience, perspectives, and perspective, through the analysis of contemporary artistic production, I've identified a series of recurring archetypal constructions that structure the different chapters of my thesis. Today, for a time question, I will present only the 3 first chapters as an example, but later in the time of the questions, we can talk about the other archetypes. Well, the first major group corresponds to what I call intensive motherhood. Within this category, several figures repeatedly emerge: the sublimated mother who embodies motherhood as a form of moral fulfillment, the angel in the house devoted entirely to the domestic sphere, the nurturing mother defined by care and emotional availability, the secluded mother confined with the space of the motherhood itself, and the repentant mother, whose identity is shaped by guilt and self-sacrifice. Well, a second major archetypal configuration is the suffering mother. Here, motherhood is represented through experience of grief, loss, mourning, war, displacement, or violence. These representations connect contemporary imaginary with a long artistic traditions of maternal suffering, as you can say in the images, like the Piedad. Closely related to this figure is the archetype of mother courage. Unlike the suffering mother, mother courage transforms pain into resistance. She appears as a protector, a political actor, and sometimes even as a symbol, a symbolic leader capable of mobilizing collective action. As well as you can see in all of these images, most of them are from the Spanish Civil War. These archetypes are not merely descriptive categories. My central argument is that artistic images actively participate in the construction of social expectations surrounding motherhood. They contribute to defining which maternal behaviors are considered desirable, legitimate, or admirable, while simultaneously identifying others as deviant, problematic, or even pathological. For this reason, motherhood shouldn't not be understood solely as a personal or private experience. It must also be examined as a philosophical, political, and cultural construction, as Adrienne Rich and other authors teach us. For example, Adrienne Rich in Woman Born. Contemporary art offers a particularly valuable field for this analysis because it reveals both the persistence of traditional maternal imaginaries and the emergence of new forms of maternal representation that challenge established gender norms. Ultimately, my research argues that studying archetypal motherhood in contemporary art allows us to better understand the historical roots of gender stereotypes, the ideological structures that sustain them, and the possibilities for imagining alternative forms of motherhood in the present. Thank you very much. Gracias, gracias. Merci.
Muchas gracias, Miriam.
Wow, wonderful.
Okay. All right, so we will move on to some questions afterwards, but first we're going to continue, and our next presenter is Flavi Rames. So Flavi Rames has completed a first-year master's degree in contemporary art history at the Université Toulouse, Jean Jaurès, and a master's degree at the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales in Paris. She is currently preparing a thesis project and will enroll in a PhD program in September 2026. Her current research focuses on representations of pregnancy and childbirth in the work of female artists from the 1960s to the 1990s. Her paper title for us is Images of Pregnancy and Childbirth from the 1960s to the 1990s, A Story of Domination and Emancipation. So go ahead, Flavi. It's all yours. And I see your slides. They look wonderful.
Okay, perfect. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I hear you well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for letting me talk today. I'm really happy to present my research and my presentation today is kind of a mix of what I studied as a master degree student for the 4 past years and what I am going to study for my thesis, as you say, which will start in September. So for my thesis degree, I'm going to concentrate on French women artists, but today I'm going to talk about artists from other parts of the world. So pregnancy and childbirth are phenomena to which art history has paid little attention. And yet artists, and most among them women artists, as we have seen today and yesterday, have explored these themes through art and through various art mediums, and especially during the 60s to the 80s. This phenomenon took place within the context of the second wave of feminism and marked by the struggle for contraception and abortion. And it's within this environment that artists such as Niki de Saint-Phal, Raymond Darcier, Lou Perdu, or Orlan in France, Annegret Zoltau or Maina Miriam-Munsky in Germany, Alice Neal or Judy Chicago in the USA, created works that each in their own way question the status of the pregnant and birthing body. These practices are part of a wider intellectual legacy. Also, this is something that we have already seen in other presentations in this symposia, but like the question of the position of the woman and of the mother in the patriarchal society is a theme explored in France since at least the book by Simone de Beauvoir, Le Deuxième Sexe, in 1949. So the second wave feminist movement is directly informed with this context. So I wanted to highlight some recent events, exhibition, and books that shows the strong interest in the issue of the body of the mother or the pregnancy. As you can see here, in the Foundling Museum in 2020, we had an exhibition entitled Portraying Pregnancy from Holbein to Social Media. In the Frauen Museum in Austria, we had an exhibition called Geburtskultur in 2020 and 2021. In Denmark, also, we had the exhibition Mother at the Louisiana Museum of Arts. And now, until August, we have an exhibition in Marseille, in France, called Bonne Mère, which is a French word for good mothers. And also some books published recently, like the one Maternity, une histoire en images, published by the French National Library in 2024, or this book, Mothering Myths, an ABC of Art, Birth, and Care, published in Amsterdam in 2025. So all these examples demonstrate that the representation of the maternal body remains a vibrant subject influencing museum, but also science and scientific research. But all these initiatives focus mostly on motherhood and not really on birth and pregnancy. So the emergence of the reproductive body in the artistic sphere is of course not obvious, as we heard already today. And for a long time, pregnancy was kept secret and kept off public representation, as Shana told us before. And as Emmanuelle Berthiaud explained in this book, Enceinte, which is a French book published in 2014, she explained that the 19th century hid pregnant women, and she took this example of the portrait of Madame Edma Pontillon by Berthe Morisot, where we can see her sister pregnant, but we cannot know she's pregnant unless we take a look at her arms on her belly. So these works, when they exist, remain within the family and are ultimately revealed to the public only much later. But a few artists challenged the concealment at the turn of the 20th century, such as Paula Modersohn-Becker. So you're starting to know this artwork now, but she's known as the first woman to have painted herself pregnant in 1906. So these are examples before the real context I wanted to talk about. So Yeah. So the like we said before, the example of Paula Modersohn-Becker not appear to have been widely adopted by other artists in the following of the 20th century, except when we are entering in political revendication in the feminist movement. So interest in images of pregnancy was indeed revived in the 1960s with the advent of ultrasound, first used in obstetric in 1964, and by making the fetus visible, this technological revolution granted it an autonomous visual existence, dissociating its image from that of the body of the mother. Fetal imagery was quickly co-opted by anti-abortion movement, as demonstrated by Rosalind Pecheski and Barbara Dudden. And also it inspired artists such as Annegret Soltau. For example, in this image, we can see her body through photographs that she distorted to make them resemble ultrasound images. And she does question the erasure of the woman's body in favor of that of the fetus that this technique enabled. Very quickly, artists seized upon new questions raised by technical development through committed works. So in France, we have the same context around the legalization of abortion, but even before this context, some artists were already using the female body as a space for resistance and protests. And this was the case of Niki de Saint-Phal, for example. You have here L'Hôtel des Femmes, which depicts the condition imposed on women in a world of violence. And she also made a monumental sculpture, Hon, that you can see here, the belly of the sculpture serves as an entrance to an interior space traversed by visitors. And so she transformed the female body into a public and political space. In the same vein, Nicolas L. Created La Femme enceinte de la télévision, or The Last Woman Object, in 1969, a sculpture in which a screen replaces the belly of the woman. The female body and the media merge in a shared critique of women's condition. And also we had Orlan. She began questioning the social and constricted dimension of female identity through self-birth, as she called Orlan accouche d'elle-même, which means Orlan is giving birth to herself. So a little bit after, we have other artists such as Raymonde Arcier. She became involved in a feminist movement, and in this sculpture named Au nom du Père, it's a large textile sculpture, and she depicts a giant woman crucified by domestic and sexual duties, working to bring everyone's attention to immense labor of women. And she is also giving birth at the same time. And another French example is Loup Perdu. She created little sculptures from the series Dedans dehors, which means inside outside, depicting clay fetuses, sometimes surrounded by an umbilical cord, evoking the uterine space. And in this series, one can read between the lines a response to the new medical images of the fetus produced by ultrasound. So the interest persisted from the invention of ultrasound through the development of medicalized gestation. The key date of 1978, the birth of the first test tube baby, is important. It helps us understand how from the 80s onwards, the relationship to procreation was once again overturned by science. The arrival of the possibility of procreation no longer passing through the human body was absolutely unprecedented, and it was seen by some feminists as an opportunity allowing women to free themselves from the natural constraints of their bodies. and for others as a frightening announcement of a new world to come, a world in which technologies will take up too much space. And artists such as Maina Miriam Munsky were really frightened by this evolution. And she painted this painting, Manipulation, in 1981. And she imagined like the gestation completely out of the woman body, as did Aldous Huxley in his novel Brave New World in 1932. And these works reflect the fear of a medical upheaval such that human procreation would pass exclusively through machines and take place outside the body. So I'm going to switch to something different now. So this visual representation of the reproductive body allowed to subvert the canon of the female nude, also as it is the case for Alice Neal, for example, who chose to set aside hegemonic pictorial canons in order to show the body at every stage it can go: illness, old age, birth, pregnancy. On the other hand, it allowed visual artists to reclaim a femininity denigrated by its links to animality and nature by foregrounding images of creative goddess, as is the case of Judy Chicago. So yeah. Through her series The Birth Project, the artist wanted to make the creation of the universe a distinctly feminine act. Thus, everything would issue from the entrails of the female supernatural force, an immense creative power that she represented many times in her ambitious projects. So, by exalting gestation as an experience deeply rooted in nature and the transmission of feminine knowledge, Chicago inscribes maternity within an ancestral continuum.
Do you remember the last time you slipped into the water? Your body had reactions to this, maybe expanding, relaxing, or contracting, depending perhaps on the temperature, depending perhaps on whether or not you arrived voluntarily, disgruntled and demolished, or with curiosity and agency. You might have breathed in deeply with a sigh or a shout of celebration. Your breath became calmer or agitated. Your senses might have become more focused or more blurry. Certainly, something was different. Can you re-feel the feelings that were braided with this experience? Was it a finally relaxing, finally slipping gravity, finally swimming, finally in action? Was it, this is what I have longed for, this is where I belong? Or this is what I must escape, I am wrong here, I do not want to stay, I need to move, I want to explore more. This is heaven, or this is hell. Possibly all this at once. This is being alive. Cellular biologists and physicists tell us that every experience is recorded in our being. And our being can remember all the experiences we've had since we were a little cell. Perhaps, especially since we were a little cell, a tabula rasa. Our first journeys created a signature in the quantum field that will last forever. This one little cell, a zygote, signified your being and all its potential, like a seed. When the sperm and the egg cell merged into what became you in your most condensed form. Every living cell has its own qualities and reacts to, interacts with its environment. It can expand and contract, get closer or withdraw. It expresses itself as an aspect of nature that is entangled with the cosmos. It has its own plan how to grow and develop. Every step, every move, every stage brings new encounters to arrive and live within, and live surrounding the nascent human being. How can one little cell store all these memories? Or is that special cell something like a receiving device, digesting information or instruction from an invisible field? This is where implicit memory comes into play. Like a quantum scribe, it manifests at the origin of human life, at a phase still beyond brain and word. And there is a collective implicit memory woven in the line of human experience. We are an aspect of the cosmos that loves to reflect upon itself. We see ourselves in the stars. We write our names and our lives in the hard rock. This is where the Ouroboros comes full circle. The future past swallowing and emerging with the present, wherever there's a portal to the truth. Our collective and personal microcosms and our own microscopic journeys have been reflected in art and architecture. And being with them is ourselves listening to our own story.
I'm going to tell you a story that started even before medieval times. And it's a story which you've already done. It's a story you've lived. It's a story in which you were the hero. This is part of your hero's journey. And it starts with the sperm journey. Sperm are the only cells of a human being whose job is in someone else's body, aren't they? And we've heard fables and tales that tell us about this journey in every culture, in every age throughout the millennia. I'm going to go with the knights in shining armor that we know so well. Look, these are sperm cells. You can see they have helmets, like these sperm cells. These are images from Leonard Nilsson's wonderful book, and all these sperm cells have what's called an acrosome, which is a helmet. And with that acrosome, when they reach the egg cell, and here they are, this one is at a hole on its way into the zona pellucida. It's like a cave. It's like the cave where the maiden is waiting. And his helmet's coming off. There are enzymes in his dissolving head which help him get through the glycopolymers of the egg's skin. And here's a cell who's totally rubbed off his acrosome. These chaps, though, look how weary they are. They've made it up through the vagina, and they've made it up through the womb. Here's the womb over here, look. They're in this fallopian tube. There's another fallopian tube on the other side of the womb, just outside this picture. Anyway, they've been trekking. They've been, as a group, moving toward their mission, which is at the end of this journey. Somewhere up here is where the egg is waiting. And there's a special thing about this mission. It's a holy mission that the knights undertake. It's not a gendered mission. We all come from a sperm and an egg. And it's a holy mission because it's the mission that results in procreation. It's the mission that results in the beginning of a human being's life. And these sperm, these valiant knights in armor traveling in this strange land, they never come back, do they? And there's only one sperm that we hear about. Let's see, the Sir Galahad. One sperm gets to meet Guinevere, and he takes her to a holy island, a holy place where he's king for a year, maybe 9 months or so, and then they vanish into another world. There's so many parallels here, aren't there, between this story and the actual microscopic journey that these fellows are undertaking. Now, sperm just have very small bodies. What they do is they move and travel. And maybe you don't know this, but besides delivering their share of the haploid chromosomes, here's a drawing. Here's a drawing of a sperm who's landed in the zona pellucida. This is done by Brigitte Breyer, who made this sketch after doing a regression process to her own sperm journey. Here, one of the knights in shining armor has been trapped by the zona pellucida. And that's what happens. Once the sperm gets inside the zona pellucida, they travel through the perivitellin space, and they land on the surface of the vitelline. Their tail comes off in pieces. That's what you see here. But they have something very precious to deliver. And it's not just the haploid chromosomes. They have something called a centriole, which is an organelle inside a cell that allows a cell to divide. It's like a gem. It's a precious jewel. We have to imagine that these sperm one of them is carrying a precious jewel. For without that precious jewel finding its place in the egg's cytoplasm, the egg can't divide. And the egg won't survive. And look, here is the egg cell awaiting her knight in shining armor. This is the Holy Grail. The egg cell is the Holy Grail. It's the vessel in which human life is created. And in the Holy Grail, the sperm has to place the haploid chromosomes that it carries and the centriole. And only then can we begin to have the development of a human life. And that's what this story is. This story is about conception. The Knights of the Arthurian legend. Only one knight makes it to the Holy Grail, and he takes it to the holy island of Ceres, where he briefly becomes king before disappearing into heaven. Let me translate that for you. Only one sperm makes it into the egg cell. And once the sperm and egg cell have joined, they create a holy union, like the holy island of Ceres, where a human being gestates. And it's, as they say, it's a year, but it might be 9 months, right? It might be 9 months before the whole story shifts to a different realm and a completely different universe, really. So that's the story of the Holy Grail and the knights We've all lived it. We've all done it. And it's a holy journey. And you were the hero of that journey. Thank you for making that journey. Thank you for coming. We're surrounded by holy imagery, and it's been everywhere in the world, starting from when mankind was scribbling petroglyphs and pictographs on the rocks that surrounded their primitive habitats. We see sacred imagery in the stars, and we project ourselves into the stars. We see ourselves and our lives and the stories spelled out in the stars as if they reflect humanity. One of the things that is just lovely and holy and astonishing is this is our implicit memory. What our implicit memory is the knowing of self within the body. It's not an explicit memory like we have in our wonderful filing cabinets scattered throughout our brain. Implicit memory is a knowing, and it's the part of us that's in union with nature. It's the part of us that resonates with the cosmos. And we have a collective implicit memory because we've all been through the embodiment process to get here. Everybody's been a sperm and an egg, and they've had a union in the egg cell. And we constellate that process in our stories and in our imagery and in our architecture. I'm going to give you an example. We're going to take a look at what an egg cell looks like under a microscope. And we're going to take a look at a wholly round object that we can see if we look up into the domes of our sacred churches, or if we look at ancient zodiac images. So let's have a look and compare one image of the egg cell to another. This image on the left is I think it's an electron microscopic photograph that's been stained pink and purple so that things show up. But it has the same anatomy, the same shape, the same layers that you see from this old image this is an old image of the zodiac. Here's Gemini. The layers of the egg cell that are encountered by the sperm on his sperm journey start with these loosely packed clusters of cells that used to surround the egg while it was in its follicular fluid. These cells are the cumulus amorphous cells, and they float around the outside of the egg. And here you can see around the outside of this egg, these are the cumulus amorphous cells that are actually calling to the sperm. Apparently, they release a pheromone, which the sperm can sense on the olfactory sensors on its head. They smell the cumulus amorphous and swim toward it until they run into the corona radiata. Bam. And look at these. They're tightly packed cells. They go across the body of the egg cell, kind of like if you can imagine pawns on a chessboard. These are the tightly packed group of cells that protect the egg cell. And here they are here, all these tightly packed cells that are protecting the queendom of the egg cell behind it. And as the sperm cell enters its trajectory in its egg cell, first it has to go through the zona pellucida, and then it has to go through the perivitelline space. And here we see something that could very well look like a zona pellucida or feel like a zona pellucida. And once you get through the zona pellucida, you enter this perivitelline space. It's a liquid space between the outer part of the egg, the zona pellucida, and the inner part of the egg where the perivitelline space is and where the vitelline fingers are. Here you can see the perivitelline space on the microscope egg. And once you get through the perivitelline space, you touch in on the actual surface, the villi of the egg, of the oolema itself. And I think that's what these little fingers represent. See these microvilli? Well, here's some microvilli in Regina Breyer's beautiful pastel drawing. These little tiny spikes that surround the sperm cell and penetrate it and finally trap it and bring it into the inner sanctum of the egg. Let's see if I've got some villi I could show you, some microvilli. Here they are. Look, they look like this. This is a drawing that someone made from a electron microscopy photos. And these are the microvilli, these little fingers that penetrate and surround the sperm and pull it into the inner egg cell. Here's an actual photograph of them. These are microvilli here. They penetrate the egg cell. They pin it to the cross. They hold it and take it into the other world. And this is where our image of the crown of the thorns comes. We've all experienced this, and when we see this, we reflect upon it as a holy moment and a moment of transition into the divine. And once we get into the inner sanctum of the egg cell, we end up in the cytoplasm. And immediately, these cortical granules are formed to block out any other sperm that might be trying to get in. And look at this one. This egg cell has a second polar body in it with cytoplasm that's ready to receive the sperm. So I don't think these are a coincidence that they're so similar. Do you? You can look up inside the dome of any holy church and basically see the holy story of conception. And it is a holy journey, and it is how you got here. It's how mankind gets here. And, let's see the holiness in each other.